Before I start, let's keep in mind that a horrible scenario unfolded in the woods of Delphi, Indiana on February 13th, 2017. And this case is about identifying the person or persons involved so they are finally held accountable, and Abby and Libby will get justice, and their families, who have been living a nightmare for almost 7 years, will hopefully finally have some answers after Richard Allen's trial. Here is the list of topics that apparently I'm about to talk about for the next 6 hours. Introduction, what is a Frank's hearing, surprising revelations, law enforcement lies, Rick, guilty or innocent, curious coincidences, other ways to confirm if Rick was bridge guy, Odinists, guilty or innocent, then my really long deep dive of the 136-page defense memorandum for Frank's hearing. Then I talk about law enforcement re-investigation of Odinists. Did Rick stage the crime scene to appear it was done by Odinists? Court filings after September 18th, 2023. Conclusion. And then I pretty much complain about I'm not doing any more deep dives. The deep dive also includes sections reviewing crime scene timing, Frank's memo errors, sketches, cars at CPS, and satellite images at 12:58 p.m. Hi everybody. So I have not done an on-camera cringe-worthy intro to one of my true crime videos in quite a while. So I'm going to be on camera for the first minute or so for people who have not seen my videos previously, so they'll know who is rambling on and on for the next few hours. If you do not like deep dives into all the details, this video is not for you. It's not just a basic summary that's 10 minutes, obviously. So don't complain that it's a few hours long, because some people do like these deep dive videos, and this video is for you. On September 18th, 2023, the defense attorneys for Delphi murder suspect Richard Allen filed a 136-page document titled Memorandum in support of the accused's motion for Frank's hearing. I've spent many hours every single day for the past 6 weeks since this thing came out trying to make sense of these defense claims. And now, since October 19th, there's been this battle between the two public defenders and Judge Gull, and she wants to replace them with two new public defenders because there's been some leaks from Andrew Baldwin's office, and Judge Gull was also concerned with some other legal actions taken by the defense team. So it's unknown if these new public defenders are even going to pursue this same theory that law enforcement failed to investigate a group of racist Odinists who killed Abby and Libby in a ritualistic sacrifice because one of their mothers was mixing outside of her race. So if it turns out that Rick's new public defenders completely abandoned this Odinist theory, somebody needs to be arrested, because I just wasted hundreds of hours making this video. This video is extremely long, so who is it for? People who have a lot of free time, people who can't afford Ambien and want help falling asleep to my boring voice and my boring PowerPoint slides. A lot of people say they don't want to, or they're not physically capable of reading a 136-page document, so my video is me summarizing this entire thing and trying to make sense of it as I go along and giving my thoughts as I review each PowerPoint slide. I have 200 PowerPoint slides and I think 7 Excel spreadsheets. If you read all 136 pages of this document, I'm not really sure that my video is worth your time. I don't know, you might want to look in the comments below to see what other people are saying. But after reading this document, I'm still not convinced that Rick is 100% innocent or 100% guilty. You know I have a new spreadsheet. There are a few things I'd like to discuss before I start my in-depth review of the 136-page document that has caused so much controversy since it was filed by the defense attorneys for Rick Allen on September 18th, 2023. The summary of this 136-page document is, Rick's defense team says law enforcement lied about witness statements and other things just to arrest Rick in mid-October 2022 so lead detective Tony Liggett could win the November 2022 Carroll County Sheriff election. The defense accuses the main Delphi case investigators, known as the Unified Command, of failing to fully investigate 5 suspects who are followers of a religion known as Odinism. They say the Unified Command did not listen to other law enforcement agencies who said Odinist symbolism was left at the crime scene in the form of tree branches and sticks on and near Abby and Libby's bodies, and Libby's blood was used to make a letter similar to an F on a tree that the defense said was a message left by Odinists. The defense started this document by stating, members of a pagan Norse religion called Odinism, hijacked by white nationalists, ritualistically sacrificed Abigail Williams and Liberty German. The defense referenced the ex-wife of one of the Odinists as recalling her husband saying the motive was because one of the mothers of Abby or Libby was quote-unquote mixing with other people outside the mother's race. Also, the defense quoted an ex-girlfriend of another suspect as stating several men may have been trying to be accepted into an Odinist gang, so a motive might have been, quote, blood in and blood out, unquote, which means social acceptance into their secret circles. Soon after the murders, one of these men confessed to his two sisters that he was at the crime scene with two other men, but he has since denied involvement. For those of you who did not read any of this 136-page document, because you forced me to do it, I cannot stress how annoying the style of writing was. The person who wrote this needs to be charged with crimes against English literature. Seriously, I would not be surprised if this document will be required reading at Guantanamo Bay to torture actual prisoners of war. I felt like printing it out and eating it just so I didn't have to continue. For this video, I created 9 new Excel spreadsheets plus 200 PowerPoint slides, which will be a mix of what was originally written in this 136 pages and my summary of each paragraph, but I did not purposely leave out any important details. For most of the slides, I share my thoughts about whether what I just summarized makes sense or not. Over the past year since Rick was arrested, I questioned how Rick could be telling the truth that he went from platform 1 to a bench for 90 minutes and did not see Abby and Libby, nor anyone else for nearly 2 hours. And that was based on the timing in the PCA. Now, the defense is stating that timeline is completely wrong, and Rick was only on the trail from noon to 1:30. I'm going to dissect all that later, like about 4 hours from now. I have nothing against Rick and only want the truth to be revealed. But even though there were many surprising things in this document, and some that point to Rick being innocent, I still have a lot of questions about Rick's complete innocence. If this new focus on Odinists leads to the true killer, that's all I care about. I don't care if I was wrong about previous things I speculated about. I've been wrong about most things in this case, and I'm open-minded enough to change my thoughts as new information comes out. Too many people act like this is some kind of online sleuthing game to feel good that their person of interest or theory was correct, and it should not be about that. I only want whoever did this to Abby and Libby to be properly identified, investigated, tried, and if proven guilty, they will be punished. If Rick is totally innocent and law enforcement lied, then that has to be revealed and the investigator should be punished for any negative actions. I've looked into this Odinism theory, and although there were several law enforcement officers who said it could make sense, and the confessions of the suspect with the initials EF are highly suspicious, I'm not really buying this overall theory that the defense put forth, which, to be clear, was mostly evidence from a handful of law enforcement officers who were not part of the Unified Command. In this document, the defense repeatedly tries to state the Unified Command, who were the top police officers in the Delphi investigation, didn't do enough to investigate these Odinist suspects, but it seems to me like they did, but were not able to find enough evidence to make arrests. After this memorandum/manifesto was made public, 4 of these accused Odinists have denied involvement and said they are looking to take legal action against Rick's defense team for accusing them of being the murderers of Abby and Libby, but that is unlikely to be successful because attorneys have immunity for statements made in legal filings, and the defense said all of these accusations were in law enforcement reports, although the defense made a lot of accusatory comments in addition to the evidence, especially about the 2 Westville prison guards. In the past 2 months, law enforcement has re-interviewed some of these suspects and taken their DNA again. As I go through this, keep in mind that these men seem very angry at Rick's defense for filing this without redacting their names, and are angry with the negative consequences these rumors have had on their families and jobs, more so than any of them appear to be concerned that they are about to be arrested for involvement in the murders of Abby and Libby. It's important to remember that all of this speculation about the crime scene and whether one man could have taken Abby and Libby from the bridge, across the creek, killed them, and redressed them is mostly irrelevant. Rick is charged with felony murder, which means he was bridge guy who told them to go down the hill. The prosecutor only has to prove that is Rick's voice saying, "Go down the hill," and that led to their murders. At the trial, the prosecutor can present some basic facts, showing the video of Rick's car headed to CPS at 127, proving if he did lie about leaving at 1:30, then present testimony of the juveniles near bench 1, saying they saw a man with gray hair in his 40s matching Rick's description, and then play Libby's video with the audio of bridge guy saying, "Guys, go down the hill," and then play Rick's telephone confessions to his wife and mom. That could be enough to get jurors to vote that Rick is guilty of being bridge guy. Just a note about references to people in this document. The defense team revealed the full names of the Odinists and their family members, but I will only use the initials and not show their faces. It will probably be confusing at first when I reference initials of suspects, but law enforcement did investigate them and did not charge them, so I want to respect their privacy. This is an overview of initials I will use in the video. For the Odinists accused by the defense, BH is the father of the 16-year-old boy Abby was dating. He lived in Logansport, which is 30 minutes from Delphi. PW was a friend of BH until late January or early February 2017, when PW learned BH had been going to church with his family, but also attending Asatru/Odinist meetings at PW's house, and PW said to choose one or the other. BH did not choose Asatru, so PW told him to leave his home. PW lived in Delphi with his 4 children. JM lived in Rushville, Indiana, 2 hours from Delphi. He may have known the 5 other Odinists in this memo. EF also lived in Rushville. A member of law enforcement said he has the mentality of a 7 or 8-year-old, and he made confessions to his 2 sisters about his involvement in the murders. RA also lived in Rushville. He was friends with JM and EF. NS also lived in Rushville, and he was friends with RA and EF. When I reference LE, it's for law enforcement, and UC is the Unified Command, which is the top 6 investigators in the Delphi murders investigation. Also, I'm not going to read the full names of people involved every time I reference them. You all know Tony Liggett, Jerry Holman, and prosecutor Nick McClelland, who I will often group together as LE, short for law enforcement. Yes, this video is insanely long, but YouTube allows you to watch as fast as 2 times speed. Also, before you start watching, you may want to research a 5-course meal that you can prepare and eat, and I should end this video around the time you're finishing dessert. The purpose of this document was to get a Franks hearing. What is a Franks hearing? I took a definition from uslegal.com and altered it to describe Rick's case. I'm not familiar with legal stuff, so I tried my best to summarize and interpret this. If I'm wrong about anything, please clarify and educate me in the comments below. The name is derived from a case, Franks versus Delaware, in 1978, which affirmed the right of defendants to challenge a search warrant. So Rick is challenging the search warrant of his house on October 13th, 2022, that resulted in a lot of his electronics, clothing, and other stuff being taken from his house, including his gun, which was tested, and Indiana State Police said Rick's gun matched the unspent round that was found within a few feet of the girls' bodies. A Franks hearing is to determine whether Liggett's affidavit used to obtain a search warrant for Rick's home and car was based on lies by Liggett. In order to obtain an evidentiary hearing on the affidavit's integrity, the following must be shown. Number 1, Rick's defense must make a substantial preliminary showing that a false statement knowingly and intentionally or with reckless disregard for the truth was included. This showing must be more than conclusory and must be accompanied by a detailed offer of proof, aka a 136-page manifesto. Number 2, Rick's defense must show the lie was essential to the probable cause determination by Judge Diener. If Judge Gull finds that when the lie or lies are removed, there remains sufficient content in the warrant affidavit to support a finding of probable cause, no Franks hearing is required. After making this 2-part preliminary showing, Rick is entitled to another hearing where he and his defense team has the burden of proving the allegations by a preponderance of the evidence. If Liggett's material perjury or recklessness is established by a preponderance of the evidence, the warrant must be voided and evidence or testimony gathered pursuant to it must be excluded. So everything found at Rick's house and in his car would not be allowed as evidence at his trial, which might mean that his arrest warrant might be thrown out and his phone confessions to his family might be thrown out. So do I think there should be a Franks hearing? Thank you for asking me. From what I can tell, I felt there was only one lie that Liggett made in the PCA, and that was when he wrote that muddy witness said the man she saw walking on 300 North was wearing a blue jacket, when in reality she said it was tan or light colored, but those references were to her 2017 interview. We don't know if in later years she said he may have had a darker jacket, so then Liggett's description would not have been a lie. One of the stipulations for the Franks hearing is that if the lie was removed, would there have been enough other evidence for a judge to approve the search of Rick's home? I feel there were other reasons referenced in the PCA, that supported a warrant, so I do not think that warrant and evidence should be dismissed. Just because a few law enforcement officers said they thought Odinism was involved should not prevent law enforcement from wanting to look into Rick more by searching his home. If Rick is totally innocent and only Odinists are responsible, shouldn't the defense want all of the search of Rick's home to be allowed at the trial? Because it will show law enforcement did not find anything related to the crime scene other than possibly the gun, for which the defense has hired an expert to contradict the validity of that science. For people who are not interested in hearing me talk about 136 pages of this memorandum, I made this spreadsheet with surprising revelations from this memorandum, in no particular order. The Behavioral Analysis Unit, BAU, of the FBI determined that the individual or individuals responsible for the homicides were involved in Nordic beliefs. EF, who was one of the Odinist suspects, told his sisters he was on the trail's end bridge, and at the murder scene, and spit on one of the girls. EF's sister said, quote, EF told her, Abigail is a little troublemaker, that he placed leaves on her and used sticks to give her horns, end quote. The day after the murders, EF tried to give a blue jacket to one of his sisters. A homeowner at the start of the private drive leading to the high bridge helped with a sketch of a man near mailboxes at 8:30 a.m., and one law enforcement officer said it resembled EF. BH told his wife that PW and his people killed the girls because one of their mothers was mixing with other people outside the mother's race. PW is another Odinist suspect. The defense stated Liggett's affidavit for search warrant is filled with lies and other concealed information concerning witness testimony. Liggett concealed and falsified witness testimony in order to prevent Liggett's bogus timeline from being exposed to Judge Diener. Liggett omitted the pagan cult's links to the murders in his affidavit to search Rick's home. But law enforcement is not required to include other suspects and theories that were previously dismissed. Witness 4's description of the man on the bridge was memorialized in sketch number 2, The Young Guy. It was illustrated on February 17, 2017, and released at the press conference on April 22, 2019. She described the man as a white male, age 20, brown curly hair, and a medium build. On March 7, 2019, Witness 4 met with Liggett after she reached out to law enforcement because she was frustrated that law enforcement put out the older male sketch that did not match the man she saw on Platform 1. This is what caused the April 2019 press conference. Witness 4 told Liggett the man she observed fit the following description. This is updated a little bit from her 2017 description. The man was slender and youthful and boyish looking, 20s to early 30s. His hair seemed poofy, just as the sketch portrayed. He had no facial hair that she can remember. Row 13. Witness 4's description of the male on Platform 1 and the car at CPS around 2:15 were concealed by Liggett because they are exculpatory for Rick. Witness 4 saw a non-black 1965 Comet parked at CPS around 2:15 p.m. The witness driving on 300 North contributed to Sketch 1, The Older Man, on June 19, 2017. Liggett lied about what he claimed the driver on 300 North told him in 2017 concerning a man walking towards CPS. That driver said the coat color was tan or lighter colored, not blue. Liggett wrote that she said it was blue. She also did not say the man was bloody. She only said muddy and that he looked like he got in a fight. Liggett testified under oath that he thinks only Rick committed the murders, but he told Lesenby he thought at least 2 people were involved, and Tobe agreed. On September 4, 2023, Holman interviewed the Odinist suspect BH again. Holman testified in a deposition in August 2023. No DNA links Rick to the crime scene. No data extracted from Rick's phone connects Rick to the murders. No data extracted from Libby's phone connects Rick to the murders. There is no evidence Rick is or was connected to any other suspects in the case. There is no evidence found on social media that connects Rick to the murders. There is no evidence extracted from Rick's computers that connects him to the murders. There is no fingerprint evidence that connects Rick to the murders. The conservation officer who interviewed Rick lost the recording. Since the whole purpose of this Franks hearing memorandum was to prove that Liggett lied along with law enforcement when he signed the affidavit for search warrant, I created this spreadsheet to keep track of any lies mentioned in the memorandum. Up here on row 2, I wrote, the defense must show Liggett intentionally or recklessly omitted facts or provided false statements in the affidavit. If those false statements were not included in the affidavit for search warrant, would Judge Diener still have approved the search of Rick's home and car? I created 2 columns. One is the affidavit for search warrant, and on the right is the alleged conflict. So row 4, on the left, witness driving on 300 East, quote, advised that the male subject was wearing a blue-colored jacket and blue jeans and was muddy and bloody, end quote. Liggett lied by stating the man wore a blue jacket, unless law enforcement has evidence that she stated in interviews after 2017 that the jacket could have been blue or darker. The defense repeatedly referenced her description only from 2017. So on the right side, alleged conflict, the witness said it was a tan or lighter colored coat. Row 5, the affidavit said the witness driving on 300 North, quote, advised that the male subject was muddy and bloody, end quote. The alleged conflict, I don't think this is a flat-out lie. It is a fair assumption based on the witness stating it appeared the man had gotten in a fight. A characteristic of someone who is in a fight is blood on their clothes. Witness 4's description of the car was not described, only that it was backed up to CPS at 215. A driver around 210 described it in the same position, but as a purple PT Cruiser or small SUV. A driver at 228 said it resembled a smart car. The alleged conflict is that Liggett concealed witness 4's description of the non-black 1965 Comet at CPS because it did not match Rick's black Ford Focus. Witness 4 described a white male with blue jeans and a blue jean jacket standing 50 feet from her on platform 1. The conflict is Liggett concealed witness 4's description of the male on platform 1 as 20 to early 30s with poofy hair, which does not match Rick. In an affidavit for search warrant, law enforcement does not have to include other theories and suspects. Law enforcement drafted the affidavit for search warrant fully aware of the mimicked crime scene on BH's social media, as well as other posts that mimicked the exact ruins found at the crime scene, but failed to do anything about it, and failed to inform Judge Diener of this obvious suspect, BH, and all of the evidence making him a prime suspect. Law enforcement failed to turn over images to the defense from BH's social media that were similar to the crime scene and made him a prime suspect. It would have had no effect on the affidavit for search warrant for Rick's home. BH's ex-wife said that he told her that PW was responsible for the murders. Law enforcement does not have to include other theories and suspects in the affidavit for search warrant for Rick's house. Liggett testified under oath that he thinks only Rick committed the murders, but he told Tobe Lesenby that he thought at least 2 people were involved, and Tobe agreed. Again, this has no effect on an affidavit for search warrant of Rick's home. So without the lie or lies in the affidavit, what else was sufficient to get the search warrant for Rick's home? Warrant seeking evidence in the form of handguns, ammunition, knives, blue or black sweatshirt or jackets, clothing, electronic devices, and cell phones. These were items that related to the crime and that Rick said he owned during his October 13, 2022 interview before the search warrant affidavit was filed. In 2017, Rick agreed he was on the trail between 1:30 and 3:30. On October 13, 2022, he said noon to 1:30, but law enforcement may not have believed him due to so many coincidences. A car matching Rick's was headed to CPS at 1:27 p.m. Juvenile witnesses said a man was wearing similar clothes, had a similar height, age, and hair color as Rick. The man they passed was likely Bridge Guy. In 2017, Rick did not tell the conservation officer he was on Platform 1. Quote, he walked from Freedom Bridge to High Bridge. He did not see anybody, although he stated he was watching a stock ticker on his phone as he walked, end quote. On October 13, 2022, when Rick said he was on Platform 1, law enforcement knew Witness 4 saw Bridge Guy on Platform 1. That's very incriminating. Abby and Libby's wounds were caused by a sharp object. Rick admitted owning knives. A .40 caliber unspent round was found near the girls, and Rick admitted owning a Sig Sauer gun. Underwear and sock were missing from the crime scene, may have been kept by the killer. 3 of 4 juveniles around 1:30 described a man matching Bridge Guy and Rick near Bench 1. Their descriptions were different, but close enough to suspect it could have been Rick after he parked at CPS and started on the trail. Rick also said he passed 3 girls in this exact area. Juvenile 1 said he was an older male who was kind of creepy. Juvenile 2, the man the juveniles passed matched bridge guy from Libby's video. From Rick's 2017 interview, the potential follow-up was, who were the three girls walking in the area of Freedom Bridge? Is one of the reasons law enforcement think Rick is guilty because there were no other groups of three girls law enforcement was able to identify before 2:30 p.m. So it is highly likely Rick passed the four juveniles at 1:30. Witness 4, the man she saw matched the man in Libby's video. Man on the bridge was wearing jeans and a blue jacket like Rick. Her age range of 20 to early 30s does not match, but she was 50 feet away, and who knows how reliable her eyesight was. Two witnesses drew a diagram of a car at CPS at 2:10 and 2:15, backed in like Rick backed in. Finally, Muddy Witness was shown a photo from Libby's video and said the man matched the man she saw. Sometimes I think Rick might be innocent and sometimes I think he's guilty. So I created the spreadsheet to track my thoughts, and for people who have seen my videos before, I try and come up with reasons for and against. And if I think one thing, I try and think of something to go against it. So on the top here, row 2, before the defense's multiple murderer manifesto, released on September 18th, I was 95% sure Rick was involved because the timing presented in the PCA seemed nearly impossible. He did not see Abby and Libby after Witness 4 reportedly saw Rick on Platform 1 and turned around and saw Abby and Libby within about 3 minutes from the bridge. After reading the multiple murderer manifesto and Witness 4 and Muddy Witness's true statements, I was at over 50% that Rick was involved. After looking into it more, I'm at about 85% Rick is involved and guilty. He needs to answer a lot of questions. So column A is guilty, column B is innocent. One thing that makes me think Rick is guilty is on April 3rd, 2023, at least 5 times he told his wife and mother incriminating statements on the phone after he met with the defense team. Quote, Richard M. Allen admits several times that he killed Abby and Libby. He admits several times within the phone call that he committed the offenses as charged, end quote. Against that, people could say, well, it's unknown exactly what he said, but it seems pretty incriminating. If the shoe fits, you must not acquit. The photo comparison proves nothing, and the photo I'm talking about is... I made this photograph. So on the left here, we have Bridge Guy with his jeans bunched up at the bottom and what appear to be pretty small shoes. On the right is Rick in August 2022, 2 months before he was arrested, walking outside of CVS where he worked. This is the larger picture that somebody was nice enough to share with me, taken from a real estate listing for CVS in summer of 2022, and that's Rick, as you can see, and I cropped out the lower half of his body for that comparison picture. The PCA noted that law enforcement took a sealed paper bag containing one pair of dirty black boots, size 6.5 regular. Small feet, small feet. You can decide whether you think there is a similarity between these two. Row 6, the 2019 press conference. Over 2 years had passed since the unsolved murders of 2 girls, and law enforcement had their first huge announcement in a long time that was covered by local, state, and national media, and they begged the public for help identifying the driver parked at CPS between noon and 5 p.m. Even if Rick is innocent and was only there from noon to 1:30, he was there the first 90 minutes that law enforcement specified, but he never came forward after Doug Carter's request for help identifying the driver who was parked there. Rick was a driver who was parked there. He was on the trail at least 45 minutes before 2 girls were kidnapped and murdered in his small town, but we're supposed to believe he didn't pay attention to the 2019 press conference and hear they were looking for help? If he has nothing to hide and wanted to help, why didn't he come forward in 2019 to say his car was parked there from noon to 1:30? Why didn't the driver of a purple PT Cruiser, a smart car, a small SUV, or a non-black 1965 Comet come forward to say they were parked there on a Monday afternoon in a small town? As far as we know, none of these people came forward in 2019. Maybe because only Rick's black Ford Focus was parked there and backed up to the CPS building in a location most people didn't park at from either noon to 1:30 or 1:30 to 4. Something is wrong with this picture. Either Rick is guilty of 2 counts of felony murder, or Rick is a dumb, uncaring a-hole with horrible follow-up skills. Against this, I guess people could say Rick went to the police in 2017 and he felt he did not need to contact them a second time. But he worked only one block from Carroll County Sheriff's Department at CVS, where Liggett and Lesenby and probably other law enforcement officers shopped at some point between 2019 and 2022. Why didn't Rick approach them and tell them he was there at CPS from noon to 1:30? This is a huge red flag to me that he never came forward after police begged for help who was parked at CPS from noon to 5. He was like, oh, I was there noon to 1:30, but I'm going to keep my mouth shut. Witness 4 cared enough about Abby and Libby that she came forward to police without being asked in March 2019 because she was concerned that law enforcement never shared with the public her sketch of the younger guy she said she saw on the bridge. But in April 2019, when the superintendent of the Indiana State Police asked for help who was parked at CPS starting at noon, Rick Allen couldn't take 3 minutes on his lunch break to walk from CVS to the Carroll County Sheriff's Department to say, yes, I was parked there. I guess people could say he thought he parked at the old Farm Bureau building and did not know it was called CPS. Eye roll. If he truly never heard of the CPS building, don't you think he would have asked another local or his wife after he saw the 2019 press conference? In 2017, the conservation officer's narrative said, quote, he parked at the old Farm Bureau building, end quote. In 2019, Doug Carter said, quote, we're seeking the public's help to identify the driver of a vehicle that was parked at the old CPS DCS welfare building between noon and 5, end quote. On October 13th, 2022, the PCA stated, quote, he said he parked his car on the side of an old building, end quote. There is only one old building near the start of the trails, and most people park near the start of the trail, not back up to the old building. So we're supposed to believe that some other random person backed up in the same position 90 minutes after Rick left at 1:30, and they also were not polite enough to inform police in April 2019. There were 3 witnesses driving by CPS at 2:10, 2:15, and 2:28. 2 out of the 3 provided descriptions of cars that could match Rick's car. Row 7, on the innocent side, people could say Rick said he was there noon to 1:30, not 1:30 to 3:30. Against this, Rick may have been lying about the noon to 1:30 timeframe in 2022 because there are a lot of odd coincidences 90 minutes later that another man dressed like him and spotted in the same locations, plus his car spotted at 127 headed to CPS, not going away from CPS. I have a bunch of PowerPoint slides which go over the coincidences. Somebody could say Rick is innocent because witness 4 said she saw a younger man who did not match Rick. Well, against this, how long did witness 4 look at the male on platform 1 from 50 feet away? What was her vision that day? Was she wearing contacts or prescription glasses? Has she had LASIK eye surgery? Was she wearing sunglasses? Row 9. This is something else I was thinking about recently. So from 1:15-ish to 1:30, 4 juveniles walked from the Mears intersection to Freedom Bridge and did not see anyone on the trails until they passed a man matching Rick and Bridge Guy on his way to High Bridge. Rick said he went to platform 1 and then he sat on a bench, but did not specify which bench and for how long. If Rick was there from noon to 1:30 and was sitting on bench 1 until 1:25 or so, and then it took about 5 minutes to walk to his car's CPS for him to leave at 1:30, the juveniles would have likely seen him as they approached bench 1 from Mears, as he was either sitting on bench 1 or he was leaving the trail. I guess against this, somebody might say, well, maybe he sat in his car from 1:15 to 1:30, checking stocks. Row 10. According to the juveniles and Rick and Bridge Guy wore similar jeans, shoes, dark jacket, their heads were covered, their hands were in their pockets, and they were looking down. Bridge Guy walking on the dangerous bridge with hands in his pockets would indicate a local. Rick went to the trails often. Against that, people could say, well, it could have been another local. Rick owned a gun, and on Libby's video, one of the girls mentioned a gun. An unspent cartridge matching Rick's gun was found near the bodies. An analyst stated it was cycled through Rick's gun. Against this is that it is subjective analysis that may not be allowed in court. Another possible reason Rick might be guilty, he made suicidal statements at Westville. Against this, you could say it could be influenced by depression and frustration at being falsely known as a child murderer. People could say Rick is innocent because he came forward to police within a few days. Against this, Rick had to come forward, or else he risked the juvenile girls going to CVS and recognizing him as the man dressed similar to Bridge Guy headed towards High Bridge. Maybe he also turned to look at witness 4 while standing on platform 1 and was concerned that she could also identify him. Rick has not sued for false arrest. In 2022, his letter for a public defender asked for mercy but did not say he was innocent. Rick has not done any TV interviews or speaking when entering the court, maybe because he doesn't want people to hear his voice resembles Bridge Guy. If you were falsely arrested and brought into court and there were TV cameras 5 feet away, would you yell, "I'm innocent"? A reason for Rick being innocent: it's unknown if that was Rick on 300 North at 357 wearing a light-colored coat. Against that, if it's another man, why hasn't that man been identified or come forward? Rick wore a head covering in addition to a hoodie to prevent people on the trail from recognizing him and any hair to transfer or fall out in case of a struggle. Against that, it was February and 43 degrees, so obviously he's going to be wearing some kind of head covering. The follow-up assigned to Rick's 2017 interview by the conservation officer was, who were the 3 girls walking in the area of Freedom Bridge? This is important to know what law enforcement found, because they should have had some kind of list of people who were on the trails, and if the tip said to find a group of 3 girls on the trails at 1:30, did law enforcement also identify a separate group of 3 girls Rick said he passed around noon in the similar spot that the 4 juveniles at 1:30 passed someone dressed like Rick and Bridge Guy? I would think the answer is there was not a separate group of 3 girls who passed Rick around noon, and that is one of the reasons Rick was arrested. Against this, I guess you could say, in 2019, why did Doug Carter ask for help identifying a vehicle at CPS from noon to 5? What evidence did law enforcement have that the killer may have been on the trails at noon and at 5? Was there another group of 3 juveniles who told police they passed a man matching Bridge Guy around noon near the start of the trail, and it truly was Rick? So police thought Bridge Guy may have entered the trail at noon. Only law enforcement knows the answer to that, and it should be in the evidence for the defense, so I'm not sure why Baldwin and Rosie did not include that in this manifesto with reasons why Rick can't be Bridge Guy. If no phone or electronic data connected Rick to the murders, where did it show Rick's phone and car GPS from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m.? Was it unretrievable due to being 5 years ago? What phone activity did it show between 2:10 and 4 p.m.? Did he use his phone at all? What about the stock ticker? Why was he looking, and was this proven on his phone? Another thing that points to Rick's guilt: Rick was at Freedom Bridge and walked the entire trail and went on Platform 1 of Monon High Bridge. He said between noon to 1:30. He only saw 3 girls around noon between the start of the trail and Bench 1. In 90 minutes, Rick did not see Bridge Guy, a gang of Odinists, Ron Logan, the Kleins, a 20-year-old kid with poofy hair, the mayor, Libby's grandfather, Brian Chadwell, Charles Eldridge, Daniel Nations, the pastor, the archaeology professor, or any other adult male or teenage boy. All right, calm down, Tom. Against this, you could say, it's possible that Bridge Guy and others were hiding at the south end of the bridge or the lower 505 trail until after Rick exited. Lastly, on page 129 of the manifesto, Holman testified in August 2023. There is no DNA linking Rick to the crime scene. No data extracted from Rick's phone connects him to the murders. No data extracted from Libby's phone connected Rick to the murders. There is no evidence that Rick is or was connected to any other suspects in the case. There is no evidence found on social media that connects Rick to the murders. There is no evidence extracted from Rick's computers that connects him to the murders. And finally, there is no fingerprint evidence that connects Rick to the murders. This list seems to be great for Rick to prove that he is innocent. However, this was written by the defense. What did they leave out on purpose that would show Rick is guilty? I'm curious what viewers think. Do you think Rick is innocent or guilty? If you're not sure, what percentage are you either way? 2 things that point to Rick possibly being innocent. When I look at the Bridge Guy video, I really don't see Rick's face stand out. We all know it's extremely blurry, and you can't even make out his eyes, his eyebrows, the exact shape of his nose, his mouth, whatever. And on the left here, it looks totally different than the face on the right, which is only 2 seconds later in the video. So I've never felt that I see Rick's face in either of these images. However, if the Bridge Guy on the left looks totally different than the Bridge Guy on the right, does that mean that the true facial features are someone who does not look like either of these guys, and therefore it could be Rick? I do think the body matches Rick, but I just cannot get past the face does not jump out to me as being, that's Rick. When I hear Bridge Guy's voice, compared to the low-quality samples of Rick's voice we've gotten from his wife's Facebook page or Rick's voicemail where he says Rick, when I hear the comparison, I'm not like, oh, that's definitely Rick.
Cable snap. There's the wheelchair coming up. Rick.
I would think when law enforcement was interviewing Rick on October 13th, 2022, they were analyzing his voice to see if they thought it could match Bridge Guy. It will be interesting at Rick's trial to hear if the prosecutor plays the Bridge Guy video and audio and then plays the audio of Rick confessing to his wife. Will those two voices sound similar? If they do not, will the prosecutor even do that? I'm not sure what to think on this. What do viewers think? Do you see Rick's face in Bridge Guy? And do you hear his voice in the Bridge Guy's voice? In this section, I'm going to review some coincidences that I cannot get past about Rick being innocent or guilty if Rick truly was there from noon to 1:30. To quote Baldwin and Rosie's Frank's Hearing Memo, page 127, at some point in time, coincidences cease to be coincidences. Coincidence number 1. At 1:27, a few minutes before the juvenile girls passed a man resembling Rick and Bridge Guy, a car resembling Rick's headed towards CPS. I have not seen the video, so I'm not certain it was Rick's car. Maybe the tires, shape, and color won't be close to Rick's Ford Focus, and law enforcement was lying or exaggerating, but it will obviously be shown to the jury to decide. Coincidence number 2. Rick parked at CPS around noon and passed 3 juvenile girls, including a taller one with brown or black hair, between the Freedom Bridge entrance to the trails and Bench 1, and didn't say anything to them. 90 minutes later, another man, dressed like Rick and Bridge Guy, with his hoodie on and hands in his pockets, passed juvenile girls in the same small area and didn't reply to the girl who said hi. This man, likely Bridge Guy, also headed exactly to Platform 1 of the bridge, just like Rick did 90 minutes earlier. Was there a taller girl with brown or black hair at 1:30 p.m.? I've seen the supposed 1:26 p.m. selfie of 2 of the sisters, and they both have either brown or black hair. What are the odds that 90 minutes earlier in the same area, Rick happened to pass a taller girl with dark hair? Coincidence number 3. Approximately 20 minutes after 4 juveniles passed Bridge Guy around 1:32, which would match up with the time it would have taken Rick to get from Freedom Bridge to High Bridge if he parked at 1:28, Witness 4 saw a man around 1:53 on Platform 1, the same small area of this long bridge that Rick said he stood on watching fish when Deer Creek's water was muddy due to recent snow melting. Witness 4 said the man on Platform 1, 90 minutes after Rick was on Platform 1, was also wearing the same clothes as Bridge Guy and Rick, but his age was described as 20 to early 30s, with no recollection of facial hair by Witness 4. It seems this male's hoodie was off if she saw his poofy hair and got a good look at his face, unless her vision was bad and Rick's head covering was confused for poofy hair. It just seems like one huge coincidence after another. Coincidence number 4. For 90 minutes, Rick only saw the 3 juveniles when he arrived around noon. Witness testimony will reveal how many other people, if any, walked near Freedom Bridge, the 501 and 505 trails, as well as went to High Bridge between noon and 1:30 to provide exculpatory evidence proving if anyone saw Rick. Remember, he said he passed some girls at the beginning, went to Platform 1, then came back and sat on a bench for approximately 90 minutes and never saw anybody after the juvenile girls near the start of the trail. The 4 juveniles took a photo of High Bridge at 12:43. Was Rick in it? Did they see a man on the trails before 1:30 other than the man walking his dog? Police said they identified almost everyone on the trails other than Bridge Guy. So wouldn't a group of 3 girls at noon have said they passed a man dressed like Bridge Guy near Bench 1? Totally different than the 1:30 group of 4 girls who said they passed a man dressed like Bridge Guy. Coincidence number 5. Rick admitted backing his black 2016 Ford Focus near the CPS building, which was described as unusual for that lot. Less than 40 minutes after Rick left at 1:30, another car was spotted parked in the same odd spot and was described as a purple PT Cruiser or small SUV. 45 minutes after Rick left at 1:30, it was described as a 1965 Mercury Comet. 58 minutes after Rick left at 1:30, it was described as a smaller, dark-colored car, possibly a smart car. Yet, none of the drivers of those vehicles came forward to help Doug Carter and the distraught families of Abby and Libby in April 2019 to say they parked at CPS between noon and 5 p.m. After that same 2019 press conference, Rick did not walk 1 block from his job at CVS to the Carroll County Sheriff's Office to tell them he parked at CPS from noon to 1:30. Coincidence number 6. If Rick left the trail near Freedom Bridge around 1:25 to get to his car at CPS and leave at 1:30, and a man matching Rick's and Bridge Guy's description comes from the direction of Freedom Bridge approximately 5 minutes after Rick left, and then Bridge Guy passed 4 juveniles, where the hell did Bridge Guy walk from or park? Rick said he did not see anyone other than the 3 juveniles around noon. He didn't see Bridge Guy, Ron Logan, a group of Odinists, or a 20-year-old boy with poofy hair. I guess that's what happens when you look at a stock ticker on your phone as you walk. If Rick is not Bridge Guy, did Bridge Guy walk from town? Did Bridge Guy park at the main lot northwest of Freedom Bridge? If so, he had to have been parked there from 1:30 until 4 or later without anyone noticing him, and would have had to walk from the crime scene even further than Rick at CPS. Coincidence 7. Police stated the sound of Bridge Guy cycling his gun to intimidate the girls can be heard on Libby's video. Cycling a gun can cause an unspent round to be ejected. An unspent round found next to the girls matched a gun owned by Rick. People say a lot of hunters used Ron Logan's property, so the unspent round near the bodies could have been there from years prior, but the crime scene is close to the creek. How many people are shooting deer with handguns close to a creek? Some people suggest the unspent round could have been from law enforcement at the crime scene. The bullet was about 2 feet from the girls. How many crime scene investigators and law enforcement officers were emptying their pockets that close to a dead body and not feel, see, or hear it drop to the ground? There are some rumors that it took a few days or weeks before law enforcement noticed this unspent round in the ground. It could have been hidden by a leaf or possibly stepped on and pushed further into the ground as the killer walked around the crime scene staging it. The round was unspent, so someone either cycled it at that spot and did not have time to pick it up, or it fell out of someone's pocket after they had cycled it elsewhere. It was not a totally clean cartridge. It does not seem very likely to me that someone in the months or years prior cycled or dropped it in that exact spot 2 feet from Abby and Libby. Who would have been in that exact spot over the 53 years that Ron Logan owned that property? I understand the defense was concerned. There were no photos or videos they saw in the evidence dump of the bullet being properly removed from the ground, and that is very concerning. If the ballistic science is reliable, it's highly incriminating for Rick that the unspent round matched his gun, but not the guns of several other local suspects that were tested. I don't know that this unspent round will even be needed to show that Rick is not being truthful about his noon to 1:30 timeline. The prosecutor only has to prove Rick was Bridge Guy, not at the crime scene across the creek, or even that he was the man who fatally wounded the girls. If the biggest piece of evidence connecting Rick to the crime scene is an unspent round that could possibly be from another person's gun, I don't think he should go to jail for the rest of his life only based on that. However, what are other ways to confirm if Rick was Bridge Guy? Will his friends, family, or coworkers say that they are sure that Rick's voice matches Bridge Guy's voice? Did Libby's video get a closer look of his clothes that can be matched to Rick? Are there other surveillance videos from around Delphi showing Rick's car that will confirm or deny his noon to 1:30 timeline? Were police able to get data from his car's computer showing his movements that day? Can they show how often he went to the trails in the years after the murders? The defense said he went often. Would the killer return to the trails often? What if law enforcement was able to get Rick's car data as far back as 2020 to 2022, and it shows that Rick never went to the trails? Why would someone who often went to the trails stop going? Will Rick's family, friends, and coworkers say he owned a jacket like Bridge Guy? What other ways do viewers think can be presented to the jury to either show that Rick was or was not Bridge Guy? I made this spreadsheet to keep track of whether the Odinists could be guilty or innocent. Column A on the left has things that point to them being guilty. Column B on the right are things that might show they are innocent. Row 3, number one thing to know from the defense: members of a pagan Norse religion called Odinism, hijacked by white nationalists, ritualistically sacrificed Abby and Libby. The ex-wife of Odinist B.H. told police he said PW and his people killed Abby and Libby because one of their mothers was mixing with other people outside the mother's race. Against this, why would white supremacists who only want white people in their state or world punish a mother for mixing with non-whites by killing her daughter, which then might leave the mother wanting another child that she might create with a non-white person. So the white supremacists got rid of 2 white girls, which led to the creation of a biracial child. I've heard of meth being a problem in that area of Carroll County, but that theory does not make sense to me. Also, this was stated when BH was drunk and after PW told him to get out of his house because he went to church. Row 4, something else that might point to their guilt. BH said he was usually in Delphi every weekend, visiting PWs to attend Asatru religious ceremonies, usually on Sundays. Asatru is interchangeable with Odinism. Against this, PW said he stopped being friends with BH before the murders because BH was also going to church with his family, and PW said he had to choose church or Asatru, so PW told him to leave his house, not the woods, immediately. BH's ex-wife said he was drunk and said he and PW got into a fight and no longer speak after they were in the woods near a river conducting a ritual. One of them said or did something the other did not agree with, and they no longer talk. The river was near PW's house. Note, BH has a Facebook post with PW on January 21st, 2017. The disagreement was never specified in this document, but PW has since clarified in YouTube interviews. The city the river is located in was never specified. Also, Abby and Libby were not found next to a river. They were next to Deer Creek. The Wabash River also goes through Delphi, and PW lived near a canal. BH's ex-wife said he became very nervous and told her to stay away from PW, or she would end up dead because PW and his crew were responsible for the murders of the girls in Delphi and a fire that killed 2 girls. BH told her PW and his crew had friends in several states and that they have no problem killing race traitors. The law enforcement officer said, I asked her to clarify race traitor, and she believed it meant white people who mix with other races. The defense had a spelling error on traitor. Against this, PW said in YouTube interviews that BH's ex-wife was rumored to be promiscuous with BH's friends, and PW assumed BH told her to stay away because he was afraid she would hook up with PW. Another possible sign of guilt. On April 7, 2017, BH posted a photo of his hand showing off a rune that was inked onto his hand, likely from an ink pen, and it's the same rune that the killers laid on Abby's body using sticks. Against this, if police had interviewed BH about his role in the murders in the previous 2 months, and he was at the scene placing branches in the shape of a rune, would he really post that photo on Facebook? Holman told Winters on April 12, 2017, the FBI interviewed BH at the beginning of the investigation. Law enforcement went to BH's work to confirm his alibi, and he clocked in at 4:55 a.m. and clocked out at 2:45 p.m., so he could not have driven the 35 minutes to the trails and then walk about 10 minutes to the crime scene to get there around 3:30. Also, BH had a long brown beard that does not match the man in Libby's video at 2:13. A possible sign of guilt? BH posted a Facebook photo of 2 girls lying on what appears to be the ground of a forest. The girls either are dead or are posed as if they were dead. The girls have tree limbs arranged over their bodies. The girl in the forefront of the photograph has her left arm and hand positioned very similarly to that of Libby's left arm and hand outstretched above her head. Against that, the limbs on the girls in the photo are not arranged exactly like the limbs and sticks on Abby and Libby. Trooper Purdy did not think much of this photograph in terms of it implicating BH because the image had been on BH's Facebook page for 4 or 5 years. Possible sign of guilt? At 8:30 a.m., a couple who live at the start of the private drive in the woods saw a man at the mailboxes wearing a canvas jacket that was nondescript in color. She assisted with a sketch that an investigator and the defense stated resembles aspiring Odinist EF. Against this, EF posted on Facebook after this document was released, stating he did not own a car. So how did he get to the trails at 8:30 a.m. from Rushville, which is over 2 hours away? EF's phone was in Rushville from 10:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m., but not used at all during that time. But was it being used in Rushville between 6:30 to 8:30 a.m. when he would have had to travel 2 hours to Delphi to be the man spotted at the mailboxes? The defense said a video on BH's Facebook from the 2016 Fort Wayne, Indiana Pagan Pride closing ceremony showed PW painting on a tree and, quote, the marking appears to occur at a similar height from the base of the tree as the marking of Libby's blood was in the crime scene photos, end quote. Against this, PW said he is 6'5", and the video shows him reaching at least 6 inches above his head, so over 7 feet from the base of the tree. The defense later stated the F on the crime scene tree appeared approximately 4 feet above the base of the tree. This is an embarrassing example by the defense and does not prove that a 5'4" Rick could not have added blood to the crime scene tree. PW stated in YouTube interviews that he was placing a coin or a crystal in the bark as an offering to the local animals, not painting. A suspicious sign of guilt, EF described forming horns out of sticks and placing them on Abby's head, and crime scene photos confirm EF's statement that Abby had some sticks on her hair that could be horns or antlers. Against this, people who have seen the crime scene photos state that twigs don't appear to be horns purposely placed. Another sign of guilt against EF's sister said on February 14, 2017, EF was rambling, hyper, and borderline incoherent, talking about having a brother when he had no male siblings, and was now part of a gang. EF told her he had been on a bridge with 2 girls that were killed, and Abigail was a pain in the ass and a troublemaker. EF tried to give his sister a blue jacket. She passed a polygraph in February 2018 after she followed up with law enforcement because they did not follow up with her. Against this, is the defense insinuating EF was bridge guy because he had a blue jacket he tried to get rid of? Did EF wash all of the blood out of it? Why would he give the bloody jacket to his sister instead of throwing it away? Do EF's sisters recognize the clothes in the bridge guy video? Do they think bridge guy sounds like EF? He does not sound similar to bridge guy to me. I will share his voice later in this video. Another sign of guilt, an F was painted on the tree with Libby's blood in the shape of the F rune used by Odinists. To me, the vertical line does look defined, as does the top horizontal line of an F, but the middle horizontal line is not as defined, and there are other random blood spots on the tree. What if F was for Flora to make it seem like a serial killer of young girls was on the loose? Against this, will a blood spatter expert testify the F shape was due to Libby coughing after she was cut, or when the killer pulled the knife out fast it sprayed Libby's blood, or Libby used her hand to protect herself, was cut, and then placed her hand on the tree and the blood went down? The defense said another sign of guilt was 2 months before the murders, PW was cutting tree limbs to make runes, and BH commented on his Facebook post, "Cutting runes." At the crime scene, one of the tree limbs placed on Abby had its end sliced clearly and smoothly, similarly to the way PW was slicing tree limbs. Against this, if there were 7 total tree limbs placed on Abby and Libby, and the killer or killers brought a tool to cut branches, why weren't the other 6 freshly cut? Also, there were plenty of branches on the ground to choose from. No one had to cut them fresh off a tree. Also, when you bend a branch, sometimes they break cleanly. I have not seen the pictures of the crime scene and I don't want to, so I'm not exactly sure how clean the end of this branch is. Against this theory, PW said they were cutting circles to imprint runes on, not using the full branch as a rune. Some facts pointing to innocence. Did any witnesses say they saw a 6'5" local man, PW, on the trails that day? PW said he had 4 children living with him in Delphi, so they likely had off from school just like Abby and Libby, and provided an alibi. Against this, we don't know exactly what his alibi was. The rest of this list is in the innocent column. If these 5 Odinists conspired together, and by October 2022, Rick was the one who was arrested, does it make sense that the 5 Odinists would ask their Odinist friends to see if they knew Odinists who were guards at Westville, who just happened to be working in the same area where they interact with Rick, and the Odinists convinced the guards to start wearing patches that promote their affiliation with Odinism? So the Odinists left 3 rune symbols at the crime scene as a message to law enforcement, like, hey, these are runes, put Odinists at the top of your list of who is responsible for the murders. Then, after Rick was arrested, and it seems like our Odinist gang will never be charged, let's draw even more attention to Odinism and the Delphi murders by having other Odinists taunt him. That doesn't make sense to me. Why would a father, BH, murder the new girlfriend of his 16-year-old son, knowing it would mentally scar his son for life? Bridge Guy has noticeable items stuffed into his jacket. If this was a planned ritualistic sacrifice with multiple men waiting down the hill or at the crime scene, why did Bridge Guy have items in his jacket instead of the two or more other men down the hill or waiting at the crime scene? If it was a sacrifice, wouldn't they kidnap the girls and bring them to an even more remote place instead of on a Monday at 2:15 p.m., hundreds of feet from a location where people walk to the end of the bridge and might walk down to look at the creek, or the homeowner driving down the private drive might see two naked girls and three or more men on the opposite side of the creek as they return home? Is part of the ritual to leave the bodies with rune symbols near where they disappeared so people know Odinists were involved and to look for Odinists? Or would they want to hide the bodies in a place they would never be found so the Odinists wouldn't be sentenced to life in prison and could remain free to continue helping gain new followers of Odinism? Where did the geofence show the phone numbers of the 6 Odinists at 2:15 on February 13th? How many Odinist human sacrifices of young white girls have been in the news in the past 100 years? I've never heard of one. The defenses and some members of law enforcement's theory includes the following people involved in this plan: 5 Odinists and their friends, 1 coworker of BH who would have to clock in and out for him on February 13th, 1 friend or coworker who would secretly drive BH off his job site and then back to get his truck the next day, EF's sister not being truthful about his confessions during her first 2 interviews. It wasn't until her 3rd interview that she told police EF made incriminating statements, plus 2 Odinist guards at Westville. Footnote 183 denies the defense is accusing them of being involved in the murders, but they included many allegations about the 2 guards, making it seem like they are accusing them in a scheme with other Odinists to intimidate Rick to plead guilty so Odinists are not convicted. BH's Facebook has a ritual video from Fort Wayne Pagan Pride in 2016 that is 29 minutes. There are at least 2 black people there, plus children, including PW's son, who appears to be around 12, and they repeatedly yelled, "Hail Thor," not "Hail Odin." Defense Exhibit 49 is the video of 2016 Odinism ceremony filmed by BH. The defense accused Liggett of leaving out evidence that goes against his theory, but they left out that a ritual takes a long time. And in the list by the defense of 92 actions the killers would have had to take, they did not include 30 minutes for a ritual. The defense named 5 men involved in the murders and say Rick is innocent, yet they don't name which of the 5 men was Bridge Guy. The defense never stated how this plan played out. Someone said, quote, "Let's kill 2 white girls because one of their moms is friends with non-white people," and 4 other men said, "Sure, that sounds logical. Let me risk my freedom for the rest of my life for that, even though I live 2 hours away from these girls who I don't even know." That's called sarcasm, people. If the defense can make up fake quotes, so can I. The defense never confirmed if either of the girls' moms were in fact mixing with non-white people to make this motive make sense. Finally, both EF and PW confirmed they gave DNA, which obviously did not match the crime scene, or they would have been arrested. This last section is my deep dive into the 136-page document. I will go page by page and show my summary of the text, and then narrate my thoughts on what I just read. I'll try to change my tone of voice when reading the defense's words compared to my own thoughts, but unfortunately, I only have one tone of voice, monotone, and my voice is fried. I've been recording this for the past week, so I'm sorry. I know my voice is boring. Put me on 2 times speed, and it might liven it up a little bit. I've included the page number on each slide in case you want to reference the original text. This memorandum was not well written. It was too detailed, with an unnecessarily annoying tone, when the reason for filing it was to get Judge Gull to grant a Frank's hearing based on the claim that false information was included in the affidavit for search warrant of Rick's home, written by Tony Liggett, but the defense did not get to that part until page 105 of 136. One of the most shocking things to me was the number of mistakes made by the defense. You know I made a spreadsheet as I went along, and my final count was over 50 grammatical and factual errors. I'm not wasting time reviewing this list, so if you are an English teacher and are interested, click pause now. There are 3 screenshots. Some people may think these errors are unimportant, but I have a hard time comprehending how Baldwin and Rosie signed this document and no one pointed out so many obvious mistakes. I highly doubt Baldwin and Rosie wrote many of these 136 pages, and I also highly doubt if either of them completely read it. I don't know how Baldwin or Rosie could have read this memo and not noticed and corrected all of the errors. It's a major sign of incompetence. As public defenders for Rick, did they have him read this entire 136-page document to approve it being submitted to the court? Indiana law enforcement and the prosecution also make a lot of noticeable errors in their reports and filings, so I'm not just picking on the defense. Between the writings of law enforcement, the defense, the prosecution, and some of the suspects' social media posts, I'm really concerned about the quality of the education and judicial systems in Indiana. The defense incorrectly used the term Odinite to refer to these men who believe in Odinism. Odinite is a mineral named after a mineralogist who had the last name Odin. An Odinist is someone who believes in Odinism. As I review the document, I will use whichever term the defense wrote in that section, even though it is wrong. All 98 times the defense wrote the word Odinite. Defense Memorandum for Frank's hearing, page 1, Introduction. The defense is providing this introductory section to give a general understanding of what to expect concerning the facts upon which the defense will be relying, and how those facts impact the legal arguments before providing the necessary detail, minutia, and notation to the record that could bog down the court as it attempts to unpack the defense arguments. Pages 2 and 3 are the table of contents, but I'm not going to spend time reading it, so pause now if you're interested. I will get to all of it eventually. The parts that I blacked out are some of the names of some of these Odinist suspects. On page 4, they started with the section 8 Things to Know. Number 1. Members of a pagan Norse religion called Odinism, hijacked by white nationalists, ritualistically sacrificed Abigail Williams and Liberty German. Number 2. Early on, investigators consulted with a Purdue University professor concerning what resembled possible Odinism signatures left at the crime scene. After the professor proclaimed, according to Holman, quote, "It was not Odinism or any type of cult worshipping or any type of group that would have conducted the crime," end quote. The Odinism angle was essentially abandoned, according to the defense. As of September 7th, 2023, the prosecution has not been able to identify the professor or provide reports. Throughout this document, the defense repeatedly accuses law enforcement of not fully investigating Odinism and the 5 men who will be brought up throughout this document. But law enforcement did look into the Odinism angle enough to consult a professor and investigated all of the men. This is a list of some of the classes that the professor teaches. This next part is not in the document I'm reviewing, but is important for viewers to know. On October 3rd, 2023, the defense filed an additional Frank's notice, which contained quotes from a new interview the Purdue professor did with Holman on September 19th, 2023, the day after this 136-page document was filed. Just a reminder that the Purdue professor did not see the crime scene photos. He was given a sketch of the sticks and some other information. I created a summary of the key points from his September 2023 interview. Quote, "It was a given," end quote. The killer tried to replicate Germanic runic script. He also consulted with a friend of his who is a professor at Harvard, and he agreed. Odinism is an extreme neo-pagan, neo-heathenism ideology that has right-wing racist connotations. According to 19th century sources, Vikings practiced ritual killings and sacrifices. Although he could not necessarily interpret these runes, the stick configurations were pretty clearly runic, and he, quote, "could imagine this was somebody's idea that when you do human sacrifice, you carve runes." There are some poetic sources that would sort of support that idea that somebody might have come across. That scenario seems entirely plausible to me, end quote. Runes were thought to have, quote, "magical significance and would be used in incantations, in rituals, and that there is a sacrificial connection in mythological poetry. These were things, again, where somebody who was sort of an Odin fanboy would likely come across," end quote. Now back to page 4 of the main document, with the defense stating, by February 2018, officers Kevin Murphy, Greg Ferenczi, and Todd Click investigated and named the likely murdering members of this Odinite cult, but law enforcement refused to arrest or investigate the suspects. The fact is, law enforcement did investigate these Odinists in the first few days after the murders, and were still doing interviews and polygraphs as late as October 2018, 1.5 years after the murders. Recently, one of these men stated that in August 2023, he was interviewed for 4 hours in a polygraph given by Indiana State Police, and he gave his DNA a second time. Regarding the professor's old and new statements, the professor cited sources from mythological poetry and the 1800s about Vikings doing ritual killings and sacrifices, but what about in the 21st century? I've never heard of a case of racist Odinists sacrificing 2 white girls because one of their moms was hanging out with somebody who wasn't white. The prosecutor in this case is Nicholas McClelland, but in 136 pages, the defense spelled his last name correctly 4 times and incorrectly 16 times. So that's fun. Page 5, number 3 of 8 Things to Know. On May 1st, 2023, prosecutor Nick McClelland received a letter from former Rushville Assistant Police Chief Todd Click. Click, Murphy, and Ferenczi focused on the Odinite angle as it intersected with suspects in Rushville, Indiana, about 2 hours southeast from Delphi. After reading Rick's PCA from October 13, 2022, Click became concerned the information pointing the finger at Rick was far less compelling than the totality of the information the 3 officers accumulated, which connected men who practiced Odinism in or near Delphi with another group of men who lived in Rushville, and then connected both groups of men to the murders. Click was concerned that law enforcement did not share his results with McClelland, so Click had a lawyer help draft the letter. The letter is exculpatory for Rick, and McClelland did not give it to the defense until 4 months later, when it was obvious the defense would be meeting Click and he would reference it and the Odinism. There seems to be a recurring problem with the prosecution not handing over evidence in a timely manner. The prosecutor's office was looking for a full-time and a part-time clerk a few months ago, so I'm not sure what their office's workload is in addition to this case. Obviously, there are other crimes being committed in Carroll County, and I do not know how organized all of law enforcement has been throughout this case. It was rumored that over 200 officers from over 25 agencies were working on this case at first, and so I don't know if every interview, tip, and piece of evidence was stored in the same place, and that after Rick's arrest, it has just taken a lot of time for law enforcement and the prosecutor to finally gather it all in one place. To me, it seems like law enforcement was totally disorganized, but I'm not familiar with the general evidence collection and storing practices across the country. Maybe one day I'll get arrested and find out. I'd like to review a statement that was given to the podcast, The Murder Sheet, from former Rushville Assistant Police Chief Todd Click, who helped write the original Odin report. Click stated that Detective Ferenczi was from the Terre Haute Police Department and Detective Murphy was an Indiana State Police detective. Both men were assigned to the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force. No one in law enforcement believes Abby and Libby were killed in a ritual sacrifice. That is the defense twisting facts for sensationalism. The murder sheet asked, people have suggested that while you disagree with the defense that this was a ritual murder, that you have agreement with them on who is responsible. Click replied, yes, that is accurate. The murder sheet asked, other than the material about the cult angle, can you discuss how good a job the defense did discussing the evidence against their suspects? Click said it was fairly accurate. The murder sheet finally asked, can you explain what aspects you feel were sensationalized? Click replied, the defense team seemingly put Ferenczi, Murphy, and I on a pedestal. We did nothing extraordinary. We followed every lead that we had and conducted our investigation the way investigations need to be completed. Now back to page 6 of the manifesto. Only 130 pages to go. We're still on number 3 of 8 things to know. Just a reminder for viewers who are not native English speakers, exculpatory evidence is good for defendants like Rick because it excuses them from being found guilty. Inculpatory evidence means you in danger, girl. You're going to be in prison for a long time. Law enforcement withheld other exculpatory pieces of evidence, including an 85-page compilation of reports Click prepared in 2019 and several videos containing statements that support the defense theory of Rick's innocence. Click's investigation concluded, quote, the Behavioral Analysis Unit of the FBI determined that the individual or individuals responsible for the homicides were involved in Nordic beliefs, end quote. This was news to the defense as no law enforcement revealed this info to the defense during recent depositions. This includes Holman, who told the defense he did not remember if the FBI's BAU determined one way or the other whether those with Nordic beliefs had been involved in the murders. How could Holman not remember that? Was that report sent to Liggett and never shared with Holman, Or was he busy pursuing other theories and did not bother to read it? It doesn't look good for Holman. However, he interviewed some of these suspects in 2017 and 2018, which was prior to that 2019 report, and obviously he did not find enough to charge them, so maybe he felt like it was not worth his time in 2019 if law enforcement had already verified all of their alibis, or maybe he never received it. It seems like the evidence was not kept in a central location for all members of the Unified Command to access. That ain't good. I'm losing my job in December. Do they need me to come give them some lessons in organizing files? Click's letter to McClelland was the first the defense heard the FBI believe Odinists were likely involved. Some of this exculpatory evidence was released to the defense on September 8, 2023, 9 months after the defense started, and they found exculpatory evidence in videos and documents. The week of August 28, 2023, McClelland and Holman requested a meeting with Click. By this time, the defense had taken several depositions, including Holman, Liggett, and Lesenby, and law enforcement knew the defense had been aware of the Odinist evidence, at least the evidence that the prosecution turned over to the defense, scattered throughout multiple hard drives and flash drives. The prosecution learned in early August that the defense had figured out the strong Odinist ties to the crimes, despite the apparent attempts of the prosecution, Liggett, and Holman to hide this exculpatory information from the defense. Page 8. Click met Holman hoping he would learn evidence existed linking Rick to the murders. Click's hopes were dashed. Here is the summary of paragraph 17 of Click's affidavit. After his May 1st letter, he did not hear from McClelland until August 23rd and 25th to discuss a meeting with Holman the week of September 4th about why Rick was responsible for these crimes, but there was nothing presented about why they thought Rick was guilty. Click felt the meeting was just to, quote, clean up their loose ends, knowing that they had given very little, if any, attention to the investigative efforts of myself, Detective Ferenczi, and Detective Murphy, end quote. I think Holman had access to more evidence than Click and these other two men, and maybe at the trial it will be proven that Holman knew about alibis for the Odinists. Also, Holman is under a gag order and should not be sharing evidence against Rick with a former police chief who has not been involved in the case for several years. Page 8 continued. Number 4. Liggett failed to include the Odinite info in his October 13, 2022 affidavit for search warrant, and law enforcement withheld exculpatory evidence. Liggett concealed and lied about witness statements that devastate Liggett's timeline, which he needed to be true to place Rick at the trail when Abby and Libby were abducted. Page 9, number 5. Rick has no connections to any pagan cult, and no forensic evidence such as DNA or electronic evidence links Rick to the girls or the crime scene, i.e., he is a completely innocent man. Number 6. Most evidence backing the defense claims in this memo is from discovery evidence provided to the defense as late as September 8, 2023. Number 7. Odinists of the same pagan cult are employed as corrections officers at Westville, where Rick is being threatened, intimidated, and mentally abused. Footnote number 7, defense counsel is not saying the Westville guards were involved in the murders, only that they were likely involved in threatening, intimidating, and mentally abusing Rick. Also filed on September 18, 2023, the defense filed a verified motion for immediate transfer of custody, which stated that on April 28, 2023, Westville inmate Robert Baston filed a letter with the court claiming, quote, there are corrupt officers and ranking officers calling Richard Allen a kid killer and teasing him that he has a visit from his family, end quote. This inmate, Robert Baston, has a history of making claims of prison abuse to try and decrease his prison sentence, which was for molesting a young girl. He was supposed to go to court to testify at Rick's June 15th hearing, but he refused to leave his cell. Page 9, number 8. The Unified Command was the leadership of the Delphi murder investigation and consisted of a variety of entities, local, state, and federal. Unified Command were overseers of the entire investigation, and the members are, or were, from Carroll County, Tony Liggett and Kevin Hammond, from State Police, Jerry Holman, Jay Harper, and Dave Vito, who was one of the investigators who interviewed Kegan Kline when he was arrested for CSAM, and lastly from the FBI, Rich Davies. Footnote number 8, Doug Carter kicked the FBI off the Delphi case around 2021 over conflicts, according to Holman's deposition. Liggett, who was deposed before Holman, claimed Carter was not involved in making decisions for the case and claimed to be unaware the FBI was kicked out. Page 10, Odinism, Odinites, and Runes. Odinism is the pagan religion and its followers are Odinites. which is not true. They're Odinists. Odinists are enamored with Viking and Nordic culture. Evidence at the crime scene supports these murdering Odinites left obvious signatures and symbols in the form of runes. Footnote number 9. Tom's grandma, Miriam Webster, defines a rune as, quote, any of the characters of any of several alphabets used by the Germanic peoples from about the 3rd to 13th centuries, end quote. If that's still confusing to you, just think of them as old-ass letters from a language other than English. But don't quote me on that or anything else. At the crime scene, these runes were 1. Formed with sticks, 2. Fashioned with tree branches, and 3. Painted using the blood of Libby. Sticks and branches were deliberately and carefully placed on Abby and Libby, mimicking runes. At least one of the branches appeared to have its end cut off cleanly by a tool like an electric saw, providing proof of a preconceived plan. Libby's blood was used as the paint to mark a tree with a rune that looked similar to the letter F. Footnote 10. Many runes look like F, including a rune called Ansu's, which, among other things, stands for Odin. They said at least one branch appeared to have its end cut off by an electric saw, so how did somebody cut a branch at home and bring it into the woods where there are a bunch of branches? I know there are handheld, powerless saws, but the defense referenced an electric saw. There were 7 total branches put on the bodies. Why would only 1 have been cut by the killers? It does seem unlikely that the homeowner, Ron Logan, would have cared enough about 1 tree branch on his entire property near the crime scene for him to have recently cut it before the murders, and that was what the killer picked up? I wonder if the other end of the sawed-off branch was located nearby. Page 10. The runes would be identifiable as one of the many calling cards of this pagan religious cult. Yet, law enforcement quickly abandoned the obvious correlation between the crime scene and Odinism, despite an obscene amount of evidence at the scene and linking specific Odinites in and around Indiana to the murders. Quickly abandoned is not correct, since law enforcement was still investigating the Odinists in October of 2018. Liggett failed to inform Judge Diener that absolutely nothing links Rick to Odinism or any religious cult. During Liggett's deposition, footnote 11, he stated, no forensics or DNA, no electronic data extracted from his computers or phones or from his social media links Rick to the crime scene or to any of the Odinite suspects that evidence strongly supports sacrificed Abby and Libby in some sort of pagan ritual. Rick had nothing to do with this crime, but rather is an innocent man, a patsy for the police, arrested 26 days before an election. If Liggett wanted to win the sheriff election, should he have reminded people that he failed to arrest the killer for the prior 5.5 years, and that maybe Carroll County citizens should vote for someone else? I would not have voted for Liggett. He did not go back to the first tips received for 5.5 years. Rick's tip was number 74. At the first-year anniversary, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, why didn't law enforcement go back to the very beginning and see Rick's tip and further investigate him? In February 2018, why didn't the Georgia Bureau of Investigation see Rick's 74th tip in FBI's Orion system? Tip 74 out of supposedly 70 to 80,000. If law enforcement had properly followed up in the first few days, there never would have been a need for 70,000 tips unless Rick truly is innocent and law enforcement is totally clueless about who did this. Page 11. Failure to pursue the Odinist links. Law enforcement failed to actively pursue links between the crime scene and Odinism. Days and weeks after the murders, a particular Odinite from Logansport, Indiana, initials BH, posted on social media images mimicking the very runes found at the crime scene, which have been unknown to the public. Logansport is about 30 minutes from Delphi. BH was an Odinite whose son, LH, had been quote-unquote dating Abby Williams. BH's social media posts taunted the police that refused to fully investigate him. The defense believes the court will be shocked at the number of clues, both before and after the murders, that BH openly posted on Facebook that pointed the finger to his involvement in the murders. Page 12. BH was never considered a suspect in the murders of Abby and Libby. Holman claimed on August 10, 2023, that BH was not really ever a suspect. Police reports written near the time of the murders reveal that Holman is telling the truth. BH was cleared as a suspect on March 16, 2017. On March 1, 2017, Liggett stated in a report it was not necessary for law enforcement to continue to look for leads related to BH. On March 16th of 2017, in the memo, the defense erroneously wrote 2023. Kevin Hammond wrote, quote, BH has been cleared, end quote. A simple review of BH's Facebook would show that he was a proud Odinite that had an obsession with runes. Police had to know runes had been left at the crime scene. Law enforcement cleared BH in spite of the fact that runes found on his Facebook mimicked runes found at the crime scene that had not been released to the public. Page 13. April 12, 2017. Trooper Winters received a call from a man in Georgia who discovered disturbing images on BH's social media. One of the images was of two women either dead or posed as if they were dead on the ground in what appeared to be a forest. Both women had tree limbs and sticks arranged on their bodies. One of the women had her arm stretched above her head, similar to the way Libby's arm was stretched above her head. Both women were clothed, and the stick and branch formations on these girls was different than the formations on Abby and Libby, but otherwise it bore a very eerie similarity to the murder scene. The man from Georgia contacted Lesenby, who told him BH was not a suspect, so the man contacted Indiana State Police. After their conversation, Winters memorialized the interaction and placed the images provided by the Internet Sleuth into a Dropbox, which is an online file sharing account. Winters discussed his findings with Holman and requested law enforcement re-interview BH. The defense does not believe they did. BH's images in Dropbox have still not been provided to the defense. Winters said he attempted to locate the images but was unable. So the defense traveled to Georgia to meet the sleuth and got the images. These were important images that law enforcement failed to turn over to the defense. I would like to know the reason why Holman did not want to re-interview BH. If it was because they confirmed his alibi through multiple sources, in addition to interviewing him, then maybe he did not have anything to do with the murders, and there was no point in repeatedly interviewing him. However, law enforcement not giving the photos to the defense is unacceptable. Page 14. Law enforcement drafted the affidavit for search warrant fully aware of the mimicked crime scene on BH's social media, as well as other posts that mimicked the exact runes found at the crime scene, but failed to do anything about it, and failed to inform Judge Diener of this obvious suspect, BH, and all of the evidence that existed making him a prime suspect. BH was connected to the crimes, the crime scene, and to men who confessed to the crime. Liggett provided none of this evidence to Judge Diener, but allowed Diener to believe Rick was a lone suspect in the murders, in spite of zero evidence linking Rick to the crimes at the time Liggett sought the search warrant 26 days before an election. In my opinion, there was evidence linking Rick to being Bridge Guy on October 13th, 2022. Also, the defense said BH was connected to men who confessed to the crime, but only referenced one man in this entire document who confessed. And I don't mean Rick Allen. It was another man who lived 2 hours from Delphi and has the initials EF. I'll review his part of the document in about 3 hours. Page 15. Law enforcement failed to pursue obvious links between the crime scene and Odinism when evidence known to law enforcement demonstrated a clear nexus between BH and at least 4 other suspects. EF from Rushville, who is the guy who supposedly confessed to 2 of his sisters, PW from Delphi, JM from Rushville, and RA from Rushville. From now on, when I say RA, I mean this suspect, not Rick Allen. 4 out of these 5 men have made public statements after this manifesto was released and stated they are not involved, but they are really angry at Rick's defense for publicly naming them as murderers after the Unified Command seemingly cleared them years ago. Page 15 continued. Law enforcement was aware that EF confessed to his sister that he was involved in the murders, even providing her crime scene details of which only those present at the crime scene would have familiarity. EF told his sister on February 14th, 2017, the day after the murders, that he was present at the killings and that he now had, quote, a brother, end quote, and was now part of, quote unquote, a gang. In February 2018, EF was questioned by law enforcement but denied involvement. But after being dropped off at his trailer by an officer, he walked back to the police car and asked the trooper if his spit was found on one of the girls, but he could explain it away, would he still be in trouble? That trooper, Murphy, was not part of the Unified Command, but immediately relayed EF's disturbing question to Unified Command's Harper. EF admitted to a different sister that he had spit on one of the girls. EF also told her he was on a trail and a bridge with 2 girls that were killed and that he was going away for a long time. This sounds crazy that he admitted this but was never charged. This document does not state law enforcement's investigative process into EF or their reason for not arresting him. I'll talk more about this later. Before I continue, I want to share this list that is a slide I made and is not from the defense document. It was just something I created to try and figure out if any of these men could be Bridge Guy, since the defense never states that any of these men was the man captured on Libby's video. For their privacy, I won't show their faces, but I've seen photos of all of them, and some of the photos were from around the time of the murders in February 2017. Which one of these suspects was Bridge Guy? BH was 45 and had a long brown beard. PW was 36 and 6'5" tall with a dark black beard. EF was 46 and does not look like Bridge Guy. JM was 29 and was photographed a month after the murders with a brown beard. RA was 43, and I've only seen one photo of him from June 2017. I'm not saying he was Bridge Guy, but based on that one photo, I'm not going to exclude him based on his face. RA, JM, and EF lived 2 hours from Delphi in Rushville and had no known connection to Abby or Libby. Later in this document, the defense will repeatedly describe the male seen on Platform 1 by Witness 4 as a 20-year-old kid, yet they accuse these men of being the murderers despite law enforcement looking into them in the weeks and the first year and a half after the murders without them being charged. Page 16. According to the defense, EF's alibi was probably flawed. State troopers who were not part of the Unified Command determined that EF's roommate, RA, concocted a story concerning EF's whereabouts on February 13th. RA said on the 13th that he, EF, and a man named NS were visiting a sick friend in Muncie, Indiana, which is nearly 2 hours from Delphi. Unfortunately for RA, this story conflicted with the story EF told law enforcement. I know some of these initials are really confusing, so excuse me, but I'm not naming these people. These shady alibis were relayed to Unified Command. Law enforcement knew that on February 1st, 2018, EF's sister passed a polygraph examination when asked if she were telling the truth about what EF had confessed to her. That's important to know, but it does not mean that EF was telling the truth to his sister. EF did not take a polygraph because an attorney advised him not to take one. Law enforcement knew another Odinite, PW, who lived in Delphi very close to the murder scene. PW and BH were close friends in January 2017, but that friendship ended abruptly in February 2017 from a fight that occurred where, quote, he, BH, and PW were in the woods near a river conducting a ritual. One of them said or did something the other did not agree with, and they no longer talked to each other. The river was near PW's house, end quote. An intoxicated BH shared this disturbing information with his ex-wife, who relayed this to law enforcement who were not a part of Unified Command in 2019. These officers then relayed it to the Unified Command, but Liggett concealed this information from Judge Diener. Judge Diener, you made the right decision to get the hell away from this case. Page 17. In 2019, law enforcement learned from BH's ex-wife that BH said PW was the person responsible for the murders of Abby and Libby. BH told his ex-wife that, quote, PW and his people killed Abigail Williams and Liberty German because one of their mothers was mixing with other people outside the mother's race, end quote. Law enforcement was aware that BH told his ex-wife, quote, I can only protect you so much if you keep asking questions, end quote, and that PW had many people backing him up and quote-unquote powerful friends. Liggett knew this for more than 3 years before he sought a search warrant for Rick's house, yet Liggett never shared that info with Judge Diener. PW provided a very weak alibi as to his whereabouts on February 13th. He was home. The defense is unaware of any search warrant that Liggett sought to enter PW's house or whether law enforcement asked neighbors to verify PW's alibi. How is PW saying he was home a very weak alibi? He said that one of his sons was with him, and the son would have been off from school just like Abby and Libby since they lived in Delphi. Is the defense insinuating that the son is a liar if he told law enforcement that his dad was home that afternoon? I do not know the exact age his son was in 2017, but PW was 36, and it was stated that BH's 16-year-old son would play basketball with him. Based on some recent 2023 statements, PW may have indicated he had a 12-year-old son in 2017. Law enforcement knew another Odinite named JM from Rushville was a recruiter for the Odinites, and the connective tissue between the Odinites from the Delphi area, BH and PW, and the suspects from the Rushville area, EF and RA. Delphi is 2 hours from Rushville. Law enforcement knew JM was friends with all four men, BH, PW, EF, and RA. Law enforcement knew EF and BH followed each other on Facebook, and EF recreated the photos that BH posted. Page 18. During his August 10th, 2023 deposition, Holman said he did not know who JM was, nor what the evidence showed of his possible role in the murders. That's not good. It is infuriating JM was cleared as a suspect, even when his ex-girlfriend told police JM and PW were like brothers and that she allowed JM to borrow her car on or around Valentine's Day 2017, and that JM drove her car quote-unquote up there to hang with his Vinlander friends. Footnote 13 states that Vinlander is a word interchangeable with those that practice Odinism. As Trooper Purdy stated in his deposition, all members of Vinlanders are also Odinists. Vinlanders are a white supremacist group consisting of Odinists. BH, PW, and JM were all Vinlanders. JM's girlfriend saying up there is supposedly a reference to Delphi being north of Rushville. The ex-girlfriend said when JM returned her vehicle, it had dried blood over one side of it. JM refused to discuss the details of how the blood got there. It took her several car washes to finally remove the blood. JM claimed he had never been to Delphi, home of his quote-unquote brother, PW, and near the home of his other Odinite brother, BH. So how much blood was on this car? Does she still have the car to test for Abby and Libby's DNA inside? How would Abby and Libby's blood have gotten on the outside of a car when their bodies were far from a place to park a car? This seems like a weak argument from the defense. Isn't that exculpatory evidence for JM that he's never been to Delphi? And the defense and the ex-girlfriend says he may have borrowed his girlfriend's car on or around Valentine's Day, which was the day after Abby and Libby were killed. Couldn't the girlfriend remember if JM was with her on Valentine's Day and when he exactly borrowed her car? It had to at least been by 11:30 a.m. on Monday, February 13th, in order to make the 2-hour drive to the crime scene by 1:30. This isn't very convincing otherwise. Page 19. JM's ex-girlfriend told law enforcement that BH and JM were two of the most violent people she knew and were fully capable of having been involved in the murders. A motive for their involvement might be the concept of, quote, blood in and blood out, end quote, which means, quote unquote, social acceptance into their secret circles. So the leaders of an Odinist gang decide the way for outsiders like EF and RA to be accepted was to drive 2 hours away and slaughter 2 8th-grade girls in the woods and leave 3 Odinist symbols identifying the group they want to join so police have a major clue who committed the murders. That does not make sense to me. Law enforcement knew all this, yet did not use it to solve the murders. Law enforcement knew JM's ex-girlfriend recorded his phone calls. Police listened to 3 phone calls involving JM. In 2 calls, JM was, quote, offering money to other people to find someone so they can be injured or killed, end quote. The 3rd call involved JM, quote, bragging about holding a subject hostage and shooting them at his house, end quote. Obviously, that's incriminating, but it's not a confession related to the ritualistic sacrifice of 2 white teenage girls 2 hours from where he lived because one of their moms hung out with someone who wasn't white. That's the crime that law enforcement and the defense needs to connect JM to. The defense is not aware of any search warrants for JM's home, nor did they attempt to utilize an age-old investigative tool referred to as an interrogation to pursue the truth about the involvement of JM, BH, or PW. The next section is Odinites in Westville Correctional Facility guarding Rick. I'm going to refer to the 2 Westville guards as Sergeant 1 and 2 and not say their names for their privacy. So this is also on page 19. Rick has been monitored, intimidated, and mentally abused by correctional officers, Sergeants 1 and 2, who are members of the Odinite cult. They wore patches on their work uniforms that proclaimed, quote, in Odin we trust, end quote, along with another patch displaying symbols of Odinism, interlocking triangles. Odinism is a religion, not a cult, and the Volknut interlocking triangles have different meanings to different people. It is used by white supremacists, but I read many comments on the internet with people explaining the different non-racist, non-religious meanings it has for them. Page 20. Both Odinite correctional officers also display images of runes and or other Odinite symbols online. As recently as June 25, 2023, Sergeant 2 displayed a photo of his Odinite altar on Facebook. A similar altar can be found on the Facebook of BH. Beginning at least on April 3, 2023, Sergeants 1 and 2 wore their Odin patches when the defense team visited Rick, but during the defense's August 17th visit, they were not. Just a reminder that April 3rd is the day that Rick called his wife and, according to the prosecution, said he killed Abby and Libby. In this next section, the defense states a possible answer for the removal of the guards' patches by August 17th. On August 10th, the deposition of Holman included the defense revealing for the first time they were aware of the strong evidence linking Odinism to the murders and intended to expose the linkage of Abby's and Libby's murders to Odinism and would reveal the names of the Odinists at trial and in a public filing on September 18th. Holman and McClelland learned the defense intended on exposing their failure in pursuing the Odinist suspects. However, Rick's defense did not let Holman know they were aware of the officers wearing "In Odin We Trust" patches. Page 21. The defense's next visit with Rick was August 17th, 2023. They started off saying, curiously, or perhaps not so curiously, this document was submitted to Judge Gull to decide if she would grant a Franks hearing. Maybe the defense should have tried not to make her repeatedly roll her eyes and ask ChatGPT for a one-page summary of which points scattered throughout this actually relate to the Franks hearing request. All right, now back to this. Curiously, or perhaps not so curiously, in the weeks since the defense revealed they knew evidence linked Odinists to the murders, for the first time, Sergeant 2 was no longer wearing his Odin patch. Footnote 14. Sergeant 1 was not present at this visit. It was almost as if someone had alerted Sergeant 2, quote, that the gig was up because the lawyers knew about the links to Odinism, so lose the patch and pray that the defense attorneys had never noticed the patches on prior visits, end quote. Rick's defense noted the Odinite patches beginning April 3rd, 2023. So the defense saw patches on April 3rd, but they don't specify how many other visits between November 2022 and August 2023 they saw the patches. I agree that it looks totally suspicious, but it does not mean that the guards removed them because of Rick's case. Maybe their Odin patches were being dry cleaned. Oh my God, next. I'm kidding. I understand it is suspicious, and I have very little doubt that law enforcement did tell them to stop wearing their Odin patches, but the guards should not be wearing patches on their work uniform in the first place, so I'm surprised that their bosses allowed it. I found a copy of the Westville Uniform Guidelines, and there are some religious modifications allowed. Sergeants 1 and 2 were seemingly always by Rick's side during most visits. Officers, usually Sergeant 1 and or Sergeant 2, were within earshot of every conversation between Rick and his attorneys and his wife, close enough that Rick would have to be worried about any conversation with his attorneys and his wife being overheard. If his attorneys wanted to speak to Rick privately to discuss case details, they should have had his wife not be present for those meetings so the officers would not be in the room. When inmates meet their families, there will always be officers to make sure that no contraband is being exchanged. The Westville warden previously stated, quote, the defendant is not afforded face-to-face visitations due to being in the segregation unit, end quote, which I thought was ridiculous because Rick has not even been convicted. What does being in the segregation unit have anything to do with taking Rick to the visitor room to be with his family? The Cass County Sheriff said that Rick would likely be on suicide watch and not allowed to have any face-to-face visits or any rec time at that jail, so he would be in his cell 24 hours a day. Page 22 contains possibly the craziest thing written in this entire manifesto. Beginning April 3rd, 2023, and for several visits thereafter, officers videotaped visits between Rick and the defense. Most of the time, if not every time, it was Sergeants 1 or 2 bringing the handheld camcorder to the visit. Officers required Rick be positioned facing the window where the officer was videotaping the attorney visits, which would allow officers to videotape his mouth as he talked, so he would not be able to privately discuss anything with his attorneys, such as, quote, the guards are telling me that my wife and family will be killed unless I call my wife and tell her that I killed those girls, end quote.
Hold up, wait a minute.
Hold my scuba gear. I'm about to go for a 5-minute or more deep dive on this quote because I think it reveals some truth in the lie. It was a shocking statement by the defense, insinuating that this was just one example of the things Rick told the defense. These guards with Odin patches threatened him that they would participate in the killing of his family unless Rick called his wife and told her, quote, I killed those girls, end quote. These guards should be arrested for planning the murder of Rick's family and threatening him, right? Well, hold the handcuffs. If you scroll down to the bottom of page 22 and look at the smaller font for footnote 15, you'll learn, quote, to be clear, up to this point, Richard Allen has never spoken these words to his attorneys. The point is that the Westville guards have made the privacy needed for Richard to have that type of private conversation with his attorneys very difficult, and perhaps not worth the risk if you are Richard Allen. If you ignore footnotes at the bottom of pages, you would not know that was a fake quote. Obviously, Judge Gull is the only person who's supposed to read this, and she should be reading the footnotes. So Rick cannot risk telling his attorneys that the guards forced him to confess to his wife, or they would kill his wife. Shouldn't Rick have informed the warden at Westville that the guards are threatening to kill him? It was stated at the June 15th, 2023 hearing that Rick wrote several letters to the warden, but the defense objected, and that was not explored further at that hearing. What did Rick write in those letters? That the guards were threatening him? If so, why would the defense be trying to hide it from the June 15th hearing? Or was the defense trying to hide it because it was incriminating? The defense forgot to add in their footnote, quote, "To be clear, the Odinite guards have never threatened Rick that they will participate in the murders of his family if he doesn't tell his wife he killed Abby and Libby." Rick was the one who initiated that call where he confessed to his wife and admitted that he killed Abby and Libby several times when he was alone in his cell on April 3rd, 2023, after he met with his defense team. The defense brings up legitimate concerns about filming Rick with his attorneys, but then they make up this lie and only admit it's a lie in smaller print in a different section. This quote was unnecessary and crossed the line, insinuating these guards were potential murderers. Why make the clarification as a footnote instead of admitting it was made up in the following sentence? As far as I know, the video camcorder does not have a microphone. It is only used when there is not a security camera on a meeting room wall and is used to prevent attorneys bringing in contraband to give inmates and also to have video documentation if the inmate attacks the defense team. The Carroll County prosecutor does not get access to these videos with the attorneys, but he does get videos of Rick in his cell to show his body language before, during, and after his phone call telling his family he killed those girls. At the June 15th court hearing, the defense team said that Rick made incriminating statements, but the prosecutor released the following statement in their April 20th motion for leave of court to subpoena third-party records. It stated, on April 3rd, 2023, Richard M. Allen made a phone call to his wife. In that phone call, Richard M. Allen admits several times that he killed Abby and Libby. Investigators had the phone call transcribed, and the transcription confirms that Richard M. Allen admits that he committed the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. He admits several times within the phone call that he committed the offenses as charged. His wife ends the phone call abruptly. In another legal document, it said that the defendant has admitted that he committed the offenses that he is charged with no less than 5 times while talking to his wife and his mother on the public jail phones available at Indiana Department of Corrections. People have been wondering what Rick said in this April 3rd phone call, which caused his wife to abruptly hang up on the man that she has been married to for over 30 years. According to the defense's imaginary quote, it was, quote, "I killed those girls," which might be a clue to the real quote. Rick's defense attorneys found out that after their intern and their private investigator left Westville on April 3rd, Rick went to his cell and called his wife and admitted killing Abby and Libby. So the defense had to figure out a way to cast doubt on why a man would call his wife and mother and tell them they were married to and raised a son who killed 2 8th-grade girls in the woods. So 2 days later, on April 5th, the defense filed the emergency motion to modify safekeeping order, saying Rick, quote, appeared to be suffering from various psychotic symptoms which counsel would describe as schizophrenic and delusional, end quote. Just to be clear, his attorneys diagnosed that mental behavior, not a mental health professional. From what I've read online, and just to be clear, I'm not a mental health expert, although a lot of people online say I have mental issues, it's rare for a man to develop schizophrenia as late as 50 years old. Also, 11 days later, on April 14th, Rick was evaluated by 2 psychiatrists and 1 psychologist to discuss his turn in behavior and a need for involuntary medication. It was determined Rick did not need involuntary medication or to be moved to another facility. Since that meeting, Rick began to eat and sleep, and his behavior began to return to what it was prior to making the admission on April 3rd. So, what did the defense team reveal to Rick in that April 3rd meeting that caused him to confess to his family? I highly doubt it was Odinist guards threatening to kill his family members. Do any of Rick's phone calls to his family members mention guards are harassing him, their Odin patches, or a fear that if he does not confess, they would kill his family? Rick's attorneys apparently went to Westville on April 4th the following day. Did he tell them he wanted to change his plea to guilty because he was afraid for his family's safety from these Odinist guards? At the June 15th hearing, the Westville warden testified that Rick started exhibiting quote-unquote strange behavior the day after he was given legal work, although he did not go into detail on the behavior or what the document stated. So it seems like facts related to the case are what caused Rick's change in behavior and change of innocence to guilt in his phone calls with his family. This fake quote seems like a fake excuse for Rick's confession. Up to this point of the manifesto, I was believing the defense had legitimate concerns, but this section made the defense lose a lot of credibility with me. But I will keep an open mind as I read the next 114 pages. I wrote down some more things about how it makes no sense for two Odinist guards to tell Rick to confess to his wife or they will kill her, but that's enough for this section. But I thought this was important to kind of break down. Did anybody else get anything out of that? Page 22 continued. Instead, a mentally defeated Rick would continually mutter to his defense team at every visit these types of general questions. Quote, is my wife alive? Is my family alive? Is my wife safe? Is my family safe? End quote. Okay, maybe I'm not done with this section yet, because my reaction to that is, why did Rick have to ask his defense team if his wife was alive? It was stated in the prosecution's April 20th motion for leave of court to subpoena third-party records, which was document 52 of the 118 unsealed documents last June. Rick went from making up to 2 phone calls a day as of April 3rd, 2023, to not making any phone calls at all. To date, which was April 20th, Rick still has not made a phone call since April 3rd. Rick's wife hung up on him when he admitted killing Abby and Libby. Why didn't the defense mention in this manifesto that the reason that Rick had to ask them about the safety of his family was probably because his wife and family stopped contacting him because they were so upset that he had previously admitted that he killed those girls? Rick's wife and mother did attend Rick's June hearing in person about 2.5 months later, so they obviously started speaking again, and she also met with Rick in person at Westville on August 25th. Rick's wife may have also gone to Westville in May, but I could not remember where I may have read that. Does anybody in the comments below remember which document may have referenced Rick's wife seeing him at Westville in May? Thank you. We're still on page 22, people. At one meeting, Rick mumbled in a somewhat incoherent fashion that Odinites were threatening him. It would be important to know that Rick's defense had never mentioned Odinism or informed Rick that evidence suggests that Odinists murdered Abby and Libby until August 25th, 2023, when his defense, in the presence of his wife, first discovered, aka revealed, the exculpatory Odin-related evidence to Rick. Rick's defense felt that having him remain unaware, they were looking into the 5 Odinist suspects, would keep Rick safer due to his weakened mental state and the concern he might discuss his attorney's strategy to Sergeants 1 and 2, putting them on alert. The defense was aware of the Odinite involvement. It would also be important to know from the defense the exact date that Rick said Odinites were threatening, instead of referring to it as quote-unquote at one meeting, but then specifically stating August 25th was the meeting the defense first mentioned Odinism to Rick. If Rick mumbled and was incoherent, which describes me during a live chat, how do they know what he was trying to express? Did they ask him follow-up questions? This damn document is 136 pages, but the defense left out some of the most important actual facts that should have been asked by them and included in this document. But instead, they added fake scenarios and quotes and criticized law enforcement's lack of follow-up skills. This revelation about Rick mentioning threatening Odinists could also be interpreted that Rick knew about Odinism and he left the supposed symbols at the crime scene or staged it to look like Odinism, and he was now furthering his plan to put the blame on Odinism when he saw the guards' patches, independent of the defense's strategy. So the defense was concerned if they told Rick before August 2023 about the Odinist theory, that Rick would mention it to the guards, who would then inform their Odinist brothers throughout Indiana to warn them that Rick's defense would be referencing these suspects who law enforcement moved on from 6 years ago, and then accuse them of murdering Abby and Libby. How would the guards even know the names of the Odinists that had been investigated? The guards work in Westville, which is approximately 90 minutes north of Delphi and Logansport, where BH lives, and 3 hours north of Rushville. Page 22. Rick's defense needed to investigate before revealing to the court the strong evidence that Odinites murdered the girls and that law enforcement chose to do nothing about it, but hid these facts from Judge Diener. The defense opted to keep Rick in the dark about the Odinite connection to the murders. More detailed info concerning the Odinite officers will be provided in this memorandum. Footnote 16. The decision has been painfully and emotionally difficult for the defense. As the defense reviewed the discovery, Rick remained in his hellhole at Westville, subject to the cruelty of Sergeants 1 and 2 and perhaps other Odinite officers. This was especially painful at the June 15, 2023 hearing to transport Rick to Cass County Jail, as defense knew the links between the murders and Odinism and Westville, but needed time to verify the facts, so they did not reveal it at the hearing. Law enforcement's hiding of exculpatory evidence is even more angering because difficult strategic decisions could have been avoided had McClelland offered the exculpatory documents sooner. Maybe Rick would have filed for speedy trial or would have been removed from Westville, as the defense would have been able to more fully inform the court about the facts. I totally agree with the defense that the slowness of evidence being available is inexcusable and that it negatively affected their ability to assist Rick. On another note, after the June 15th hearing, WRTV posted an article that referenced attorney Rosie's comments in the courtroom. Quote, they, Rosie on behalf of the defense, argued that he, Rick, has no privacy at Westville and that they, the defense, have spent all of their time trying to get him housed in better conditions, so they have not been able to focus on the case and their defense, end quote. But they were working on the Odinist angle from at least April 3rd until June 15th, so why did Rosie lie to Judge Gall? Page 23. Liggett concealed certain witness testimony and falsified other witness testimony in order to prevent Liggett's bogus timeline from being exposed to Judge Diener. Beyond the shocking omissions concerning the pagan cult's links to the murders and the fact that Odinists were also watching Rick, akin to foxes watching the henhouse, eye roll, the evidence will show that Liggett's affidavit for search warrant is also filled with lies and other concealed information concerning witness testimony in order to prevent Liggett's bogus timeline from being exposed to Judge Diener. This false and concealed information completely eviscerates the state's timeline. The evidence will show Liggett knew of the major problems witnesses' testimony created, and Liggett chose to solve his problem by concealing and falsifying other information in order to bolster the state's bogus timeline. As we go into this next section, just a reminder that I try not to reveal the names of these witnesses to protect their privacy. So I refer to the woman who stood 50 feet from the male on Platform 1 as Witness 4, and the woman driving on 300 North. I will now call her Muddy Witness instead of Muddy Bloody Witness. Page 24. Liggett concealed facts concerning descriptions Witness 4 made directly to Liggett in 2019 about 1. The person that she observed on the bridge, and 2. A vehicle that she observed at the CPS parking lot around 2:15 p.m. For Liggett's timeline to work and to place Rick on the Monon High Bridge at 2:13, Liggett needed Witness 4 to describe a man on the bridge that looked like Rick and to describe a car at CPS as looking like Rick's black Ford Focus. The evidence will show Liggett concealed from Judge Diener that Witness 4 described a man on the bridge that looked nothing like Rick and described a car at CPS that looked nothing like Rick's car, both in color and design. Witness 4 provided these timeline-defeating descriptions to Liggett 2 times in 2019, but he failed to inform Judge Diener. Liggett just flat-out lied about what he claimed Muddy Witness told him in 2017 concerning a man walking down the road near the murder scene. For Liggett's timeline to work, he needed Muddy Witness to describe a man walking down the road wearing a blue jacket, who had blood covering his clothing. In 2017, Muddy Witness did not say these things. This did not prevent Liggett from affirming under oath that Muddy Witness did say those things. Muddy Witness told Liggett in 2017 she observed a man walking down the road wearing a tan coat whose clothes were muddy. Nowhere did Muddy Witness claim in 2017 that the man she observed was wearing a blue coat. Nowhere did Muddy Witness claim in 2017 that the man she observed was wearing bloody clothes. Nowhere. This truth about what Muddy Witness told Liggett in 2017 blows up his timeline, which is the likely reason he failed to include this information in his affidavit. So is the defense admitting that Rick wore a blue jacket instead of a black one? Why is the defense repeatedly referencing 2017? The exhibit list only shows a June 7th, 2017 video interview with Muddy Witness. Did she change her description in years after 2017 to say maybe the man was wearing a blue jacket? If so, why is the defense concealing those later statements as an exhibit? They included 126 exhibits. One more wouldn't hurt. I think it's important to point out as we go forward that in the affidavit for search warrant, it has this point. Muddy Witness then observes a man walking down 300 North with a blue jacket and jeans, and that he is muddy and bloody, as if he had just been in a fight. She, Muddy Witness, is shown a picture of the man on the bridge, and that is the same man she observed walking on 300 North. It isn't just the defense who makes these grammatical errors, it's also Liggett, other law enforcement, and the prosecutor all screw up a bunch of times. So I think what it was supposed to say is, and she said, that is the same man she observed walking on 300 North. So what I can't figure out is how is this woman on 300 North shown a picture from Libby's video of bridge guy wearing a blue jacket, but she told Liggett the man she saw on 300 was wearing a light colored jacket. Page 25, 1/4 of the way to 100. Even if Liggett did not intentionally conceal evidence or intentionally place false information into the search warrant affidavit, at a minimum, he behaved recklessly when he prepared the affidavit, omitting those facts from Judge Diener and providing false information in the affidavit. To conclude the introductory portion of this memorandum, the defense would tell the court that the evidence supporting the assertions contained throughout this memorandum was buried deep in a mountain of discovery, thousands upon thousands of pages of paperwork, and hundreds of hours of videos, but not buried deep enough. The court will know at the conclusion of this memorandum that the defense is not inventing, fabricating, or exaggerating these facts, no matter how crazy those facts may appear. Are you sure about that? Rick's defense team is attaching to this memorandum the supporting documentation that provides proof that these facts are true. I'm wondering if these two female witnesses later changed their descriptions, and that is why Liggett included them in the PCA. So he did not necessarily lie, he just admitted the witnesses' own changing statements. Page 26. This memorandum will consist of 5 parts. Part 1. Description of the crime scene will provide context and insight into the preposterous claim by Liggett that only one person was responsible. This will be important as Liggett must claim Rick acted alone in order to dispel the massive evidentiary foundation that supports the likelihood that the pre-planned abduction and ritualistic murder of Abby and Libby required multiple Odinites in order to succeed. Part 2. The evidence that connects the Odinites to the murders, which Liggett concealed from Judge Diener in his affidavit for search warrant. This section is long, detailed, and factually dense, especially for those not living and breathing this case. Defense has provided a Delphi murder infographic, a veritable visual representation of the major players, as well as a list of names found in the memorandum. This infographic was confidential. Part 3. The information that confirms Liggett concealed evidence concerning statements of Witness 4 and fabricated statements concerning Muddy Witness. Part 4. Evidence that Odinite corrections officers have been positioned to watch, guard, and intimidate Rick since at least early April 2023. The defense will also provide images of the patches worn by the officers, as well as images taken from their Facebook pages. So the defense conveniently matched this Odinist conspiracy theory with the guards, with Rick's April 3rd call made to his wife to confess. Now the defense insinuates that even more people are part of a conspiracy, and Westville Prison assigned Odinite officers to watch Rick to intimidate him. Why just starting in April? He's been there since November. Who was guarding Rick at Westville from November through the end of March? Non-Odinites? Page 27. Part 5 will contain information concerning how Rick became a patsy in this investigation 26 days before Tony Liggett's sheriff election on November 8th, 2022. I just wanted to share this definition of a patsy for people who do not know. Number 1, a person who is easily swindled, deceived, coerced, persuaded. In this instance, number 2 seems to apply. A person upon whom the blame for something falls, also known as a scapegoat or fall guy. Part 5 will also contain information Liggett failed to provide in a search warrant affidavit concerning the trustworthiness of the conservation officer's so-called report, and also the complete lack of evidence that linked Rick to the murders, including an analysis of the weak evidence Liggett relied on in his affidavit as he attempted to persuade Judge Diener that evidence of the murders would be found in Rick's home. Page 28, Part 1, The Crime Scene. Just a warning that this section includes some gruesome details, but I think it's important to know to judge whether this could have been done by only one person in 1 hour and 44 minutes from the time Libby took her video at 2:13 to the 3:57 p.m. Muddy Man on 300 North. This YouTube video will have some chapters that I will create, and you can either hover your mouse over the bottom of the video to see the chapter titles and skip to the next one, or in the description under the video, you can click the next chapter's timestamp to jump to that section. Court TV showed some illustrations of the branches on the girls' bodies and the tree that had Libby's blood, but those may not be completely accurate. Since the crime scene photos are supposed to only be seen by the jury, I am not going to show them, and also out of respect to Abby and Libby and their families. Okay, so page 28, part 1, the crime scene. When members of a search party found the girls on February 14th, Abby and Libby had been missing for approximately 22 hours. Libby was found at the base of a tree with 4 tree branches of varying sizes intentionally placed in a very specific pattern on her naked body. Libby was positioned flat on her back with her left arm stretched above her head, touching the base of the large tree. Libby's right and left hands were covered in blood. Blood spots and blood drippings were seen all over Libby's body from head to toe. Libby's right arm was placed along the side of her body. One large tree branch was placed on her left shoulder and was so long it extended above her head several feet and below her legs for several feet. 2 smaller branches formed a V where her legs joined her body near her genitalia, with both sides of the V extending upward toward each side of Libby's head. The last of the 4 branches extended across Libby's body on a line from her right shoulder to her left shoulder and connected with the other 3 branches and was placed under both branches that formed the V. Libby's sliced neck was partially covered by this 4th branch. There appeared to be no blood sprayed or dripped onto the leaves or the tree near Libby's head and sliced neck. It appeared likely Libby had been killed at a nearby tree and then dragged to where she was, then positioned before having the tree limbs placed on her in a very specific pattern. I wonder if Libby's left arm being stretched above her head could have been because the killer used that wrist or arm to drag her to that position and just left her arm extended like that. But if her hand was touching the base of the tree, I don't know that the killer could have walked backwards so close to the tree. The killer must have brought gloves if he dragged her but did not leave DNA. I think there may have been a rumor that some people who saw Libby and Abby in their caskets said that there may have been some bruising around their wrists, but I'm not 100% sure that I'm remembering that correctly. So why would Libby's hands be covered in blood? Maybe if she grabbed her throat after she was cut in hopes of stopping the bleeding? Page 29. The murderers treated Abby very differently. Abby was found just a few feet away from Libby. Her body was placed at an angle to Libby's, with Abby's legs just a few feet from Libby's legs. Abby was fully clothed and dressed in Libby's sweatshirt and jeans. The defense repeatedly refers to Libby's jeans, but initial reports stated Libby was wearing gray sweatpants. But it seems as though Libby ended up changing into jeans before leaving home. Libby also grabbed a black and gold Delphi swimming sweatshirt from the back of Kelsey's car. Abby was wearing a gray sweatshirt Kelsey got from their home. It kind of makes sense that if Abby slipped over and changed from sweatpants or pajamas into jeans before they went to the trails, that Libby would have done the same thing. Page 29. No blood appeared on Abby's clothing, meaning she was likely murdered while naked and then dressed by the murderers after she expired and after the blood had stopped spilling from her neck. Abby's hands and feet were clean, with no blood. Other than blood found around Abby's neck area where the murderers inflicted the fatal wound, very little, if any, blood was found anywhere else on Abby's body or clothing. The juxtaposition of the spots and streaks of blood found all over Libby's body with the lack of blood on Abby's body, undergarments and overgarments, is stark. The murderers appeared to have gone to great lengths to keep Abby's body and clothing clean from blood. So it seems like both of the girls were forced to remove all of their clothes. Whoever writes these defense documents has a bad habit of writing things like very little, if any. It can't be both. If there's something, you can't suggest there is nothing. So where was blood found on Abby's body and her clothing? It said no blood appeared on Abby's clothing, but they said she was wearing Libby's jeans and sweatshirt. It would have been helpful if they clarified that, although this document is only supposed to be for Judge Gull to decide if Liggett lied in his October 13th, 2022 affidavit and not really for people on the internet to speculate. Page 30. Abby was found on her back, elbows bent, with her right and left arms both placed on her chest. Her left hand and arm were near the left side of her face, and her right hand and arm near the right side of her face. Her left leg was straight, while her right leg was bent at the knee and placed under her left leg. Tree branches in a very specific pattern were placed on Abby and looked very similar to an asterisk consisting of 3 tree branches all joined in the middle. Footnote 17. This stick configuration is a spot-on resemblance for the rune called Hoggle. This rune is used to depict the word hail. Therefore, the combination of the Hoggle rune found on Abby and the Anzu's rune found on the tree, when combined, would proclaim Hail Odin. This sentiment, Hail Odin, was one of the many Easter eggs BH left behind on his Facebook page on multiple posts. This is not part of the manifesto. The Murder Sheet podcast conducted an interview with members of the organization called The Troth, which deals with heathenry, Asatru, and Norse paganism, and they sharply criticized Rick's defense team for being irresponsible and not doing basic research into many of the claims the defense makes in this document, which the Troth says are wrong. Below is a summary of the responses from these 2 women who have studied this for many years. My take on the defense is they did not do due diligence. There are so many things wrong. They are totally irresponsible. The memo quotes a different rune than Fehu. There are more than 1 F's in the alphabet. The first rune of the alphabet is Fehu, but the memo quotes a different one. 1 F has straight lines up and down, but the arms can either go up or down. The memo quotes it as Ansu's and says it automatically means hail, and the other one was attributed to the god Odin, so the defense insinuates it said Hail Odin. But the first one they talked about when they used the terminology from the Young Futhark language, which is the alphabet that has more letters than what a heathen would use, which is the Elder Futhark, and if they had read a little further, they would have found out that it means hailstone, not hail as in hi, how are ya? One of the discussions they were using, they got straight out of Wikipedia. It's poor information. It's poor work on the defense lawyer's part. They are doing it for pure, unadulterated sensationalism, which was the same criticism from Click. I don't know how much of what the defense wrote was their own assumptions or part of law enforcement reports. Page 30. At least one of the tree branches appears to have been cleanly cut by some instrument, like an electric saw, rather than split or broken by hand, indicating this was a preconceived plan. Above Abby's head were smaller sticks that had been placed over her hair, crudely mimicking horns or antlers. The amount of blood that would be perhaps expected at the crime scene, based upon the location of the injuries of both girls, was not visible in the crime scene photos. Footnote 18. The defense team speculates that because of the lack of blood visible in the crime scene photos, especially concerning Abby, that the murderers may have saved the blood to be used in future rituals. This is merely a theory, admittedly not supported by any facts currently in possession of the defense, but would explain the lack of expected blood at the crime scene. The defense has provided the court with 12 crime scene and autopsy photographs, which support the descriptions provided in the previous paragraphs. On September 23, 2023, reporter Barbara McDonald appeared on Court TV and said she talked to many investigators who said they thought that the branches were randomly placed. with no intention to form a symbol and possibly was an abandoned effort to cover the bodies. Just a reminder that Libby's dad called her at 3:11 as he was approaching the trails and 3:14 when he arrived and parked at the Mears lot. The noise of the phone could have interrupted the killer's plan for putting more branches to cover their bodies. On court TV, Barbara shared graphics based on what sources close to the investigation said the crime scene images looked like, which she said were very different from what the defense alleges. She also shared the branches were not collected by investigators until several weeks later. That's not good. The tree was photographed and swabbed, but the tree and bark were not taken from the scene. Law enforcement told Barbara it was a possible handprint on the tree instead of a painted F. So maybe Libby was facing the tree when she was injured and she coughed blood, or it came out on its own, and she grabbed her neck trying to stop the bleeding, or tried to stop being stabbed and the knife cut her hand and then she touched the tree. I'm not sure what to think. Continuing on page 30, another unusual marking was found on a nearby tree that had a symbol that looked similar to the letter F approximately 4 feet above the base of the tree. Footnote 19, the F resembles a rune called Ansu's, which stands for Odin. Again, when paired with the Hoggle rune found on Abby, the combination would proclaim Hail Odin. This F symbol was the same F symbol found in many of BH's Facebook posts, including BH's creepy self-drawn illustration in which a red F rune was found at the base of a tree where a man appeared to be sacrificed on a tree. The F was red in color, and later DNA testing showed the F had been painted on the tree using Libby's blood. Additional blood spatter from Libby was found at the base of that tree. Below is a summary from the members of the Troth organization. For the story of Odin hanging on the tree, we see that as a story of self-sacrifice, determination, and dedication to achieve something great, not violence. Odin sacrificed his eye and his 9 days and his comfort to gain the wisdom to learn how to write, because the belief was it was an illiterate society, and Odin sacrificed himself to bring them a written language. She believes for men, Odin hanging from the tree is like my first heathen painting. She has seen many people paint it. It is a motif of trying to gain wisdom, but the defense is trying to make it into a nefarious thing. Page 31. Under Abby's left lower back, a shoe was found believed to be Libby's, and under the shoe was Libby's phone. Allegedly found between the two girls, buried under the leaves and dirt, was a single bullet. Just to clarify, a bullet is only one part of the gun cartridge. This unspent round or cartridge was said to have been cycled, which means the person holding the gun pulled the top part back, possibly to intimidate Abby and Libby, both at the end of the bridge when he said to go down the hill, and then maybe a second time near the crime scene to maybe get them to undress and do things that they did not want to do. And that gun motion caused the cartridge to pop out. The killer either did not know or was too busy at the time and was not able to find it later after the murders. Page 31. The defense has provided 2 photos of the shoe and cell phone found under Abby's legs and provided 3 photos of a bullet purportedly found in the ground between Abby and Libby. Why did the defense say the shoe and phone were found under Abby's back, then say under her legs? The PCA stated, investigators located Liberty German's iPhone 6S under her body at the scene. In some alleged February 14th photos of Deer Creek, it showed a black and white Nike sneaker in the water next to a tie-dye shirt and possibly Libby's underwear. So why would one shoe be under Abby and another in the creek? My theory for a while has been that the killer or killers went to the creek after the murders and dunked the items they thought they touched and may have transferred DNA onto, and then released them at the same time, so at least 3 of the items ended getting caught up at the same spot. Page 31. It should be noted that as of the date of this memo, the defense has no photographs or video of the bullet allegedly found between the girls being pulled out of the ground, after it was removed from the ground, all sides of the bullet immediately after it was pulled from the ground, next to a measuring device to show its length, no photos that show what the bullet looked like once it was pulled out of the ground that could provide proof it is the same bullet that ended up in the evidence locker room. Footnote 20. On September 8, 2023, the defense did receive photographs of the bullet at the forensic lab where it was tested. However, the defense still has not received photos of the bullet from the crime scene of technicians pulling out the bullet from the ground or placing it into an evidence bag, as is standard practice, especially in murder cases. I hope they followed proper procedure. If not, Indiana needs a major internal and external investigation of how they operate, because in this case alone, simple errors have cost millions of dollars and might cost an innocent person of being convicted and guilty people of remaining free. Page 32. In his deposition, Liggett admitted he has not seen any photographs of the purported bullet taken once the bullet was pulled from the ground. The only photos the defense found in the discovery are of the bullet still buried in the ground. At this time, the defense has no idea if 1. Photos of the bullet after it was removed from the ground even exist, 2. Photos exist, but the state has not yet turned them over to the defense, or 3. The defense has missed these photos in the voluminous discovery. The defense has asked the prosecutor to please locate these photographs. Page 32. The defense asks, one man alone completed all these tasks in less than 1 hour and 17 minutes? Footnote 22. Jerry Holman testified in his deposition that investigators estimated the time of death as occurring somewhere between 2:30 and 3:30 p.m. Liggett says one thing publicly, but another thing privately to his law enforcement friends. Publicly, Liggett claimed under oath that one single, solitary person was responsible for abducting and murdering the girls, Rick. Claiming publicly that Rick acted alone would allow Liggett to continue proclaiming that the murders were not the result of a coordinated abduction and subsequent ritualistic sacrifice at the hands of a pagan religious cult. No, if Liggett continues trying to convince everyone publicly that one man, and one man alone, Rick, performed all the tasks, then Liggett must convince others to ignore the voluminous mountain of evidence that supports the coordinated efforts of multiple Odinists. However, you will learn later in this memorandum that Liggett's claim that one man acting alone, and certainly not an organized band of cultists, murdered those girls is actually not something that Liggett believes privately, based upon one-on-one conversations with other law enforcement. Page 33. Let's test Liggett's claim that one man, Rick, acted alone by reviewing all the tasks that this 5-foot, 4-inch man would have to accomplish in order to pull off the abduction, ritualistic murder, and then staged crime scene as it was found on February 14, 2017. Since he was arrested, people have debated Rick's height, and the defense seems to be going with 5'4" instead of 5'6" or 5'7", possibly to strengthen their following arguments. On pages 33 to 42, the defense, or whoever wrote this thing, was beyond annoying, repeating in most of their list of 92 examples, stating, quote, one man, acting alone, who was 5'4", couldn't have done this alone. They just kept repeating, one man, acting alone. We get it. Learn to consolidate your points, said the person whose videos averaged 3 to 4 hours. Just a reminder, Abby and Libby were both 5'4", just like Rick, and Bridge Guy likely had a gun to intimidate the girls. I'm going to summarize some of the most relevant 92 points and exclude some others that are not worth referencing. Also, the defense made a recurring error referring to a river instead of Deer Creek. Number 3, the river depth was nearly 3.5 feet. At this depth, if the water were only 2 feet higher, Richard's whole body would have been completely immersed from head to toe. A nice person made me aware of a website which shows approximately how high 3.5 feet of water would be on a 5'4" person. Also, the entire width of Deer Creek was not 3.5 feet deep on that day. Here are a few helicopter screenshots of searchers up to their ankles, knees, and waist. The creek level website referenced in this document shows the measuring instrument is near Wilson's Bridge, which is at a distance from where Bridge Guy and the girls likely crossed. Abby and Libby made it across the creek, so Rick could have also. Number 6, he would have had to subdue either Abby or Libby in rope or restraining device to kill the unsubdued child without fear they would run or scream. In my first Delphi video, I tried to figure out what the white thing under Bridge Guy's neck was, and it could have been a white rope. I don't know how obvious the outline is of Libby's blood that created a supposed F symbol on the tree, or if it was just random spatter immediately after Libby's wound was inflicted while she was facing a tree. Maybe she or Abby were tied to a tree at one point. 7, because of the lack of blood on the girl's clothing, each child would have to be completely disrobed before the single man sliced his first victim's neck, so the man either asked each child to disrobe or he assisted in the disrobing. The defense keeps ignoring the power of pointing a gun at a child. 8. Liberty was found completely naked. Abby at one point had her clothes off. 12. Because of the vein that was severed, Abby suffered a slow death. Footnote 26. Exhibit 27 is Liggett's autopsy notes. The defense has not yet deposed the pathologist to determine what the phrase slow death means in terms of timing, whether it is 5, 25, or 55 minutes or more. Page 34, number 13. To give Liggett as much additional time needed to sell this preposterous story that one man committed all of these tasks in a short period of time, we will presume that this one man, acting alone, took Abby's life first and Libby's second, so that he, the lone killer, could efficiently handle all the other tasks necessary while Abby suffered her slow death. 14. After Abby died, he had to wait so the blood from Abby's neck would stop flowing, as there was little to no blood found on any of the clothing Abby was wearing, other than around the neck area, both undergarments and outer garments. He likely clothed Abby's dead body after the flow of blood ceased. 15. He would have left Abby away from where she was laid to rest, as there was little blood where she was posed. 16. While waiting for Abby to die, the man would have inflicted Libby's injuries at the base of the F tree where Libby's blood was found. Page 39, number 66. For this section, I skipped down to number 66, but I'll get to all the tasks in a minute. So, number 66, another possible explanation as to how Abby had no visible blood on her body or clothes other than near her neck wound is that the man, acting alone, had hanged Abby on a tree, stringing her up by her feet. Footnote 29, a crime scene photo shows a yellow rope, but the defense offers no explanation about what kind of rope, the size, where at the crime scene, on a tree, how high up. This method, consistent with pagan sacrificial rituals found on BH's Facebook, would allow the blood to drip out of Abby's neck more quickly and would also prevent the blood from desecrating Abby's body, especially if the man, acting alone, was able to hold Abby's arms away from her body as the blood spilled out of her neck. So the reference to BH's Facebook is the Odin painting, which was debunked as not being a pagan sacrificial ritual, so the defense is either uneducated or lying just to promote this theory that only one person was not capable of doing this, but it was a group of Odinists. What I wonder is, did the autopsy photos show marks or bruises on Abby's ankles? If she was hung up by her feet, obviously there would be some kind of marks. If not, why is the defense suggesting this? I summarized the remaining actions 17 through 92 proposed by the defense, and so I made a spreadsheet to try and figure this out for myself, with all of the potential actions needed to see how long they would take and if it would be possible for Rick to be seen on 300 North at 3:57 p.m., despite the witness saying his jacket was tan and not blue. Although she did say that the man she saw did match up to the bridge guy video. I did not add up the total timing until after I had thought about each one, and the amount of time that I assigned to each task was probably a little bit more than what was needed. I am interested to hear what other people have to say about this timing, so let me know in the comments below. Do you think one person could have done all of this? And do you agree with the timing that one person could have done this and been on 300 a little bit before 4 p.m.? Just another warning, some of these crime scene details are disturbing. Just to be clear, I took all of the actions mentioned by the defense and tried to consolidate some of them, and I may have left out a few that seemed too far-fetched because the defense was trying to make it sound impossible that Rick did this himself. The only action out of all of these that could not be done by one man or a 5'4" man is hanging Abby upside down on a tree. But the defense's only explanation for that is the lack of blood on Abby's body and clothes. I would like to hear from an expert at the trial, especially if there were any bruises on her ankles. So this spreadsheet is my timeline with some speculation about actions, not the exact defense version. So I created 3 columns. Column A is time completed. Column B, maximum minutes that would take that action. And C are possible actions that were needed to be taken. Libby's video started at 2:13 p.m., so around 2:14, they go down the hill. I gave about 4 minutes to walk to the edge of the creek, 3 more minutes to cross the creek and reach the north side, 3 minutes to walk to the crime scene. If Rick or another man did this by themselves, I don't know exactly what the motive could have been, but I'm kind of leaning towards maybe he had a fantasy to see two teenage girls do sexual things to each other, so that his DNA would not transfer to them, but he could still see them do things to each other. So he tells them to take off their clothes while pointing and cycling a gun at them to intimidate them. Scared, they have no other choice, so they disrobe. So that takes about 3 minutes. He tells them to touch each other, and so the girls do what he says until he has seen enough, or they refuse and he stabs them in anger in less time, so I gave 5 minutes for that. Possibly restrain Abby and Libby with a rope or tie them to a tree, 3 minutes each, so 6 minutes total. Stab Abby, I assigned 2 minutes. This next section says hang Abby on a tree by her feet so no blood gets on her body or clothes. It is impossible for one person, especially somebody who's 5'4", to do that. So the person would have had to hang her and then kill her so the blood does not get on her clothing. But if there were no autopsy notes regarding ankle bruising, it was unlikely that that happened, so I assigned 7 minutes to that. Stab Libby, 2 minutes. Move Abby's body, 3 minutes. Gather clothes to put on Abby, 2 minutes. Redress Abby starting with undergarments she was wearing without leaving any blood on the undergarments except around the neck area, I gave 10 minutes. Pose Abby's body with her arms and legs, I gave 2 minutes. Drag Libby from the F tree, where she was possibly stabbed, to the final tree and pose her body, 3 minutes. Just a reminder that Libby's dad called twice at 3:11 and 3:14. So did her phone make a noise that concerned the killer? Did he even pick it up and see that it said Dad was calling twice, and that somebody might be coming soon to pick up the girls and look for them? Gather leaves and put on Libby, 4 minutes. Gather 4 branches for Libby and 3 for Abby, 8 minutes. Cut 1 of 7 branches with a saw, 3 minutes. Arrange 4 branches on Libby, 3 minutes. Arrange 3 branches on Abby's body and twigs for horns or antlers, 3 minutes. Paint the F on the tree if it was truly painted and not Libby's handprint or coughing or spatter. I gave 5 minutes total for that. Gather Abby's jeans and other clothing, which were not specified, so which other clothing was missing? I gave 2 minutes for that. Walk to the creek and release Libby's sneaker, her tie-dye t-shirt, underwear, and possibly Abby's sock. I don't know what happened to Abby's jeans or any other items that were missing. 3 minutes total for that. 2 minutes to walk back to the crime scene. In case this theory is true that the bridge guy walked up to the girls at the end of the bridge, pulled out a gun, and pulled it back as a way to intimidate them to go down the hill, and that caused a cartridge to go into the chamber, and then when they got to the crime scene, he wants them to do stuff, and they're scared and don't want to, and he pulls it back again, causing another cartridge to pop up, which caused that first cartridge to pop out, and either he did not see that, or he felt like he didn't have time to look for it, so I added 5 minutes at the end for him to possibly look for this unspent round. Another 3 minutes to look for any other items before leaving the crime scene, and 15 minutes to walk up the hill to 300 North. So the total amount of minutes was 111, which equals 1 hour and 51 minutes, which seems like a very long time to me. That would have put him on 300 North at 4:05. At 3:57 is when the muddy witness's car was seen going east on 300. So she passed the man around 3:56 or 3:57 and said he did match the man in Libby's video. I created a duplicate spreadsheet where I removed the 7 minutes to hang Abby and I removed the 5 minutes looking for the gun unspent round. So it was a total of 99 minutes, which is 1 hour and 39 minutes. So he could have been on 300 by 3:53. And I do feel like I added extra time to most of these tasks, so I do think one person could have done this and he could have been on 300 and seen by the muddy witness. The killer may have gone to the creek after the murders and released at least 4 items that were photographed. 3 of them were caught in one area. So there's Libby's sneaker, Libby's tie-dye shirt, and this item here, I'm not sure if it is white underwear or possibly Abby's gray sweatshirt. On the right side of the screen, there was another item that's either pink or peach colored that was found in a different area, and I'm not sure who it belonged to or if it's underwear or possibly a sock. I made a spreadsheet trying to track exactly where each article of clothing ended up. Please let me know your thoughts in the comments below if I got anything wrong. In column A, I tried to think of all of the items that Abby was wearing. Column B is the location each of those items was found. Column C, the same for Libby, all of the items that she was wearing. And D, the location each one was found. The yellow highlights are unknown. And row 13 down here says, Ron Logan's search warrant, 1 sock and 1 panties missing from the crime scene. So is that the white panties and a peach sock found in the creek? Or were those items never recovered anywhere? and possibly were items taken away from the crime scene by the killer. So Abby's shoe 1 and 2 were both found on her feet. I'm not sure if Abby was found with socks on her feet, so either sock 1 was in the creek or on Abby, and sock 2 was in the creek, on Abby, or missing in a souvenir. Her underwear was either on Abby or missing in a souvenir. The defense said Abby was found wearing Libby's jeans. So where were Abby's jeans? Somewhere in the creek or elsewhere at the crime scene? Abby was wearing a black bra that was on her skin, plus another gray sports bra on Abby over the black bra. The pink shirt that she was photographed in by Libby on the bridge was on Abby. It's unknown where the gray zip-up sweatshirt was found. There was a rumor that a belt was found under the bridge, but I'm not sure if either girl was wearing a belt. We know that one of Libby's Nike sneakers was found in the creek. Shoe number 2 was on the ground between Libby's phone and Abby's back. Sock number 1, I'm not sure if it was the peach-colored sock in the creek photo. Libby was found completely naked. Sock number 2, I'm not sure if it was missing or taken as a souvenir. For Libby's underwear, I'm not sure if it was in the creek photo or was it a missing souvenir. Libby's jeans were on Abby. Libby's bra, it's unknown if she wore one or if it was the second one on Abby. Libby's tie-dye shirt was found in the creek. Libby's black and gold Delphi swimming sweatshirt was found on Abby, and it's unknown if she was wearing a belt. I don't want to get too off track from the 136-page document, but here are some questions I have about the crime scene, and it is relevant to the next section of the manifesto. Did the killer carry Abby to the creek and wash the blood off and then put clothes on? Why would he do that? How did the killer's bloody hands, even with gloves, not transfer blood to Abby when redressing her? Did he have multiple pairs of gloves he changed for different tasks? Did he go to the creek to wash blood off of the gloves? Was Abby never nude and never redressed? Why leave Libby totally nude but redress Abby instead of walking away? Only more evidence will be able to reveal if Abby was missing her underwear and therefore nude at some point. Did he think his DNA got on Libby's body and those 4 items, so he thought water might wash it away? Was Rick physically capable of carrying Abby and also not transfer DNA while doing it? Why would he think his DNA got on Abby but not Libby? Especially if Libby's arm was in the upward position like it was used to drag her. The Ron Logan search warrant said 2 items were missing from the crime scene, a sock and panties. The alleged creek photos show Libby's sneaker, her tie-dye shirt, a light-colored object, which could be Abby's sweatshirt folded, or Libby's underwear, and a peach-colored sock or underwear. How does one or more person touch Abby's body and the clothing so many times that no DNA transferred? Police have said there is DNA, but it obviously hasn't been used to identify anyone. If the branches were random and the F was actually blood spatter or from Libby's hand, that means there were no signs of Odinism left at the scene. Anybody can place 3 or more sticks on top of each other and they might resemble a symbol or letter. If a 3-year-old girl is playing in the backyard and picks up and then lays down a few sticks, no one is going to look at it and yell, "She's an Odinist!" The defense team's list of 92 actions taken by the killer finished up on page 42, so now I'm back to the document. One man, 5'4", handled all these tasks, all the while being so careful as to not leave any DNA or other forensic evidence behind. All these things occurred between 17 minutes and 1 hour and 17 minutes after the girls heard the phrase "down the hill" at approximately 2:13 p.m. Footnote 33. Holman testified that investigators estimated the time of death between 2:30 and 3:30 p.m. Again, not plausible. I think it is plausible based on my timeline breakdown spreadsheet I just showed. Page 43. In his August 8, 2023 deposition, Liggett was adamant one person, Rick, was involved in the murders. However, off record, Liggett does not believe one man was capable of pulling off all those tasks in such a short period of time and leaving behind no forensic evidence. Liggett says one thing publicly under oath, but a different thing off record to Lesenby. The day after Liggett's deposition, Lesenby was asked how many people he believed were involved. He indicated, quote, "at least 2, end quote, because, quote, it would be difficult for one individual to accomplish what occurred," end quote. When asked if any other law enforcement shared this perspective, Lesenby said Liggett definitely believed that more than one person was involved. Page 44. If a cult did this, that perspective would cut against Liggett's claim the murderer acted alone. If Liggett stated under oath what he actually believes, It would support evidence gathered by Murphy, Ferenczi, and Click that several men from a pagan religious cult were involved. Liggett is not interested in anyone, including Judge Diener, to know the evidence strongly supports an organized pagan cult as being the killers. Therefore, it is not surprising that Liggett lied under oath when he claimed that only one man murdered those girls. Then why is Rick telling his wife and his mom that he killed the girls? Why didn't his confession implicate the Odinists or other people? As a juror, that would be very incriminating against Rick for me to hear Rick's confession to his wife saying that he killed the girls, especially if his voice sounds like Bridge Guy. So maybe that is the reason the defense is presenting this alternate theory, because they don't have many other options to cast doubt on Rick's confession. Page 45. If Liggett told Judge Diener he believed multiple people were involved and provided the massive amount of missing details of the Odinite involvement in the murders, including evidence of the Odinites' intimate knowledge of the crime scene, then there is no way Diener would have or should have signed the search warrant of Rick's house. But law enforcement did investigate the 5 Odinists and did not find enough evidence they were involved, so that is why they were never arrested, and it didn't need to be included in the affidavit to Diener for Rick. Should Liggett have included Ron Logan? People still believe Ron Logan was involved. Law enforcement investigated Ron 6 years ago, and there wasn't enough evidence to charge him with anything. They investigated Kegan Kline, and there wasn't enough evidence to charge him. Ron and Kegan are not in the PCA for Rick, and they're also not mentioned a single time in this manifesto. The accusations against these Odinists do include some things that are highly suspicious, but so were things about Ron, Kegan, and the more than 10 other men that people online accused as being the killer over the past few years. Why didn't the affidavit for search warrant of Rick's house include the geocaching archaeology professor, or the pastor wearing a mask, or the mayor, or Brian Chadwell, or Daniel Nations, or Paul Eder, or Charles Eldridge, or Tobe Lesenby? If Rick's confession was true, but he did not act alone, who did he conspire with, and why hasn't he named them, and law enforcement has not found a connection between them in the past year since Rick was arrested? Page 45 continued. This court will consider whether Liggett intentionally or recklessly concealed information and intentionally fabricated facts in his affidavit for search warrant. Liggett's duplicity under oath about the number of people he felt were involved in the murders is just one of many reasons to support the belief Liggett intentionally concealed evidence and fabricated other evidence in his sworn affidavit. Just because Liggett did not include that he thought more than one person could have been at the crime scene doesn't mean Rick's home should not have been searched. If law enforcement thought more than one person could have done it, they were hoping by investigating Rick, it would lead to potential other suspects. I don't see a problem with Rick's home being searched based on his 2017 interview, stating he was there between 1:30 and 3:30, even though he told Liggett on October 13, 2022, that he arrived around noon. The police could have thought he was lying because they had the Hoosier Harvester video at 1:27 p.m. showing a car that resembled Rick's headed towards CPS, not away from it, plus the juvenile witnesses soon after 1:27 stating they saw a man matching Rick's description coming from CPS, where Rick admitted parking. And Rick admitted passing 3 juvenile girls while wearing clothing that resembled Bridge Guys. That alone is enough to search his house. If he had nothing to hide and cares about Abby and Libby, their families, and the community that he lived in for 16 years, why not allow law enforcement to search his home to clear himself? From the defense's statements later in this document, no physical evidence was found connecting Rick to the crime scene, other than the unspent round, which is not 100% accurate analysis. So it'll probably come down to witness statements, the Hoosier Harvester video, and possibly other video from around town showing Rick's car going to and returning from the trails that either match his timeline or law enforcement's. I can't figure out how Liggett and Lesenby work 1 block from the CVS, and if they both saw the 1:27 p.m. Hoosier Harvester camera capturing a car that resembled Rick's car, how did they not make a connection like, why is there a black car with black hubcaps at CVS all the time that matched the 1:27 p.m. Hoosier Harvester camera, heading towards CPS? Page 46, Part 2, the evidence that connects the Odinites to the murders. What is Odinism? For Rick's defense team, it has been hard to define Odinism. A March 15, 1998 article in the Southern Poverty Law Center's, hereinafter referred to as SPLCA, Intelligent Report, identified as the nation's preeminent periodical monitoring the radical right in the U.S., said this about Odinism in 1998. A neo-pagan religion drawing on images of fiercely proud, boar-hunting Norsemen and their white-skinned Aryan womenfolk is increasingly taking root among skinheads, neo-Nazis, and other white supremacist groups. Asatru leaders have opened prison ministries in at least 5 states recently, and many jailed followers are heavily white supremacist. A leading proselytizer, imprisoned terrorist David Lane, has been writing prolifically and influencing many to adopt his racist interpretations. A Denver skinhead who confessed to the November murder of a man because he was black bears an Asatru tattoo. Some key Asatru leaders have known neo-Nazi or anti-Semitic backgrounds. Suddenly, says Phil Rodriguez, a gang investigator with the Arizona State Prison System, Asatru has become the big new fad, end quote. Asatru is an Icelandic word meaning belief in the Asir, or gods, excuse my pronunciation if I got it wrong, has been officially recognized as a religion in Iceland since 1972. Odinism, which is closely related to Asatru, was much favored in Nazi Germany. Its Nordic Teutonic mythology was a bedrock belief for the key Third Reich leaders, and it was an integral part of the initiation rites and cosmology of the elite Schutzstaffel, also known as SS, which supervised Hitler's network of death camps. Decades later, Odinism also influenced George Lincoln Rockwell's American Nazi Party. Could the defense not find an article that was more recent than 25 years ago when the Spice Girls were popular? Maybe Odinism has changed in 25 years. Baby Spice is now Old Spice. Also, these references connect Odinism to the racist murders of a black man and Jewish people, neither of which Abby and Libby were. So, including this article as a reference made me think the Odinist theory does not make sense. Page 47. In addition to the white supremacy component, there seems to be an additional dark, demonic component to Odinism, at least if articles concerning Odinist human sacrifice and imagery found on the internet, coupled with imagery and language found on BH's Facebook, are to be considered. As an example, the defense has attached Exhibits 30 through 34. Exhibits 30 and 31 were found on the internet. Exhibit 30 was from an Odinism website of a man hanging upside down from a tree. 31 was from an Odinism website of a man wearing antlers. 32 was BH's tree painting with Facebook info. 33 was a close-up of his tree painting. And 34 was BH's tree painting World Tree. Exhibits 32, 33, and 34 are different versions of the same image BH posted on Facebook. Law enforcement wrote the words, quote, painting by BH, Odin hanging from World Tree, end quote, on Exhibit 34. Kevin Murphy, who was the state trooper that investigated the Odinist angle, said this about Odinism, quote, it seemed to me to border on almost a satanic type of worshiping, sacrificing, but I couldn't really wrap my brain around it. So why is the defense quoting him if he doesn't comprehend it? I'm not dissing Murphy. I don't comprehend it either. Page 47. Exhibit 30 is an image from a website on Odinism of a man hanging upside down from a tree who has been sliced in the neck with blood dripping to the ground. This man's arms and legs are also posed similar to Abby's at the crime scene. His left leg is straight and his right leg is bent at the knee. The only difference is that the man's right leg is placed over the left leg, while Abby's right leg was posed under her left leg. Exhibit 31 is an image from a website on Odinism of a man wearing antlers, similar to the crude way in which sticks were formed on Abby's head. Exhibit 31 also resembles the crime scene in that the man's left leg is straight while his right leg is bent at the knee and placed under his left leg, just like Abby was found. Footnote 40, this man's hands are not similar to the way Abby had been posed. Both Exhibits 30 and 31 were found on the internet by the name of the online sleuth. Page 48. The defense included Exhibits 32 and 33 in the event the court might think something like, quote, well, just because those images are available on the internet concerning Odinism has nothing to do with BH, end quote. Exhibits 32 and 33 were in the state's discovery. Both exhibits are the same image, with Exhibit 33 being a close-up version. The image itself is a painting by, quote, BH, who painted what the defense would call a very creepy, serial killer-looking image of a naked man hanging from a tree. BH's painting is similar in appearance to Exhibits 30 and 31, end quote. Serial killer-looking image? Shouldn't a serial killer-looking image have more than one victim in it? After this document was released, people with more knowledge than the defense or whoever wrote this explained that the painting was of Odin, who hung himself from the tree and stabbed himself with his spear in an act of self-sacrifice to gain wisdom to learn how to write. It's not a murder victim of a ritualistic sacrifice of a white man by white supremacists. Page 48 continued, in B.H.'s painting, you can see that just like Abby, the hanging man's right leg is bent at the knee, angled towards the man's straight left leg. Again, an overly inquisitive internet sleuth began piecing all this together without even having the benefit of the crime scene photographs. Yet law enforcement apparently, either incompetently or intentionally, failed to piece together these images, which would have caused any curious investigator to continue pursuing B.H. as a suspect. I found this similar artwork on the internet with the bent leg. It's not like B.H. invented this pose. Some people speculated Abby and Libby were posed like the tarot cards of the Hanged Man and the Magician, but I think Libby's arm was raised because she was dragged there. Also, law enforcement did pursue B.H. as a suspect in the first month after the murders, and they moved on after they conducted several interviews, and it seems like they verified his alibi. I agree that some of this Odinist theory does make sense and should have been looked into. The branches on each victim that possibly resembled runes, plus a possible letter or symbol made with the blood of a victim on the tree, and the father of the boyfriend of one of the victims was heavily into the religion that had 3 similar symbols. Yes, that is highly suspicious and deserved looking into, and law enforcement did, but the defense repeatedly insinuates that law enforcement totally ignored it, but the defense is ignoring these facts about B.H. He had a lot more facial hair than Bridge Guy. He drove a red pickup truck that was captured at work on video. His red truck was not reported near the crime scene as far as we know. It certainly wasn't described as CPS. He clocked out of work 30 minutes after Bridge Guy encountered Abby and Libby 30 minutes away. After work, he checked into a gym, although I don't know the exact time. He has also posted multiple videos and comments online stating he is not Bridge Guy or involved in the murders. Page 48 continued, the online sleuth's curiosity led him to continue his research into runes and Odinism, and an article that is a primer for Odinist sacrifice. The defense has attached this article by Daniel Bray entitled, quote, Sacrifice and Sacrificial Ideology in Old Norse Religion, end quote. He discusses the history of human sacrifice to Odin that exists in the pagan Norse religion. Footnote 42, article by Daniel Bray, Exhibit 35. I found this article online. It was not helpful to the defense at all. The examples went back to the 13th century, and there was no mention of Odinists in the past 100 years ritualistically sacrificing white girls. Page 49. Law enforcement claims Odinism was ruled out early because of the findings of a Purdue professor. However, law enforcement now claims that it can't remember the name of the Purdue professor. When I first read this, I wonder, how does law enforcement not have emails, phone records, or reports noting the professor's name? I'll discuss this more in a few minutes. Early on, one investigator viewing the crime scene thought it might be the work of Odinists, but Holman has forgotten which investigator it was. Based upon the thought that Odinism may explain how the bodies were found and the sticks were arranged on the girls, law enforcement sought an expert to consider whether the crime scene was indicative of Odinism or another cult. Sergeant Buckley of the Indiana State Police was in charge of locating the expert. Allegedly, the expert he found was from Purdue, which is a university in Indiana. Holman doesn't know the professor's background, quote, but he studies that Norwegian Nordic culture that Odinism is, end quote. Holman admitted he has never talked to this professor, but Sergeant Buckley did. Holman said the professor, quote, was out of the country at that time, and we did not release the photos, but we released a sketch of the sticks, how they were laid, and some other information, end quote. And the professor concluded, quote, it was not Odinism or any type of cult worshipping or any type of a group that would have conducted the crime. Page 50. However, Holman told a different story to Trooper Purdy concerning the conclusions of the professor. Purdy began assisting with the investigation in March 2017, but the first time Purdy heard the word Odin or Odinite was, quote, at least May or June, end quote, of 2017, but it wasn't even through law enforcement, but Libby's grandmother who informed Purdy that Abby dated B.H.'s son and B.H. was an Odinist. Holman told Purdy they already ran the stick formations and Odin angle, and the results from the professor were, quote, kind of inconclusive, end quote. Purdy was provided a copy of the professor's... I can't with this Purdue, professor. It's kind of difficult. Anyway, this sounds like a tongue twister. Purdue, professor. Purdy was provided a copy of the professor's findings, and upon reviewing it, the Odinite angle was not dead. Holman did not tell Purdy, and the report did not claim that the professor's conclusions were that, quote, it was not Odinism or any type of cult worshipping or any type of a group that would have conducted the crime, end quote. Holman told one story to Purdy and another in a deposition. Page 51. Concluding that Odinists and cults did not commit the murders versus that the evidence is inconclusive is significant. In the first instance, it could explain why law enforcement stopped pursuing the Odinite angle. In the second instance, law enforcement would presumably continue to pursue the Odinite or cult angle based on the stick formations, girls' body positioning, and the F painted in Libby's blood on the tree, as well as other strong evidence supporting an orchestrated abduction and ritualistic murdering of the girls. Footnote 62. This evidence will be discussed later, but primarily involves social media posts on BH's Facebook and witness statements found on a 12-page report that the defense has dubbed the Odin Report. Lesenby and Liggett, privately, believed more than one person were involved based on how much work was needed to leave the crime scene the way it was found. However, if the professor's report concluded that a band of Odinites or cultists were not involved, then it could be the work of one man. It is very telling that Trooper Purdy had been working on the case for at least 2 months, from March through May 2017, before hearing the word Odinite. So the Odinite angle was abandoned by law enforcement in March 2017. The reason for this abandonment? A professor reached a conclusion concerning Odinism and the crime scene. Holman tells one thing under oath about that conclusion: Odinism and cults were not involved, and another to Purdy that the results were inconclusive. A report may or may not exist that does not rule out Odinism. We don't know if the Odinist angle was abandoned simply because of the Purdue professor's feedback and whether law enforcement believed it. It seems it was initially pursued because of BH, but it could have been abandoned because law enforcement confirmed alibis for the 5 Odinists, which is more important than a professor's opinion based on a sketch of branch formations. The professor did not see the real crime scene photos, which could indicate that the killer was planning to hide their bodies with branches and leaves, but got interrupted when Libby's father called her at 3:11 and 3:14. I do think an expert's opinion should be strongly considered, but the defense insinuated that BH and PW were at the crime scene by referencing a 2016 pagan ritual video of PW reaching his hand over 7 feet high on a tree, and the defense suggested it was a similar height to the painted F with Libby's blood, which was actually at 4 feet. So if the Unified Command had evidence supporting alibis, then BH and PW did not need to be investigated further. On another note, if the prosecution has not given the defense all of their reports on the Odinism investigation, they need to as soon as possible. As of October 2nd, the defense said there were interviews of the Odinists they still did not have. McClelland replied on October 10th, stating they have turned over everything as of that date. Page 52. The best thing to do to figure out which version of Holman's story to believe, if either, is to go straight to the source, the Purdue professor, and or to read the report the professor I can't with this. Or to read the report the professor prepared. But the defense has been told law enforcement cannot identify the professor. Footnote 63. McClelland informed the defense of this development in a September 6, 2023 email. The prosecution has not provided the defense with any Purdue report. If law enforcement had a report, then the identity of the mystery professor would be revealed. It is unknown if Holman is currently searching for it. If so, the professor will probably never be found because of the incompetence surrounding this investigation and the complete inability to conduct a comprehensive review of all facts and circumstances pointing to the involvement of multiple actors in this crime. At this point, I'm going to take a break from the 136-page document to review the defense's October 3rd additional Frank's notice, since it revealed more information about the Purdue professor and the findings of his report. Since the September 18, 2023 filing, the defense received discovery that supports the defense's belief that Liggett and Unified Command attempted to conceal from Judge Diener and attempted to hide from the defense that evidence supports that those practicing Odinism were the murderers of Abby and Libby. Liggett swore on August 8, 2023, that a Purdue professor did not believe the sticks found on Abby's and Libby's bodies consisted of runes. Holman swore on August 10, 2023, that a Purdue professor said the sticks found on the girls did not represent, quote, Odinism or any type of cult worshiping or any type of a group that would have conducted the crime, end quote. Because of the findings of this Purdue professor, the Unified Command claimed to have essentially abandoned the Odinism aspect. On September 6, 2023, McClelland wrote to the defense, quote, as stated before, we are trying to identify the Purdue professor, but no luck yet. Detective Holman has reached out to the FBI and Purdue and has not gotten a response yet. We will continue our endeavors, but may not be able to identify him/her, end quote. On September 19, 2023, the day after the manifesto was released, I wrote that, not the defense, Holman found the professor and interviewed him and apologized for the 3 to 4 weeks it took him to sit down and talk, which means Holman knew his identity since mid to late August, but told McClelland that Unified Command couldn't locate him. On September 19, 2023, Holman interviewed the Purdue professor who stated, and just a reminder, the professor only saw a sketch of the branches, not the actual crime scene photos. After viewing the pattern of the sticks on the girls that, quote, it was a given, end quote, that someone was trying to replicate a Germanic runic script, he consulted with a Harvard professor who agreed. Odinism is an extreme neo-pagan, neo-heathenism ideology that has right-wing racist connotations. According to 19th century sources, Vikings practiced ritual killings and sacrifices. This slide is the same filing continued. Although he could not necessarily interpret these runes, the stick configurations were pretty clearly runic, and that he, quote, could certainly imagine that this was somebody's idea that when you do human sacrifice, you carve runes. There are certain poetic sources that would sort of support that idea that somebody might have come across. That scenario seems entirely plausible to me, end quote. Runes were thought to have, quote, magical significance and would be used in incantations, in rituals, and that there is a sacrificial connection in mythological poetry. These were things, again, where somebody who was sort of an Odin fanboy would likely come across. September 8th, 18th, 21st, and 27th, the defense received 14 hard drives, 5 flash drives, 3 disks, and hundreds of pages of paperwork. The September 27th batch included an interview only titled with the name of the Purdue professor, but it did not state he was, quote unquote, the Purdue professor. I guess the file name or the thumb drive only stated his full name, which I won't say to protect his privacy. It seems apparent that Liggett and Unified Command knew the Purdue professor's name and wanted to hide his name and his findings from the defense, since his conclusions supported the defense and opposed the prosecution and Liggett's and Holman's sworn statements. In what seems like a complete harebrained scheme, Holman and Liggett decided to claim they did not know the professor's name, hoping this would put an end to the defense looking into the Purdue professor. However, once the memorandum made it clear the Purdue professor would certainly be found at some point in time, it took Holman 1 day to locate the professor and interview him about his findings in 2017. Franks requires a preliminary finding that law enforcement acted intentionally or with reckless disregard for the truth when being accused of concealing evidence from the judge who signed the warrant of Rick's home and car. It would be difficult to find a more outrageous set of facts to support that Liggett and the Unified Command intentionally concealed the Odinite information from Judge Diener. If Liggett and Unified Command were willing to try to get away with concealing a Purdue professor from defense counsel, then it is easy to see that they would have no problem concealing all the evidence detailed in the Franks memorandum from Judge Diener as well. Yes, it seems like law enforcement was acting shady, and McClelland may have legitimately been unaware. I would not be surprised that Tony Liggett and Jerry Holman would not remember the name of the professor from 6 years ago. The evidence in this case seems so voluminous and disorganized, I don't know how easy it was for them to find his interview that was filed using his name and not the words professor or Purdue. It seems like Holman wanted to wait and see what the defense revealed in this 136-page document before he interviewed the Purdue professor again, which I would have done the same thing to know which statements I would have to follow up on. It seems possible that after Liggett's August 8th deposition or Holman's August 10th deposition, Law enforcement went back to look at the Odinist theory and suspects because BH and PW were both re-interviewed, and PW said he gave his DNA in August. If law enforcement knowingly withheld the professor's name from the defense after they found it in August 2023, that's not ethical. However, it could be possible that law enforcement was planning on handing over the original professor's report plus the new August interviews of the Odinist suspects all at the same time. Law enforcement needs to be helpful to the defense in building a case. So if law enforcement is sure that Rick is guilty, they shouldn't be concerned about handing over evidence about these alternate suspects and theories. On another note, it doesn't seem like there are any sources since the 1800s about Odinist human sacrifices. I found this video of Dr. Jefferson Calico confirming that modern Odinists do not do human sacrifices.
Dr. Calico says modern-day people wanting to bring back that old way of doing things would be called Reconstructionists.
Every Reconstructionist I've talked to has been pretty explicit in rejecting human sacrifice as something just not appropriate for contemporary people.
He did not completely rule out the possibility of Odinists partaking in ritual human sacrifice because, as he put it,
there are crazy people everywhere.
Yeah, YouTube, Reddit, and my Delphi live chats. Just kidding. Liggett did not conceal the Odinist information because the Diener affidavit request was to search Rick's house based on a variety of suspicions about Rick. Now back to the defense's manifesto, page 52. To summarize, the crime scene is chocked full of signs of cult involvement. The proper term is chock full, not chalked. At least one officer believed the cult involved may be Odinites, so very early on, law enforcement claims to have found an expert from Purdue who, according to Holman, dismissed Odinism and cultism. So law enforcement moved on from Odinism to the degree that when Trooper Purdy got involved in the investigation in March 2017, he never even heard the word Odinism or Odinite until May or June from Libby's grandmother. Now this professor can't be found. 2 young girls were brutally murdered, and an innocent man sits in Westville being mentally abused by Odinite guards, and Holman can't identify the professor that caused the abandonment of the likely source of the murders? It's very difficult to put into words the level of incompetence, or worse, the level of intentionality on display. It would be utterly laughable if the consequences of this dereliction of duty didn't involve life and death, the life of Rick, and the deaths of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. These facts greatly undermine the credibility of the entire investigation and are an embarrassment to law enforcement. But how do you really feel? It's a big claim to accuse the 2 guards at Westville of mentally abusing Rick. Where is the defense evidence? They saw patches on the guard's vest that said, "In Odin we trust," and inmate Robert Baston sent a letter with accusations, but when it came time to go to Rick's court date on June 15th to confirm his allegations, Baston refused to leave his cell. On page 22, the defense said, quote, Rick mumbled in a somewhat incoherent fashion that Odinites were threatening him, end quote. Not to jump too far ahead in this document, but I think it's important for this section. On page 122, it states, on May 4th, 2023, Baldwin, Rosie, and their college intern met Rick. The intern's affidavit stated Rick, quote, was nearly non-communicative. He claimed on a couple of occasions that, quote, they were going to kill him, end quote. Rick said the guys with the Odin patches were the they who were going to kill him. The defense sure does leave out a lot of important follow-up questions and answers. Why didn't the defense ask 20 follow-up questions to get clarification from Rick? It's extremely important not only to find out if and why the guards are threatening to kill Rick, but the Westville warden needs to know the truth to be able to protect Rick from the guards if they are threatening him. Instead, the defense conveniently concealed the questions and answers to any follow-up questions that they asked Rick, and only included references to make it appear as though Rick is in danger, and Odinist guards are involved in covering for their Odinist friends who are the real murderers. Rick did not say the guards told him they would kill him, or why they would kill him, or why he thought they were going to kill him. So the defense has insinuated the guards have threatened to kill Rick, and also threatened to kill Rick's wife and family if Rick did not call his wife and confess to the murders. People who have read this manifesto have stated that all of the defense accusations were taken from law enforcement reports, but these multiple allegations of threats of murder by the Westville guards have been based on Rick, Robert Baston, and the defense's comments. Again, the defense criticizes law enforcement for concealing information to push a narrative, yet they do the exact same thing. Didn't they think that Judge Gull would have appreciated more context to Rick's fear of being murdered in the segregation unit of Westville? Page 53. When determining whether a Franks hearing should be granted, the court will be determining whether the actions of Liggett were intentional or reckless. Surely, a missing Purdue professor and missing report would qualify as either intentional or extremely reckless conduct. Luckily, Detective Murphy documented in great detail his findings on the Odin angle. Enter the Odin report. It seems only prudent that the court would review this report in its entirety before reading the remainder of this memorandum. The 12-page Odin report. In discovery was a summary of Murphy's investigation of the Odinite angle, which the defense calls the Odin report. Liggett concluded by March 2017 that BH and Odinites should be cleared, but Murphy pressed on and began investigating a man named EF from Rushville, Indiana, 126 miles away, which is 2 hours from Delphi. This investigation with officers Greg Ferenczi and Todd Click turned back to BH and Odinism, and their dogged pursuit of the truth is what we citizens and those accused of crimes should expect out of law enforcement. These honorable law enforcement officers were knocking on doors and conducting interviews, going wherever the evidence led them. Page 54. Murphy reduced key aspects of interviews into a document, which is Exhibit 36. Surprisingly to Murphy, even though he was handing over to law enforcement powerful evidence that painted a clear picture of who was involved in the murders, Holman and Liggett did not seem interested. Eventually, Murphy said law enforcement phased out the Odinite/Rush County angle, and he figured it was due to law enforcement knowing things that he didn't, which eliminated the Odinism angle. Quote, I kind of took my marching orders and just did what I was told and went where I was needed, end quote. In other words, Murphy trusted that law enforcement was doing the right thing. This shows that even Murphy said that the Unified Command knew more about alibis and other information than his interviews and investigation. So that is why the Unified Command were not interested. I don't know why the defense is ignoring that aspect. By September 18th, when they filed this, had the defense not received discovery, which included the alibis and exculpatory evidence for the Odinists? It must have taken the defense a few weeks or months to research and write these 136 pages, so maybe by mid-September, when the defense started receiving more discovery, they didn't have time to look through it, or they just ignored it so they could release these accusations to Judge Gull and to the world. Page 55. The defense would encourage the court to stop and review this document before continuing to read this memorandum, as the Odin report will be discussed over the next several pages. Like I said before, I only use the initials of these men because I want to protect their privacy. Who is BH? Who is PW? Who is JM? Who is EF? Who is RA? And why does evidence strongly point towards these men as having been involved in the murder of Abby and Libby? The Odin report provides much of the information, but is not the only source of evidence provided by Indiana that links these men to the murders. The investigative fingerprints of Todd Click and the late Greg Ferenczi are included. Click prepared a roughly 85-page report and delivered it to law enforcement. However, the defense did not receive this document until September 8, 2023, nearly 10 months after defense counsel entered their appearance. I sound like a broken record, but this delay of evidence from the prosecution to the defense is unacceptable. I'm concerned how this investigation was not organized from the start. How is law enforcement supposed to conduct a thorough investigation if approximately 200 officers from 25 law enforcement agencies in the early days of the investigation and beyond were not submitting the reports to a centralized location where it was all saved and organized for easy future reference? I understand there were a massive amount of papers and electronic files for McClelland's small office to make copies of, and I'm not educated enough about criminal cases to know who is at fault for the lack of organization, the Unified Command or the prosecutor. I have a folder on my computer named Delphi. It currently has over 3,000 files and 174 subfolders. If somebody asked me to send them everything I have on the case, I could send it immediately. No, I'm not sending it to you. I did make a website with a lot of my files because people asked me after my first Delphi video, so a lot of my files are there. So why is law enforcement so disorganized and taking 10 months to provide evidence they've had for years? I know the Carroll County Prosecutor's Office currently has openings for full and part-time clerks, so they are obviously short-staffed, but there's no excuse for discovery taking this long. Even though I know it is a massive amount of information they collected over the past 6 years, so I don't want to act like my 3,000 files at 2.5 gigabytes is similar to many terabytes, but it kind of makes you wonder if it took that long to organize discovery evidence, how were investigators accessing information in the 5.5 years before Rick was arrested if they didn't have a central location for it? Page 55. The defense will now show what Liggett and the rest of law enforcement knew but refused to act on, and what Liggett concealed from Judge Diener. The defense will include the evidence that links these men to the crime scene and each other, including intimate knowledge that these men had of the crime scene that only someone who had been at the crime scene would know. BH's connections to the crime scene. BH's son, LH, was dating Abby at the time of the murders. BH's ex-wife discusses this in the Odin report. Page 56. Exhibit 37 is the only known interview of BH when he said he was usually in Delphi every weekend visiting his friend, PW, and attending Asatru religious ceremonies at PW's house, usually on Sundays. Asatru is interchangeable with Odinism. Footnote 66. In a report labeled DIN-C 002561, PW described to law enforcement that Asatru was a quote-unquote warrior-type religion with many gods including Odin and Thor. This report is marked as Exhibit 39. Rick's interview with the conservation officer was labeled DIN-C 000074, so by late February or early March 2017, law enforcement had entered up to 2,561 tips in the FBI Orion database. PW and BH had been friends prior to the murders of Abby and Libby and were in a photograph together as late as January 21st, 2017, which is Exhibit 38. Murphy noted in the Odin report that, quote, PW appears 10 times in pictures that BH posts on Facebook prior to February 13th, 2017. However, after February 13th, 2017, PW does not appear in any of BH's posed photos, end quote. What happened to the friendship of BH and PW? BH's ex-wife tells a very disturbing story. She said BH spoke of PW one time when he was intoxicated and said that he and PW got into a fight, and they no longer speak to each other because they were in the woods near a river conducting a ritual when one of them said or did something that the other did not agree with, and they no longer talk to each other. She said the river was near PW's house. Just a reminder, PW lives in Delphi. Although this is a statement from BH's ex-wife and from a law enforcement report, it's obvious the defense included it to seem like BH and PW got into a disagreement about the ritualistic sacrifice of Abby and Libby in the woods by water. On October 11th, 2023, the YouTube channel Sleuth Intuition did an interview with PW that I found very convincing that he was not involved in this ritualistic sacrifice of 2 white girls who were around the same age of at least 2 of his 4 children who he was raising in Delphi. PW's explanation during this interview of why he stopped being friends with BH was that it happened in PW's living room when he told BH to quote-unquote beat bricks, which means to leave PW's home, because BH was going to church with his family and also going to PW's house for Asatru ceremonies. So he was attending 2 totally different religious ceremonies. PW felt like BH was a phony and half in, half out of Asatru and told BH to pick one religion or the other. PW quoted BH as saying something along the lines of, "I guess I'm all out, dude." And PW said to grab anything in his house and beat bricks, bro. PW also said they would do Asatru activities in his backyard near Canal Park in Delphi, a couple blocks from the courthouse, and it would be his 4 kids, BH's 3 kids, and possibly some other people's kids. And PW said they were not getting 7 to 10 kids in the wilderness, in contrast to the testimony of BH's ex-wife, stating an argument happened in the woods. So the defense insinuates that BH and PW are guilty of the murders because BH's ex-wife said a drunk BH said he and PW disagreed with each other while conducting a ritual in the woods near a river. but she never specified the disagreement. The city the river is located in was never specified. Also, Abby and Libby were not found next to a river, they were next to Deer Creek. The Wabash River also goes through Delphi. I'm chock full of surprise at the incompetence of the defense to not be able to notice this glaring difference while claiming law enforcement is incompetent. Nobody on the defense team recognized this error. Did the defense give this to Rick Allen to review before they submitted it on his behalf? Did he not notice that it refers to a river when he often went to the trails and stood on the bridge over Deer Creek, not the Wabash River or any other kind of river? I agree there are some suspicious things about a possible connection of some of these 5 accused men, but the defense's argument about this particular connection is very weak. Page 56, DIN-C 002561 is Exhibit 39 and the narrative report of what is believed to be the only interview police conducted of P.W. Footnote 67, just like B.H.'s videotaped interview, as of the date of the filing of this memorandum, the prosecutor still has not turned over the P.W. videotaped interview. The defense only has a narrative that allegedly memorializes P.W.'s interview. The defense has requested both B.H.'s and P.W.'s videotaped interviews. Again, I agree with the defense. It should not have taken 10 months to get videotaped interviews from many years ago. However, how can the defense complain about B.H. and P.W. being interviewed only once when, as far as we know, B.H. and P.W. did not admit to being on the trail or high bridge on February 13, 2017, but the defense's client, Rick Allen, admitted he parked near the trail, walked the full trail, and stood on Platform 1 of High Bridge while wearing an outfit similar to Bridge Guy, and he was only interviewed once in February 2017 outside of a grocery store, and he did not get a second interview for 5.5 years. That's all I have to say. Next page, page 57. B.H. admitted he spent every weekend hanging out with P.W. in Delphi and participated in Ossetru religious ceremonies on Sunday. The girls were abducted on Monday, February 13, 2017. P.W. appeared to no longer be friends with B.H. after February 13, 2017, but the defense is unaware if law enforcement asked B.H. or P.W. about the explosive information B.H.'s ex-wife told police, or if law enforcement sought search warrants for B.H. or P.W.'s homes. When interviewed a second time, B.H.'s ex-wife discussed a conversation she had with B.H. and inquired about P.W., under the ruse that B.H.'s ex-wife's girlfriend had a date with P.W. If you were confused by that, so am I. This is what is contained on page 10 of the Odin report. B.H. became very nervous and told her she needed to stay away from P.W., or she would end up dead, and that P.W. and his crew were responsible for the murders of the girls in Delphi, and a fire that killed 2 girls. The officer asked her if she knew of the fires in Flora that killed 4 girls, and she was not familiar with any fires that killed any children until B.H. mentioned it, and that B.H. may have been talking about that fire but had the number of killed wrong. She said B.H. told her that P.W. and his crew had friends in several states and that they have no problem killing race traitors. I asked her to clarify race traitor, and she believed it meant white people who mix with other races. I think they spelled traitor wrong. In 6th grade, we had a spelling bee, and my word was traitor, so I spelled it Trader. And the teacher was like, sit your white butt down. And I was like, why? That's how you spell traitor. And he said, no, Traitor. Maybe I should have asked for a clue. So law enforcement interviewed B.H.'s ex-wife twice, yet the defense accuses them of not being thorough. Page 58. B.H.'s ex-wife said B.H. told her P.W. belonged to a group called the Vinlanders and 22, and P.W. had many people backing him up and powerful friends, and B.H. was very nervous while telling her. B.H. was constantly telling her to stay away from P.W. and that P.W. had killed a lot of people, and it didn't matter if they were innocent or not. B.H.'s ex-wife believes B.H. is scared of P.W. B.H. told her to stay off P.W.'s radar and, quote, I can only protect you so much if you keep asking questions, end quote, and if P.W. found out she was married to him, that she would be in danger. We would ask the court to think about all the tools law enforcement had in its arsenal to pursue an investigation once these explosive stories were told. It doesn't appear they did anything. Did they, including Liggett, want to do anything to investigate the Odinists? Were law enforcement and Liggett acting intentionally or recklessly in the way it conducted the investigation? And by extension, was Liggett acting intentionally or recklessly in concealing this information from Diener in his affidavit for search warrant? I wonder what information about the alibis the defense has seen. If these Odinists were all looked into and there wasn't enough to proceed looking further, I don't think Liggett had to list every single man that was looked into in his affidavit for Rick. Kegan Kline and Ron Logan aren't named once in this entire manifesto. Why didn't the defense put them in this manifesto at all? Because law enforcement looked into them and there wasn't enough to proceed with charging them for the murders, just like the 5 Odinists. I could be wrong and law enforcement messed up by not looking into the Odinists enough, but the defense is only presenting things that will make it seem like law enforcement failed and lied, which I understand is their job, but they're not really doing a great job at it up to this point in the document. Page 59. What else linked BH to the crime? On April 7th, 2017, BH posted a photo of a hand marked with the exact rune found on Abby's body. Exhibit 41 is a Facebook post that displays BH's hand showing off a rune that was inked onto his hand, not a tattoo, but likely from an ink pen. This rune that BH is proudly showing off is the same rune the killers laid on Abby's body using sticks. This image was posted by BH approximately 52 days after the murders. The public had no idea what the crime scene looked like, and that Abby had sticks placed on her body like a hoggle rune. Yet BH, coincidentally, was showing off the same rune that was found on Abby? That should be important information for curious, honest, and well-intentioned law enforcement officers. Shady. Honest Trooper Murphy admitted the image of the rune drawn on BH's hand was similar in appearance to the rune found on Abby's body. Exhibit 42. Side-by-side image of the rune that BH drew on his hand next to Abby's crime scene photo. Holman, on the other hand, refused to admit the two images looked similar. Quote, "It's a stretch that you could say that's the exact same formation," end quote. By admitting that these images look alike, Holman would be admitting BH should have been a suspect. BH was a suspect until they investigated and eliminated him. I don't know how accurate the sketch given to the Purdue professor matched the crime scene, but I would hope it was very similar in order to get a proper evaluation by the professor. Also, I don't know if the 3 task force officers had access to the crime scene photos or just the sketch. BH's April 2017 Facebook post talked about hitting a deer with his car, having to sell his truck to pay for a new bumper, then hitting a raccoon. He talked about positive and negative gifts the gods were giving him. He ended his post, quote, "Let's try to slow this down with an Issa rune," and then he goes back and forth referencing 2 different rune names, Issa and Gabo. I looked online, and the Issa rune is a straight line, and the Gabo rune is similar to an X. So 2 months after the murders, BH's post combined those 2 runes on his hand. But the defense states that the Hoggle rune was formed on Abby's body, and it matched BH's rune, but I don't know how the defense can ignore BH's post, where he never even references the Hoggle rune. He said it's both Issa and Gabo. Although a search online of the Hoggle rune shows that it can be depicted as a symbol similar to an H and also an asterisk. I Googled some of these rune names, and I'm not going to lie, it's confusing, and I don't feel like deep diving that, so we're moving on. All right, now back to the manifesto where the defense is getting really passive-aggressive. Page 59. That is why honest cop Murphy admitted the obvious that the 2 images look alike, but Holman refuses to admit the obvious. Holman has hitched his wagon to Rick's guilt and can't consider any other candidate, and certainly cannot concede law enforcement's investigation has been a shameful embarrassment. Therefore, Holman has to continue the charade of proclaiming, I've never said the word charade in my entire life. Holman has to continue the charade of proclaiming the 2 images contained in Exhibit 42 don't look similar, whether he actually believes it or not. So the defense argues Holman hitched his wagon to Rick's guilt, but I don't think he even knew about Rick at all in 2017, when he was deciding whether BH or Odinism could be involved. Law enforcement interviewed BH, his ex-wife, and other Odinists, their family members, friends, and employers, sought out someone knowledgeable about runes and decided there was not enough to proceed. It doesn't seem to me like a shameful embarrassment of looking into a suspect. It's getting annoying that the defense just keeps making the same point and it's wrong. Page 60. While Holman cannot admit the two images look like one another, he is the same person that claimed that only, quote, minor differences, end quote, exist between sketches 1 and 2. Muddy Witness observed a man walking down the road with mud on his clothing around 3:57 p.m. The man she observed turned into sketch 1, the older man. According to Holman, sketch 1 is the killer, Rick. Witness 4 observed a man on the high bridge around 2 p.m. The man she observed turned into sketch 2, the younger man. According to Holman, this man is also the killer, Rick. For Liggett's and Holman's timeline to work, sketches 1 and 2 need to represent the exact same person, Rick. Yet Holman will not admit it is obvious the men in these sketches look nothing like each other, nor like Rick. I agree that the sketches look nothing like each other, but I think the older sketch could be a man resembling what Rick looked like on February 13th, 2017. Like my best friend Doug Carter said, a sketch is not a photograph. He also said some other things that I still have not figured out. Also, a lot of people say eyewitness testimony is notoriously unreliable, and it seems like law enforcement didn't trust Witness 4's observational or memory skills of the man on the bridge or the car from the 1960s at the CPS parking lot because they did not focus on her young guy sketch until April 2019. The juvenile girls described the same man Witness 4 saw as he headed to the bridge, and they were only a few feet away from him. And those girls said he was in his 40s to 50s with some gray hair, not a 20-year-old who Witness 4 said she saw from approximately 50 feet away. Because of this case, I've tested how good I would be at remembering someone's face and clothing, and it's very difficult. Think of a place you went 4 days ago. Could you describe someone you looked at for 2 seconds? I couldn't. Could you do it if they were 50 feet away? Page 60. Needing them to be the same man, Holman testified under oath that only minor differences exist between sketches 1 and 2. This is how entrenched Holman is in his position that Rick is guilty. He can't even admit the obvious. To further demonstrate the ridiculousness of Holman's belief, let's look at what Lesenby said about sketches 1 and 2 in his sworn statement. Sketch 1 and sketch 2 are in fact two different men. While Rick sits in a prison waiting for full disclosure of all evidence in the state's possession, the current sheriff and former sheriff can't even keep their stories straight as to how many men were involved and whether sketches 1 and 2 represent the same man. Holman is the first sergeant for Indiana State Police. He's not the current sheriff of Carroll County. Tony Liggett, the man that the defense is accusing of lying in the search warrant and is basing this entire 136-page document on, is the current sheriff of Carroll County. Lesenby was the former sheriff. I don't know why Lesenby said sketch 1 and 2 are different men. How can the juveniles describe an older man headed to the bridge, and the timing totally adds up for it to be the same man that Witness 4 saw on Platform 1, and she admitted he matched the man in Libby's video, and the man in Libby's video sounds more like a man in his 30s to 50s than a 20-year-old. Page 61. How far was Holman willing to stretch this incredible claim? When Holman was asked which resembles each other more, sketches 1 and 2, or BH's rune drawing and the branch formation on Abby, Holman claimed that sketches 1 and 2 looked more alike. The fact that Holman refuses under oath to admit the obvious truth should provide insight into whether Holman and Liggett acted intentionally in concealing information from Judge Diener. Liggett is the one who signed the affidavit to Diener, not Holman. Just FYI. Is anybody still watching? We're not even halfway done yet. Page 62. Trooper Purdy and Trooper Winters were aware of an eerie image on BH's Facebook of what appeared to be a faked murder scene mimicking Abby and Libby's murder scene. When Trooper Purdy learned from Libby's grandmother that BH was an Odinist, this led to Purdy looking into BH's Facebook, where he found a very eerie photograph marked as Exhibit 43. It shows two girls lying on what appears to be the ground of a forest. The girls either are dead or are posed as if they were dead. The girls have tree limbs arranged over their bodies. The girl in the forefront of the photo has her left arm and hand positioned similarly to Libby's left arm and hand, outstretched above her head. The killer or killers moved Libby's body from one tree to another, so they either held her legs or arms and maybe kept her left arm in that position. So I'm not convinced that Libby was deliberately posed. Page 62. Exhibit 44. The defense prepared a side-by-side of the mimicked photo compared with the crime scene photo of Libby. Although both girls are dressed and the limbs on the girls are not arranged exactly like the limbs and sticks on Abby and Libby, the similarity of that photo found on BH's Facebook is pronounced. Purdy did not think much of this photograph in terms of it implicating BH. At least that is what he is now claiming in 2023. Footnote 75. In his deposition, Purdy talked about the mimicked murder scene as just one piece of a puzzle. Because the image had been on BH's Facebook page for as long as 4 or 5 years, it somewhat depressed the level of Winter's interest in this photograph. This photo is no longer on BH's Facebook. Why didn't the defense state the exact date it was posted? Why does the defense refer to Purdy as honest, but then dismiss Purdy for stating he did not think the Facebook photo implicated BH after the defense just tried to use it to implicate BH? Why is the defense ignoring the honest law enforcement officer? Page 63. However, even before Purdy found that disturbing image on BH's Facebook, a tipster had beat him to the punch by finding it much, much earlier. The contents of a February 16, 2017 tip was written up in a report designated as DIN-C. The defense wrote 5 zeros, but it's supposed to be 4, followed by the number 48. At the bottom of the page, footnote 76, they referenced the same tip and only used the 4 zeros followed by 48. And attached it as Exhibit 45. This tip came in just 2 days after the girls were found and said, quote, "Father of LH, ex-boyfriend of Libby, social media shows him a member of Vinlanders, posts of half-dead women, and fascination with Gothic figures and symbols out of tree branches," end quote. This report shows that Liggett actually approved further investigation of BH based upon that tip. Why is the defense criticizing Liggett for not properly looking into BH, but then admit that Liggett approved further investigation based on a February 16th tip? Why does it say BH's son was Libby's ex-boyfriend? He was the current boyfriend of Abby. I've never seen indication that BH's son was Libby's ex-boyfriend, so that was probably just an error by the person submitting the tip. Something else I found interesting. Tip 48 was from February 16th, which was 2 days after the girls were found. Later, on page 81, the defense messed up the number of zeros in the tip ID, but it should state DIN-C 000048 was submitted at 7:21 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time on February 16th, 2017, and evaluated 10 minutes later. 2 days later, Liggett approved further investigation. According to Rick's PCA, Rick's 2017 interview was entered as 000074. So did Rick's interview with the conservation officer happen on or after February 16th, which would have been after the screenshot and audio of Bridge Guy was released the afternoon of February 15th? A lot of people have wondered if Rick only contacted police before the afternoon of February 15th, because if he was Bridge Guy, he probably did not know that Libby had recorded him on her phone. The timing of this tip adds a different element. If Rick was Bridge Guy and saw the screenshot and audio of himself, would that motivate him to contact the police to say he was there, but he did not see Abby and Libby? Did he only come forward because it was him who passed the juveniles around 1:30 near bench 1, but he was afraid that they could possibly identify him as the guy who works at CVS? I'm not sure what to think. It could be possible that this piece of paper from the conservation officer was in a pile from either February 14th or 15th before the Bridge Guy photo and audio was released, but not officially entered into the FBI's Orion system until later on February 16th or 17th. I'm not exactly sure how it works, but the FBI Orion system may have taken a few days after the girls were found on the 14th to be set up. Page 63 continued. This same disturbing image came to the attention of law enforcement a third time from an online sleuth and was received by Trooper Winters on April 12, 2017, and converted into a report, Exhibit 46. The defense will refer to this as the Winters Report. Exhibit 47. The online sleuth signed an affidavit detailing his failed attempts to gain the interest of Carroll County law enforcement concerning the information he discovered on BH's social media. The online sleuth's affidavit details other aspects of the case discussed in this memo, including that he talked to Lesenby about his findings before his April 12, 2017 conversation with Trooper Winters, but Lesenby told him that BH was not a suspect and quickly dispensed of the phone call. Despite Lesenby saying BH had been eliminated as a suspect, the online sleuth was undeterred. Uh-oh, there's nothing worse than an undeterred online sleuth. Footnote 77. We have not viewed any report in which Lesenby memorializes this conversation with the online sleuth, although it theoretically might be found in the state of Indiana's most recent September 8, 2023 evidence dump. The online sleuth felt something was off and called the state police and provided, quote, pictures from BH's media account depicting tree limbs on the ground, displaying runes consistent with the Odin belief system, end quote. Winters wrote in the report that, quote, the provided media pictures show unknown young girls believed to be deceased with sticks placed over their bodies. The sticks across the females on BH's media were believed to be symbols or runes, end quote. The defense just admitted that Liggett received the same tip 2 months prior and investigated and dismissed BH by April. Why would law enforcement follow up with an online sleuth's tip that they had already spent time on? Also, the online sleuth did not fail to get the attention of Carroll County Sheriff's Department. Lesenby replied to him and said they already looked into what he was trying to convey. I don't see this as making law enforcement look bad. Also, I don't think Lesenby should have cataloged every phone call that every online sleuth made to him if they just kept repeating the same thing as previous tips that were investigated. Obviously, the photo of 2 dead females sounds inappropriate to be posting on Facebook. Maybe BH's mom or other Facebook followers commented that it was kind of strange to be posting that stuff, especially after BH's son's girlfriend was just killed with her friend. So he deleted it for that reason, not because he was involved in the Delphi murders. Page 64. Law enforcement has failed to turn over this mimicked murder photo found on BH's Facebook, so the defense located the online sleuth, drove to Georgia, and got the images. Does he not have an email? undeterredonlinesleuth@gmail.com. At his August 23, 2023 deposition, Winters stated he was still unable to locate the images he was sent on April 12, 2017. This means if the defense had not traveled to Georgia, it would still not be in possession of this exculpatory evidence and also would not have been able to ask questions at depositions to law enforcement concerning those images. For the 25th time, this is concerning that law enforcement is so disorganized or just not providing evidence for whatever reason. However, I don't know that I would describe this image on BH's Facebook from 4 or 5 years prior as being exculpatory evidence proving that Rick is innocent. Page 65. Following his interaction with the online sleuth, Winters' interest was piqued. The details surrounding the crime scene were a well-guarded secret. Yet somehow, BH, an Odinite whose son dated Abby, had 1. An image on his Facebook that closely resembled the crime scene, and 2. appeared to have used an ink pen to draw a rune on his hand that mimicked the rune on Abby. So what did Winters do once he realized it appeared that Abby's boyfriend's dad appeared to know intimate details about the crime scene? Quote, I spoke with Sergeant Holman on April 12, 2017. Holman advised that FBI interviewed BH at the beginning of the investigation, end quote. In his deposition, Winters said, quote, yeah, I think there's some substantial things that need to follow up on, end quote. Winters also said he, quote, wanted to make sure that all the information I had captured in my time from that was passed on. And because I had just taken that information, I just wanted to make sure if I had no contact with anybody involved in this case again, that they were aware that I generated this supplement, end quote. Winters wanted to make sure someone followed up on the lead by, at a minimum, re-interviewing BH. As of September 11, 2023, the defense has still not received the February 17, 2017 interview of BH. That's messed up. Maybe the prosecution was collecting all files related to the Odinism angle and sent to the defense on September 18th. But why did it take 10 months to send evidence from 6 years ago? Page 66. On September 8th, 2023, Rick's defense team learned Holman re-interviewed BH around September 4th, 2023. It only took 5+ years. It should be noted the interview came on the heels of the defense team's contentious August 10th, 2023 deposition of Holman when the defense asked, quote, Are you going to fix these problems, or are you going to actually look for the truth? End quote. His response, quote, I'm going to look for the truth, but I think I've already found the truth. But I definitely will look into this, no doubt about it, and I will find out if we have done the follow-ups and I don't know about it, and I will let the prosecutor know, and he could forward that information to you. End quote. That was a perfect Jerry Holman impression. It seems like Holman still thinks Rick is guilty 10 months after he was arrested, even though there supposedly is not DNA, fingerprints, or electronic records that connect Rick to the crime scene. The defense looks forward to watching the BH interview from February 2017, as well as the most recent BH interview, to see if Holman treated BH as an actual suspect, a label befitting the strong evidence that connects him to the murders, or if Holman's interview consists of softball questions lobbed at BH with the purpose of fending off the defense rather than seeking the truth. Page 66 continued. The defense marked BH's Odin painting as Exhibits 32 and 33. These are the creepy images of the painting that BH posted on Facebook on February 17, 2018. The image is of a man hanging by his feet. BH provided at least 2 Easter eggs in this painting. For viewers of this video who are not familiar with the term Easter egg used by the defense, it means something with a hidden meaning. Number 1, at the base of the tree is a rune painted blood red. The rune looks like the letter F, just like the letter F rune at the crime scene, painted onto the tree using Libby's blood. Number 2, the date BH placed on the painting looks like 2/17, and then some gibberish. It looks, therefore, like a month, February, and a year, 2017. Abby and Libby, the defense misspelled Libby on page 66, were slain in February 2017. Upon closer inspection, it appears that the date in the corner may be 2/17/18. If so, this painting was drawn 1 year to the day that BH was interviewed by the police and then essentially dropped as a suspect. I found it odd and intentionally misleading. The defense insinuates that BH dated this painting the same month of the murders in 2017. Then they clarify, upon closer inspection, it looks like it was painted on February 17th, 2018, and they insinuate that was related to the day he was interviewed by police. My vision is starting to go bad after rolling my eyes so many times after the defense makes these ridiculous claims. They're like, let's try and make this fit the narrative we're pushing. Oh, the date on the painting doesn't fit that? But we'll still leave that in the manifesto, but we'll just add another second possible explanation. Also, people more knowledgeable and less annoying than the person who wrote this have stated that BH's painting was of Odin and that Odin sacrificed himself to gain the wisdom to learn how to write because the belief was it was an illiterate society and Odin sacrificed himself to bring them a written language. The Fehu is the first letter of the runic alphabet. Similarly, if you painted a picture of the man who invented English, you would show A as the letter of that alphabet. Many people have painted a similar version as a motif of trying to gain wisdom, not sacrificing white girls. Page 67. Is this just a fluke that BH painted a red F at the base of this tree almost 1 year to the day the girls were slain when the crime scene was a guarded secret? Is it just a fluke that the date in the right-hand corner of this eerie painting shows 2/17? Law enforcement would probably say, quote, yes, just a coincidence, end quote. If BH was involved, why would he be flaunting it online on his Facebook? He knew that police and online sleuths were watching him because a lot of people were posting in his comments calling him a murderer. 2016 BH video from his Facebook shows a pagan ritual, with the most important part at the very end. A man that looks like PW appears to be using his fingers to paint a tree. Libby's blood was found on a tree in the form of an F that someone painted onto the tree, using their fingers or some type of utensil. An alleged photo of this tree leaked online recently, but I'm not going to show it out of respect to Libby, her family, the investigation, and Rick getting a fair trial. People online have debated whether Libby was cut while facing this tree, and the blood was a result of that. But when I saw the photo of the F tree, the vertical line in the F appeared to be defined to me, not random. And there does seem to be a defined top horizontal line in an F. However, I don't see an obvious horizontal line in the middle that would form an F or a similar symbol or rune. There was also noticeable blood on the tree outside of what would have been an F, but the vertical line just seemed too defined to look like the side of Libby's hand or the killer's hand just randomly pressed against the tree. So maybe it could have been an F that somebody did not finish, and what I'm about to say might seem like a crazy conspiracy theory, but it was just an idea that popped into my mind. What if Rick did commit this crime, and he was trying to confuse the police after he killed 2 girls? He wrote the letter F for Flora, which is the nearby town where 4 girls were killed in an arson. Maybe trying to get the police to think that there was some kind of connection between the murder that he just committed in the woods and those 4 girls who died in an arson a few months prior. Or maybe it wasn't even an F, I don't know. We'll have to wait for testimony at the trial to hear professional opinions. Page 67. On December 12, 2018, Liggett received an email from Officer Ferenczi concerning BH's alibi and the investigation into whether BH dumped his old phone and received a new number, and also sold his vehicle after February 13, 2017. Exhibit 48 is a copy of this email. The email discussed a ceremony BH videotaped in Fort Wayne, Indiana in 2016. Ferenczi left a Facebook link so Liggett could watch the ceremony. This video was not turned over to the defense until the defense made the specific request for the video in August 2023. Footnote 85 is the 2016 video of the Odinism ceremony filmed by BH, which is Exhibit 49. I know the defense attached the full email from Ferenczi as an exhibit for Judge Gull to read, but I don't know why they did not expand upon the concerns that Ferenczi had about BH's alibi, his phone, and his truck. Page 68. This roughly 25-minute ceremony is odd and was videotaped by BH. During the last few minutes, when the presumed Odinites are dumping water at the base of the tree, you see a man that appears to be PW enter the scene. Once he is at the tree, you can see this person use his hand to what looks like mark the tree. Unfortunately, the viewer cannot see with what word, letter, or symbol, if any, this person, presumably PW, is marking the tree. The marking appears to occur at a similar height from the base of the tree as the marking of Libby's blood was in the crime scene photos. PW wasn't the only one reaching. This last sentence was written by somebody who is either not intelligent or just a flat-out liar. So was the F with Libby's blood written over 7 feet off the ground? No. 6 feet? No. 5 feet? Nope. If it was written over 7 feet high, then it would have been great exculpatory evidence that a 5'4" Rick could not reach that high. It wasn't hard for me to find a mugshot and another record that listed PW's height as 6'6" and 6'4". PW said in an interview that he is 6'5". So this man on the right is 6'5", and he's reaching at least 6 inches above his head here. I went back to page 30 of this manifesto, written by the same person who wrote that previous statement, and it stated, a symbol that looked similar to the letter F appeared approximately 4 feet above the base of the tree. And the defense is insinuating that's a similar height to this 6'5" man reaching up to here. Did the defense even bother to Google PW's name to easily find out he is very tall and at least a foot taller than Rick? I guess they were too busy writing that law enforcement has bad investigative skills. Page 68. Ferenczi sent a link of this video to Liggett, and it seems to show PW marking the tree in a similar manner in which the F tree was marked with Libby's blood. Even Ferenczi commented on PW marking the tree in the email. Yet Liggett either intentionally or recklessly disregarded this evidence, potentially linking both BH and PW to the crime scene. So the defense team can drive about 16 hours round trip between Indiana and Georgia to get a photo from a Facebook user, Mr. Undeterred Internet Sleuth at gmail.com. But they can't take the 5 minutes that I did to look at BH's description on Facebook that it was a Fort Wayne pagan pride ceremony in September 2016, then find this Facebook description of the event on the screen right now, and then Google the name of one of the people who organized the event and contact them to get clarification about the event and what PW could have been doing at the tree. It wasn't painting runes with the blood of children. PW clarified in his October 11th, 2023 YouTube interview that he was reaching to put a coin or crystal to wedge into the tree bark to leave an offering for creatures or animals near that park. If BH and PW were radical white nationalist Odinists and racists, why did they attend Pagan Pride Day on September 10th, 2016, that advertised itself on Facebook as, quote, open to people of all ages, cultural backgrounds, and beliefs? And in the video posted on BH's Facebook, there were 2 African American attendees. The Facebook post stated, this year's event will include information booths, entertainment, vending, and other activities celebrating the autumn equinox, a time of Thanksgiving and many pagan traditions. Any item of non-perishable food or dog-cat food will be accepted as admission and donated to Community Harvest Food Bank or ASPCA charities. The food drive gives participants a way to help those of many backgrounds and beliefs in the area who are in need and is part of paganism's work to contribute to the well-being of society. The video of the ceremony did not give off the vibe of practicing ritualistic sacrifices of white girls whose moms mix with non-white people. The defense is trying to make too many Odinist puzzle pieces fit, and it's not working. It's actually hurting their theory and credibility the longer this document drags on. I feel like a little kid in the back of a station wagon saying, are we there yet? We're exactly halfway through this manifesto. Page 68. F rune formed with sticks on the ground resembles F rune found on the tree in Libby's blood. Exhibit 50 is a photo from BH's Facebook which shows an F that BH made from sticks. Exhibit 51, the defense took that image and placed it side by side with the F made from Libby's blood. These exhibits display another example of BH posting to Facebook images that mimic information from the crime scene unavailable to the public in 2 ways. 1, sticks are used, like the runes on the girls. 2, the F rune is used, as the F rune used and painted on the tree. Page 69, meme that BH posted on February 17th, 2017, which discussed how, quote, real friends will help you move dead bodies, and then the friends will keep their mouth shut. This meme was deleted but still recovered by law enforcement. Exhibit 52 is a meme that investigators found that had been erased from BH's Facebook but was obtained through discovery. The meme shows a scene from the movie Goodfellas in which the main characters are moving a dead body. Billy Batts's dead body had been in one location, but later it was moved. The meme says, your real ones don't judge you or ask a bunch of questions. They help you move the body and never speak of it again. I don't have this image, but it was included in the defense discovery. I know you can't predict the behavior of how a child murderer should act, but 4 days after being involved in the Delphi murders, would someone advertise on their public Facebook about having friends who keep secrets about murders you've committed? Also, on the day of the murders, February 13th, 2017, BH posted a meme of 2 cats. One asks, what are you doing? Are you licking me? The other replies, shh, just let it happen. So we're supposed to believe that this man, BH, planned the brutal, ritualistic murders of 2 8th-grade girls, but took the time in between to post a cat meme where he added the caption, me right before I get the slapped out of me. Ha ha ha. You all can decide if that sounds logical to you. It does not to me. BH also posted this inspirational quote on the day of the murders. I looked on YouTube and the person pronounced it no D's. It says the words need, constraint, motivation. Today's message. Today, think about how necessity has shaped your life. Was there a time when you did something because you absolutely had to? Also, think of times you came to endings in your life because you were blocked or restricted. What have you learned about limitations and necessity from these experiences? How can you use that wisdom now? Interpretation. Nodis is about self-reliance. I'm sure there are ways to interpret this like he absolutely had to do the murders because of some reason, but I'm just not buying it. Page 69 continued. So 3 days earlier, BH's son's girlfriend was found murdered. The girls' bodies were moved at the crime scene from one location where they were killed to a different location at the crime scene. They, friends, help you move the body and never speak of it again, end quote. Lesenby and Liggett, in private, know it took many men to accomplish all the tasks needed for that crime scene to exist the way it existed when the bodies were found. I don't think the Goodfellas quote meant move it 20 feet from where the victim fell to the ground. The timing is certainly curious. For a man who should have been mourning the brutal death of his son's girlfriend, A meme about moving dead bodies should create curiosity with law enforcement, especially when considering all the other evidence that links BH to the crime scene. Why did BH erase this meme? Was this meme a quick shout out to BH's Odinite buddies, thanking them for helping him with the bodies? Did this meme reveal the brazenness and overconfidence that BH had concerning the belief that he would get away with the murders? These are questions that could have been posed to BH in an aggressive interrogation. However, for Liggett and the rest of the Unified Command, the meme was just quote-unquote nothing to see here. I agree that it was in bad taste for BH to post a meme like that soon after his son's girlfriend was murdered, but maybe somebody who knew him said you should probably delete that and that's why he did it. I'm not certain, but there are rumors that Abby and his son were only dating for 2 months and had only met in person once. So it's unknown how much his father knew about the seriousness of their relationship. Still, you don't post something like that even if it was a girl your son was barely friends with. Page 70. 2 a.m. Facebook post, 12 hours after the girls go missing, that says his testosterone is through the roof. This post was later deleted as well. Although BH told police he went from work straight to the gym in Logansport in the afternoon, here is BH at 2 a.m., purportedly at a fitness center, proclaiming that his, quote, energy and testosterone is through the roof right now, end quote. It was included as Exhibit 53. Footnote 86. In the most recent dump of evidence, the defense believes that some evidence may exist in which law enforcement attempted to verify whether BH even went to the gym. Due to the desire to file the Franks motion and memorandum, the defense has not had an opportunity to review that evidence, if it exists. I looked online and his gym is open 24 hours a day. And BH's Facebook shows that he checked into the gym on February 13th and twice on February 14th. Page 70 had this list of questions posed by the defense. Why was his testosterone so high? Why was his energy level so high? Why did he claim to go to the gym at 2 a.m. when he also claimed he had been to the gym just a few hours earlier? Why was he at the gym when he was supposed to be at work in a couple of hours? Did he go to work the next day? Why did he delete this Facebook post? Why would he be saying these things when his son is purportedly upset about his girlfriend being missing, as the girls had not yet been found when BH posted this message to Facebook? Law enforcement officers, to our knowledge, never asked these questions in an aggressive interrogation of BH. Perhaps they did at the recent September 4th, 2023 interview. In Ferenczi's December 12th, 2018 email to Liggett, Ferenczi had questions about BH's deleted email. This includes questioning whether BH's alibi about being at the gym should be further considered. BH's purported alibi is discussed in a later section. Footnote 87. The defense can't be sure what was asked of BH at either his February 17, 2017 or September 4, 2023 interviews, as law enforcement have failed to provide that to the defense. Although on September 11, 2023, the prosecution informed the defense that yet another round of additional evidence is available for pickup. The defense should be picking the new discovery on September 18, 2023. Perhaps these videos will be found in the latest round of discovery over 9 months after the defense entered their appearance. I don't understand why wouldn't the defense wait to review the latest discovery before filing this motion so they wouldn't have to make up imaginary scenarios and questions. If they saw evidence that proves BH's gym alibi, maybe this document would have only been 135 pages. I do highly agree with the defense, though. They should have had this stuff 7 months ago, and maybe they could have filed this 6 months ago. Or never. BH posted on Facebook all the time. Law enforcement should have issued a subpoena for his Facebook records to see where his phone was with Facebook Messenger at these important times. I don't know, maybe they did. Page 71. BH's Facebook page links him to EF in Rushville, Indiana. EF has admitted to participating in the murders and to now being part of a gang, even providing intimate details of the crime scene that only those participating in the murder would know. EF followed BH on Facebook and even recreated BH's Facebook pages like a fanboy. I have a hard time believing Andrew Baldwin wrote the term fanboy. Before I get into this next section about this Odinist guy, EF, I want to provide a 2023 update on EF's public acknowledgement of the defense document. 2 days after this was filed, on September 20th, EF posted this on Facebook. I'm going to try to translate it into proper English, but it looks like he graduated from the Tony Klein School of Punctuation because neither of them use commas or periods. So here's a quote from EF after this manifesto came out. Let me say something. I never had a vehicle at that time, for one. It's slandering. Two, how the ... can I be at that place? Piggyback on a turtle? How smart are some people? It's over 200 miles away. My turtle has a 4-barrel? It's illegal in Indiana to slander, by the way. Ain't it? Also, I heard someone say, I don't care who it is. I hope it's someone. I'm just doing my job. Slandering by illegal rights in the state of Indiana. If you're confused, so am I, but I guess the summary is he said he did not go there because he didn't have a car at that time. I think the 4-barrel reference is a carburetor, which is a part of a car. So he was saying like he had to take a turtle that was really fast to get from his house to Delphi, which was 126 miles away, not 200. You know, I was down in the comments below asking him questions, but he never replied, either privately or publicly. I'm so embarrassed that I wrote sister instead of the plural sisters. Mr. Criticize everyone else for their spelling and grammar mistakes. I'm mortified by my YouTube channel and my mistakes. My YouTube channel is a mistake. EF also posted a recent message that is also confusing. Quote, he had a gun and there a bullet beside one of them. They are hidden information on him that the judge don't know. How they go around making things up, you can't in the state of Indiana, called slandering. I'm not at fault over something I don't know about. Fox's 59 News. He seems to be denying any involvement, but why would he confess to his two sisters? I got this video from EF's Facebook.
Well, I ran on your head. Oh well, I'll smack your mama.
Do you think he sounds like Bridge Guy? I think he sounds like someone who likes to watch reruns of Hee Haw. Not that there's anything wrong with that. To me, that does not sound like the man who says, guys, go down the hill. Page 71. It makes sense near the finish of this section, detailing some of the evidence that links BH to the murders, by supplying the court with certain Facebook posts by BH that were mimicked and recreated by a man named EF. This will allow for a smooth transition to the next suspect, EF. Who is EF, this man that was mimicking BH's Facebook post from 126 miles away? Admitted to both of his sisters he was involved in the murders. Told his sister that because of his involvement, he was now part of a gang and had a brother. After providing his DNA, asked police that if he could explain why his spit might be on one of the girls, would he still be in trouble? And then admitted to his sister that he did, in fact, spit on one of the girls. Provided intimate details only those that were at the crime scene could possess. Upon closer inspection, you will learn that BH and EF had a common connection, JM, but that EF lied to police claiming he did not know JM. Footnote 88. EF's videotaped October 18, 2018 interview is Exhibit 54. The state of Indiana finally provided this videotaped interview to the defense on September 8, 2023. Why did it take 1.5 years for law enforcement to interview EF? Or did they earlier? If so, why did they do it again? How was this lie that EF did not know JM proven? Page 72. EF lived in Rushville, 125 plus miles away from Delphi, and at first glance, seemingly had no connection to Delphi or Logansport, which is where BH lives. However, once Ferenczi and Murphy learned EF confessed to his sisters, and especially after EF posed a bizarre question to Murphy, these curious officers wanted to look at EF's Facebook and compared it with BH's. What they found was extremely telling. EF was obviously following BH on Facebook, as evidenced by the multiple posts that EF mimicked BH by recreating his posts in the year leading up to the murders. Exhibits 55 through 63. The defense attached a series of 9 side-by-side photographs created by law enforcement. On the left side of each exhibit is a photo that BH posted on Facebook. On the right is what EF posted on his Facebook, in which he recreated the photograph BH posted. Highlighting just a few of those side-by-side photographs, A, Exhibit 55. BH posted an image of brass knuckles surrounded by other weapons, guns, next to EF's mimicked post, recreating a photo featuring brass knuckles surrounded by weapons, knives. B, Exhibit 56. BH placing a single arrowhead in his hand, next to EF's placing a single arrowhead in his hand. C, Exhibit 57. BH posted an image of 2 arrowheads near each other next to EF's photo of 2 arrowheads near each other. D, Exhibit 58, BH posted a photograph of a single clear mason jar next to EF's photo of a single clear mason jar. The jar is capitalized. Well, who messed it up? Me or the defense? Let me see. Page 72. What do we got here? The J and the J. It wasn't me. Isn't that a Shaggy song? That's not very helpful that the photos were not properly dated for comparison purposes, but it should be clarified if EF posted any photos before BH, which would contradict this accusation. Also, I have not seen yet where it says that EF was specifically on the friends list of BH. The defense is just saying that their posts kind of look like each other. Page 73. This mimicking is certainly curious, especially when BH's son dated Abby and when EF, 125 plus miles away, confessed to both of his sisters on 2 different occasions that he was involved in the murders. This confession, including telling one sister that Abby was a troublemaker, and that is why EF used sticks to form horns on Abby's head, and admitting to another sister that he was in big trouble and going away for a while because he was present when the girls were murdered, and that he spit on the girls. Footnote 90. The defense will be providing the context for these statements, including the photographs from the crime scene that support EF's statement. Footnote 91. On October 24th, 2017, EF told his sister number 2 that, quote, I am in trouble. I am going away for a long time. I was on that trail and that bridge with those girls when they were murdered. There were 2 other people there with me when it happened. I spit on one of the girls after they were killed, end quote. Exhibit 64 is sister number 2 interview. This is extremely suspicious that EF made those confessions. If I am going to believe Rick's confessions to his wife and his mom, shouldn't I believe EF's confessions to 2 of his sisters? If I do not believe EF's confessions, should I not believe Rick's? But why would Rick not mention EF and other people involved when he confessed to his wife and his mom? We don't know the exact words that Rick said on April 3rd, but it appears as though he did not name other people, or else law enforcement would have probably arrested someone in the past 7 months since Rick's phone confessions. Why did EF tell his sister this 8 months after the murders? Was he drunk or on drugs at the time? Does he have a psychological issue and wasn't taking medication? Will his sisters testify that he has a history of making other false claims and confessions? He said he was on the trail and the bridge. Was he the man witness 4 saw on platform 1? He was around 45 to 46 years old in 2017, but witness 4 described a man 20 to early 30s. If EF has nothing to do with the murders, why would he tell his sisters he did, and admit that he spit on a dead child that he helped to kill? Was spit found on Abby's body? Where did he spit? On her sweatshirt? If EF was at the crime scene, did he spit on Libby's tie-dye shirt, and that was the reason it was put in the creek to wash off his saliva? Law enforcement has his DNA, but it was not a match to the crime scene, but neither was Rick's. Speaking about false confessions, remember this freakazoid? John Mark Carr admitted to killing John Benet Ramsey, but he was lying. Fun fact, 2 people have left comments under my YouTube videos, and they mentioned John Mark Carr. One said, I looked like him, and the other said, I acted creepy like him. I don't know which was more insulting. I highly suggest starting your own YouTube channel and putting your face out there. It's really fun. Page 73. What are the odds BH's son is dating Abby, and 125 miles away, a fanboy of BH was mimicking BH's Facebook posts, and that fanboy admitted to being involved in the murders of the girls? For Liggett and Holman, apparently this coincidence was nothing important. Trooper Purdy refused to concede that EF's mimicked and recreated Facebook posts proved any connection between BH and EF. Purdy explained that the mimicked and recreated photos might just be a coincidence. It could be a coincidence. I would like to see the date comparisons showing all of EF's photos were posted after BH's and see how many days later. I would also like to know when EF sent the Facebook request to BH. If alibis and electronic records prove BH and EF and the other 3 men were not in Delphi at 2:13 p.m. on February 13th, 2017, then all of these are just coincidences. I don't know why someone would even say that they were involved in the murders when they were not. But one of the law enforcement officers said EF has the mind of a 7 to 8-year-old. Page 73. Liggett failed to inform Judge Diener of the evidence supporting BH's involvement in the murders. Before moving on to the evidence that supports EF's involvement in the murders, the defense will finish the BH section by 1. Discussing BH's purported alibi, 2. Showing the evidentiary linkage between BH and EF that supports BH luring EF to get involvement in the murders in order to join his gang, 3. The circumstances surrounding law enforcement dropping the ball by intentionally or recklessly clearing BH as a witness within weeks of the murders. Page 74. BH's alibi was not scrutinized, and evidence supports BH recruited mentally infirm EF to assist in the abduction and murders while BH tried to stand behind a shady alibi. Mentally infirm means a person with an IQ, intelligence quotient, of 70 or lower. BH's alibi was not even close to fully vetted. Whenever BH's name was brought up as a suspect, one reason that kept popping up as to why BH was cleared was his purported alibi. Exhibit 65. An unclassified FBI report revealed the work, or lack of work, law enforcement performed to check BH's alibi. This report was prepared on April 13, 2017. In this report, Pulaski Sheriff's Deputy Rogers, quote, followed up at BH's employer to verify the employment and work schedule of BH, end quote. On February 13, 2017, the Human Resources Department stated BH's time card showed he clocked in at 4:55 a.m. and clocked out at 2:45 p.m. Just a reminder, the Bridge Guy video was at 2:13 p.m. and approximately a 35-minute drive from BH's work. So he would not have arrived at the trail until at least 3:20 p.m. and then would have to walk to the crime scene. He did not park at Mears because Libby's dad and other people were parked there. It could be argued that BH knew Ron Logan and parked at his house while Ron was at the aquarium, but he still would not have been able to walk to the crime scene until about 3:30, so it seems highly unlikely that BH killed Abby and Libby. Also, what did his phone records show? Was he in communication with the phone numbers from the other 4 Odinist suspects? Did his phone show any GPS location data from that day? If this was planned and there were other suspects in the woods waiting for Abby and Libby, did they text or call BH at 2:15 to tell him to hurry up and get to the crime scene? Although other parts of the Odinist theory have seemed possible to me, due to BH's time card, it does not add up to me that BH could be at the crime scene, and I'm not surprised that law enforcement stopped focusing on him. Page 74 continued. The Human Resources Manager also said she would be the only person that could change or manipulate the electronic time card, and that there was a security camera on site. Here is how Deputy Rogers memorialized that part of their conversation. The Human Resources Manager advised that BH drives a junky red truck to work with a G on the front bumper. The security camera at the scales may have picked up his vehicle coming and going, and he stays on property for his lunch break. The short report concludes with this, quote, the Human Resources Manager provided this officer a copy of the timesheet for this week, showing BH indeed had clocked in and out on February 13th, and he was still at work on today's date, end quote. Footnote 93. If BH was at work the day the deputy showed up to vet BH's alibi, it would have been a great time to interview BH and those around him to better determine if BH was at work on Monday, February 13th, 2017. Page 75. Here's what we don't know about BH's alibi at work. 1. Did someone clock in for BH? There is nothing the Human Resources Manager said about the clocking in process that would prevent someone else from clocking in for BH. Whether BH was actually at work on February 13th could have been better vetted by talking to BH's workmates to determine if they remember him being present. 2. Did someone clock out for BH? Perhaps BH clocked in, left early, and asked one of his work buddies to clock out for him. It is unknown whether Odinites worked alongside BH at the landfill, as it appears that Deputy Rogers did very little investigative work on this very important topic of BH's alibi, nor did anyone at law enforcement provide instructions to fully investigate every aspect of BH's alibi. Odinites are found in marine environments, not landfills, like where BH works. So the human resources manager and this mysterious clocker inner, clocker outer Odinite coworker of BH work at a smelly landfill, but they like BH so much that they're willing to give up a reward of a few $100,000 to reveal to police whether BH faked being at work? I don't think so. Rick's defense team just blindly accuses random people of horrible things just to try and take the blame off of Rick. Number 3. Did the human resources manager actually watch the video? The report is so poorly written that it can't be determined whether BH's distinctive vehicle could be seen on the video or whether the human resources manager was merely claiming that, quote, hey, if you want to watch a video from the camera placed near the scales, it may show BH's truck coming and going, end quote. Number 4. Did anyone in law enforcement watch the video? And if so, what did they see? It is quite maddening that the report refers to the possibility that a simple review of a video could determine whether BH's truck was seen coming and going on February 13th. However, this report does not inform anyone of whether law enforcement viewed this video. It would be presumed that if the deputy did watch the video, he would have memorialized it. Number 5. Even if BH's truck was viewed on the video, was BH the person driving the truck, his own truck, as it arrived at the worksite? Perhaps the video would show the image of the person driving the truck to see if it was BH. Number 6. Even if BH's truck was on video, was BH the person driving the truck as it left work? In the event that BH wanted to appear showing up for work, but then left early in someone else's vehicle, who picked BH up at the site, to get to Delphi in the early afternoon, it would be important to know who was driving the truck when it left the property. This makes no sense. So BH asked a friend to switch cars, and the friend drove to BH's landfill job and sat in his truck from 4:55 a.m. to 2:45 p.m. without exiting to use the restroom, and also had a coworker clock in and out at those times, or some other person drove him away earlier. Now that brings the total co-conspirators to 7 or 8. I've lost count. All these people were involved in this ritualistic sacrificial murder plot to kill 2 girls hardly any of them knew. This gets more unbelievable as it goes on. I want to stop reading, but I can't. Page 76. It is only 24.3 miles, or 32 minutes from BH's job in Buffalo, Indiana, to Delphi, Indiana. Footnote 94. This distance and time was arrived at by a simple Google search of distance between Buffalo, Indiana, and Delphi, Indiana. This is why watching the video and interviewing employees who worked alongside BH would have been critical in the investigation. There is no excuse for failing to interview employees and for failing to watch the video. These failures leave open the real possibility that BH's alibi cannot be trusted without further vetting. I was more specific and entered the address of BH's landfill job and Monon High Bridge. Even if BH clocked out at 2:45 p.m., he could not have been in Delphi before 3:20 p.m. I don't even know what to say with some of these imaginary conspiracy theories by the defense. BH had a large brown beard on February 13th. I can't say 100% for certain because Libby's video is blurry, but it does not appear that Bridge Guy had a large brown beard. There are suspicious things about BH from his Facebook, but other things seem to make it impossible that he was Bridge Guy and in Delphi before 3:20 p.m. Page 76. Did police ever consider that BH convinced his minions to abduct and participate in sacrificing the girls until he arrived? Evidence supports this theory, including a sketch of a man observed milling around the high bridge near the spot of the famous video. That sketch resembles EF. Even Trooper Purdy can't deny that fact. For people who don't know what a minion is, a person who is not important and who has to do what another person of higher rank orders them to do. He sent one of his minions to do something about it. But I don't think BH had minions. Page 76 continued. Charles Manson did not serve a prison sentence for being the person that stabbed Sharon Tate 16 times. Manson's minions committed the heinous acts. Was it ever considered that BH devised the plan to kill those girls and used others to do his bidding? Holman said it was considered, but, quote, there's no evidence. We have no evidence indicating that he was commanding people to go kill people, end quote. Then Holman commented on this very serious topic, quote, ask Rick if BH told him to go kill the girls. You guys communicate with the guy that killed the girls, end quote. Holman's comment offers insight into Holman's mind-blowing lack of curiosity and his limited investigative skill set. Holman's refusal to consider whether evidence supported the possibility that BH was directing minions is par for the course of what the defense has learned from a review of the evidence. Holman knew they looked into BH 6 years ago, and the investigation did not lead to evidence showing BH was involved. Plus, Holman seems to reference Rick telling his wife and his mom that he killed the girls, and never mentioned BH or anyone else was involved. So there's that. Since Holman is not interested in facts that support the possibility that BH was directing others, here are pieces of evidence that support the premise that Holman and Liggett either recklessly or intentionally ignored. 1. BH was from Logansport, close to Delphi. 2. PW was from Delphi. 3. JM was from Rushville, roughly 125 miles from Delphi. Footnote 97. Find attached info on JM, which appears to have been made for a PowerPoint presentation and features JM's photograph and other info, including the fact that JM was on home detention for a January 2018 meth arrest. My note here is I don't know what the January 2018 meth arrest home detention has to do with the February 13th, 2017 murders. Number 4, EF was from Rushville, roughly 125 miles from Delphi. Number 5, JM was a Vinlander/Odinite and good friends with BH from Logansport. Number 6, JM was a Vinlander/Odinite and good friends with PW from Logansport. This was another error by the defense. It should be that PW is from Delphi, BH is from Logansport. Number 7, JM recruited for his Vinlander gang all the time. Footnote 98, JM's ex-girlfriend told investigators that JM attempted to recruit others all the time. Number 8, investigators learned that in the summer of 2016, JM was recruiting men that lived in his Rushville apartment complex to attend Vinlander meetings. Number 9, summer of 2016, EF was recreating BH's Facebook posts. Exhibit 68 shows on July 27, 2016, BH posted one of the photos mimicked and recreated by EF. This would provide evidence that JM had recruited EF and introduced him to BH, and that EF was now following the group's leader, BH, on Facebook, and that EF was emulating BH. Number 10, the recruiter, JM, was a friend/acquaintance of EF, also from Rushville. Number 11, JM therefore knew BH and EF. 12, JM knew both PW and EF. Page 78. Number 13, JM admitted in his October 23, 2018 videotaped interview that RA, NS, and EF were all interested in joining the same club that JM and BH were involved in, but JM claimed he did not think Vinlanders would be interested in them. Footnote 101. This was dialogue between law enforcement officer Click and JM. NS claimed to be the father figure of EF and RA and was rarely separated from EF. See EF's October 18, 2018 videotaped interview. NS claims to be around EF every day in 2017. It might be telling that NS paid for EF's attorney and that NS wanted to be present at EF's interview. JM's comment appears as a self-serving attempt to distance himself from being the person that connected BH with EF in light of the fact that Dougie, a man who was mentally infirm, had been affiliated with the club. Footnote 102. Odin Report, page 5. JM's ex-girlfriend describes how BH and PW took advantage of a mentally infirm man by the name of Dougie, asking him to perform menial tasks for them. Exhibit 69, a summation prepared by police, also discusses lower functioning Dougie being used by BH and JM. Number 14, BH and PW were known for taking advantage of mentally infirm men who wanted to join their gang, the Vinlanders. Number 15, when mentally infirm men wanted to join their gang, they would take advantage of these men, including having these mentally infirm men perform tasks. Page 78 continued. Number 16. EF was a mentally infirm man. Trooper Murphy described EF as having, quote, the mental capacity of maybe a 7 or 8-year-old, end quote. Number 17. EF lived 125 plus miles away and with no connection to Delphi or Logansport was following BH on Facebook. Number 18. EF was not only following BH, but emulating BH by recreating BH's Facebook posts in the year leading up to the murders. 19. EF's Facebook mimicking BH's posts may show that EF was enamored of BH and also wanted to be part of BH's gang, the Vinlanders. 20. BH was known to prey on lower functioning members of society and to take advantage of them. and EF was a lower functioning member of society. 21. Was BH grooming EF, hoping that down the road EF would do BH's bidding? Page 79, number 22. Evidence supports that EF did in fact do BH's bidding. 23. An eyewitness observed a man within a few hundred yards of Monon High Bridge where the girls were abducted. That man looked like EF. 24. The name of the eyewitness is TL. Again, I give these people initials just to protect their privacy. 25. TL lived on the same side of the Monon High Bridge, only 560 yards from where the famous Down the Hill video was taken. 26. A paved road, County Road 625 West, ends almost in front of TL's home. 27. However, that road turns into a private gravel road that continues toward the Monon High Bridge and services another home. 28. Around 8:30 a.m. on February 13th, 2013, this was another error by the defense, it should have been 2017, TL observed a man near her house standing near mailboxes. Page 79 continued. 29. TL never observed the homeowners walk to their mailboxes because of the distance from their homes. 30. TL had never seen this man before. 31. TL was in the passenger side of a truck being driven by her husband. 32. The man TL observed was standing very close to the passenger side as they passed him. 33. TL, sitting higher in the truck, had a good view of this man's face as she passed him and noticed that the man appeared to be startled and concerned at being seen. 34. TL turned to her husband and asked something like, "What do you think he's doing?" 35. After passing the man and driving approximately 50 more yards to their driveway, they exited the truck. Page 80. 36. After exiting the truck, TL looked in the direction of where the man had been and he was gone. 37. TL did not see him at all. 38. TL believes the man had to immediately and intentionally hide after they passed him on the road. 39. The only reason anyone would be walking down that dead-end road would be if they were lost or if they were going to see the TL family or the neighbors. 40. TL said the man she observed was wearing a canvas jacket that was nondescript in color, but doesn't remember a hat. 41. TL was asked to provide a description of the man's face. 42. The sketch of the man that TL observed that morning closely resembles EF. Page 80. 43. Even Trooper Purdy admitted the sketch and the photo of EF resemble one another. 44. After the murders, EF told his sister he was now part of a gang and had a brother. 45. Was the gang mentioned by EF Vinlanders, and was the brother BH? Again, these are the types of questions the monumentally inept law enforcement should have been asking. Holman indicated in his deposition there was no evidence BH may have directed others to kill the girls, and even proclaimed BH was not even really a suspect. The defense disagrees. Sometimes it just takes a little digging, a little curiosity, and the ability to put pieces of a puzzle together. Yeah, sorry to Rick's defense team, but this is what your puzzle looks like. Have you ever asked Rick to help you put the puzzle pieces together? I'm not good at puzzles or true crime either, but hopefully law enforcement and the prosecution will be able to put together enough evidence proving Rick's confession was true. Or if the puzzle pieces don't fit and Rick is innocent, then that should be proven also. If EF's confession is true and he was involved, then he should be arrested. Page 81. Early tips requested BH be investigated, but law enforcement quickly cleared him. DIN-C 000048 was submitted at 7:21 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time on February 16, 2017. Quote, father of LH, ex-boyfriend of Libby, social media shows him a member of Vinlanders, posts of half-dead women, and fascination with Gothic figures and symbols out of tree branches, end quote. This tip was evaluated 10 minutes later and concluded it required a lead. 2 days later, Liggett approved the lead, therefore requiring further action. 13 days later, Liggett changed his mind as to the importance of BH as a suspect. On March 1st, 2017, Liggett reviewed DIN-C 002503, which was a local police report that was almost a word-for-word regurgitation of an FBI report discussed below. Liggett concluded that no leads required, which means no follow-up is necessary. February 17, 2017, the FBI interviewed BH at the Delphi Police Department. Exhibit 73 is a summary of the FBI report of that interview. It was electronically recorded. This section stated that tip 48 was received on February 16th at 7:21 p.m. Eastern and evaluated 10 minutes later, and 2 days later, Liggett approved it as a lead for further investigation. But the next paragraph stated the FBI interviewed BH at the Delphi Police Department the next day on February 17th. So law enforcement was working on the BH leads before Liggett approved tip 48. Page 82. After over 9 months, Rick's defense team does not have a copy. In this document, BH said his son, who was 16 years old, was a friend of Abby. On Monday the 13th, BH received a text from the Delphi Police Department asking him to call. BH said he never met the girls. State police examined LH's phone and informed LH and BH the girls died. Footnote 106. Rick's defense team has not been provided any electronic data from LH's phone. BH stated he visited Delphi every weekend to hang out with PW. Footnote 107. As of February 17, 2017, BH and PW were no longer friends because of something that had just occurred in a pagan ritual in the woods by the river. BH did not let the FBI agents know that he and PW were no longer friends or the reason why. This reference to the pagan ritual was from BH's ex-wife, and PW disputed the accuracy in October 2023. PW lived in Delphi and was a friend of BH in the army when they served in Afghanistan. When BH would go to PW's house, he would bring LH, who would go to Canal Park and play basketball with PW's son. BH believed this is when LH would contact Abby. BH never met Abby and believed LH only met her one time as they attended different schools. BH knew LH to communicate with Abby on the internet with his phone. BH provided PW's phone number. He also stated PW suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder and is on disability. BH stated he and PW started a tribe of Asatru followers. Asatru was described as a warrior religion popular with members of the military. BH, PW, and PW's girlfriend hosted Asatru meetings every Sunday at PW's house with 5 to 6 people. BH was asked where he was on the day of the murders. He stated he was at work in Buffalo until he clocked out between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m., then went to the gym, workout anytime in Logansport. Upon reviewing this FBI report, Liggett concluded no leads required. In his August 8, 2023 deposition, Liggett explained the different phrases used concerning how law enforcement dealt with tips. No further leads equals there was just nothing to this to start with. Fully covered equals law enforcement did something with that and it was completed. Liggett said both of these phrases meant law enforcement completed work on the tip and the tip was dead. Page 84. It is obvious Liggett concluded there was no further investigation needed of BH at that time because there had been nothing there from the beginning that needed investigating concerning BH, meaning no more investigation to be conducted concerning BH. Nothing to see here. BH had an alibi. Please look at the next suspect. On March 1st, 2017, Liggett gave up on investigating BH because of his purported alibi. It was known BH was a proud Odinite who posted about the pagan religion, and he used sticks and tree branches to form patterns similar to the crime scene. Exhibits 75 through 84 are images on BH's Facebook, mostly before Abby's and Libby's murder. Law enforcement knew BH was spending weekends in Delphi with PW, and BH's son has some sort of dating relationship with Abby. This seems like info that would require an intense and continued investigation into BH, and not a quote-unquote no further leads tag from Liggett. It would be crazy to think at that early stage of the investigation, Liggett would assign no further leads, ending the investigation of BH 15 days after the girls were found. Page 85. Perhaps Liggett typing no leads required was simply a typographical or clerical error, or an unfortunate oversight. However, other reports demonstrate Liggett did not commit a typographical error when he typed no leads required into the March 1st, 2017 report. It was intentional or reckless. For example, a tip from March 9th, 2017 at 10:17 p.m. under DIN-C 003034, Exhibit 85, a female tipster checked BH out and found him, quote, to be a dark and scary person through some of his postings on Facebook. You want to check him out, end quote. This is another example of a citizen who knows nothing about the crime scene, yet this tipster, like many others, recognized BH's Facebook was dark and disturbing and required further investigation. especially knowing his son was dating Abby. The problem was Liggett did not want to check BH out. After reviewing that particular tip, Liggett wrote on March 13, 2017, "No leads required. Has been covered," end quote. Page 86. Did Liggett's refusal to investigate influence other officers to clear BH as a suspect? Yes. On March 14, 2017, tip CJIS-C 003175, Exhibit 86. According to Google, the CJIS acronym might refer to the FBI's Criminal Justice Information Services. The tipster said he reviewed BH's Facebook and posts and felt that BH put off a bad vibe. Law enforcement received 70 to 80,000 of these kinds of tips for 5.5 years. Like, I've never met BH, but I looked at his Facebook and I got a bad vibe. Please arrest him for giving off bad vibes. I saw the local pastor's Facebook and he was wearing a scary mask, and I think BG was wearing a mask. You should check out the pastor. Brian Chadwell has a tattoo that looks like Libby. You should check him out. The archaeology professor geocached near the bridge and liked to drink beer. You should check him out. You know there are like tens of thousands of tips exactly like that. No, I did not submit a tip telling police to look for men who had holes in their jeans. This lead was evaluated by Kevin Hammond, a member of Unified Command. Quote, "No leads required. BH has been cleared," end quote. Any even moderately curious human being would have looked at BH's Facebook, compared images to the crime scene, and considered BH's son was dating Abby and BH was a part of what appeared to be a religious cult and thought, quote, "Wow, this is a guy we better investigate," end quote. Instead, Hammond followed Liggett's lead and disregarded evidence that possibly pointed the finger at BH and stopped the investigation, claiming BH had been cleared only 4 weeks after the girls were murdered. The defense is pushing it a bit with these accusations. 4 weeks is a long time. Law enforcement had shown they were curious about possible connections and did investigate BH. It would be helpful to know the full details of BH's gym check-in after work and his cell phone GPS records. Page 87. Did anyone other than local law enforcement clear BH as a suspect early on? Yes. March 19, 2017. A tip believed BH sounded like the man on the famous audio. CJIS-C 003669 is Exhibit 87. FBI agent Michael Peasley followed the lead of Liggett, indicated on that report, quote, "BH had been cleared," end quote. April 14, 2017. A tip claimed BH changed his appearance following the girls' murders, and BH attended the girls' funeral, and he typically did not wear glasses, but wore them at the funeral. CJIS-262 is Exhibit 88. Other tip sheet reports tell a similar story, and the defense offers up one last report related to BH. August 14, 2017, a woman submitted. 2 women posted to a Facebook group that BH was responsible for the homicides. The tipster saw this post and summarized, quote, "BH is a pagan, murdered the girls as sacrifices, and left an F on the victims' bodies. His son is Abigail's ex-boyfriend," end quote. Exhibit 89, Intake Report CJIS 3225. This does not make sense to me. On BH's Facebook, he posted a selfie on April 13th, the day before this tip, and he still looked essentially the same way he did in mid-February. He captioned it stating he trimmed his beard, but it wasn't drastic at all. His beard was still very long until at least May 5th, 2017. Obviously, the F left at the crime scene was not left on the girls' bodies, but rather on the tree, painted using Libby's blood. However, how would this information concerning the letter F have even been known for anyone to talk about? Could it be that someone who participated in the murders talked about the crime scene with someone, who then talked to someone else, slightly mixing up the facts as the story passed from person to person? We've all seen people make assumptions and flat-out lies in this case. It is possible these women looked at BH's Facebook and saw the F rune made with sticks in the woods or on BH's Odin painting and spread their theory that an F symbol was left at the crime scene. If they truly knew the details, they would have said the F was not on the victims' bodies, but on the tree, if there was in fact an F painted on the tree. Page 88. Law enforcement should have viewed this tip as extraordinarily important because it provided secretive information about the crime scene. This tipster could have been interviewed. The Facebook group members could have been interviewed. The state police or FBI tech people could have determined where they received this F information, and continued investigation as to the source of the knowledge could lead to someone who was at the crime scene and participated in the murders. That is what good law enforcement would do. Instead, any potential investigation ended before it even began. The officer that initially evaluated the tip wrote, quote, "conduct follow-up," end quote. However, the next person in the chain, Purdy, followed the previous lead of Liggett and Hammond and called BH fully covered. I agree there should have been follow-up on this tip, but I wonder how many law enforcement officers who were answering phones or reading email tips actually knew there was an F at the crime scene, since law enforcement kept details a secret for so long. Did only about 10 law enforcement officers know about the branches and Libby's blood on the tree, possibly resembling an F? Were the small number of law enforcement officers who knew the crime scene details being shown all 80,000 tips that ever came in? It doesn't seem like it if they missed the 74th tip that said Rick was there during the murders. Page 89. To conclude this section on BH's involvement, the defense would tell the court that Liggett was aware of the many ways BH was tied into the murders, yet this is the dialogue from his August 8, 2023 deposition. Question. Okay, so BH then. So was there any other reason that BH was a suspect, or at least a person of interest, other than the fact that his son dated Abby? Liggett's answer. I'm sure there was, but I don't recall without reviewing his information. Question. Nothing stands out to you as you sit there about why BH might have been a suspect? No. Other than the connection with his son and Abby, is that right? Correct. Liggett was on the Unified Command and heavily involved in the investigation. To feign ignorance like that concerning the BH component of the investigation is astounding. Footnote 113. The defense made a strategic decision to not alert Liggett that it, the defense, was fully aware of the Odinist ties to the crime scene, as well as the evidence linking BH to the crime scene. The defense wanted to determine whether Liggett would be honest or try to water down any discussion of Odinism and BH in an attempt to keep the defense off of the scent of Odinism and BH. Liggett took the bait. The dialogue provides insight into Liggett's mentality. He was going to get the defense to believe, essentially, that there's nothing to see here concerning BH and Odinism and the connection to the crime scene. Page 90. Law enforcement was fully aware of the Murphy-Ferenczi clique investigation tying JM and EF to BH. In the deposition, Liggett had the opportunity to say something like, quote, BH was heavily investigated. There was even a thought that he was tied into some guys down in Rushville. If you don't have that evidence yet, let me get that to you. In the end, we didn't think it added up. End of the fake quote. I agree Liggett could have answered with more information, but it had been over 6 years since they looked into those guys, so who knows how much he remembered the investigation of those 5 men. Law enforcement could have looked into a few hundred men in 6 years, so even though these 5 Odinists should have stood out as high on the list, I don't expect an investigator to remember all the details of what they looked into for every potential suspect over 6 years. Page 90 continued. Instead, Liggett took the bait and obviously tried to steer the defense away from evidence linking BH to the crime scene and the Rushville crew. It is not surprising that Rick's defense did not receive important discovery concerning the Rushville investigation, particularly Click's April 28, 2023 certified letter to McClelland, until September 8, 2023, after Liggett and the prosecution realized the defense was aware of the Rushville connections. Liggett either intentionally or recklessly concealed the Odinite/BH information from Judge Diener in his October 13, 2022 affidavit for search warrant. Then, Liggett and McClelland attempted to conceal exculpatory information from the defense. Had Judge Diener known of this concealed evidence, then he would not, or should not, have signed the warrant. And had the defense not found the needles in the haystack that led to its knowledge of BH and Odinism, then the defense may never have thought to ask for the missing discovery, and McClelland would never have turned over the Click letter to the defense. Without the Click letter, the defense would not have learned of other exculpatory evidence. The facts show Liggett acted intentionally and recklessly. I've said many times that I'm not into true crime, so there are a lot of legal and investigative processes that I don't know about, and frankly, I just don't have interest in looking into. So I'm not extremely familiar with how affidavit for search warrants work, but I think there was enough doubt about Rick that his home should have been searched. In another section, I will list the reasons. And I don't think affidavits for search warrants need to include a list of all of the other potential suspects law enforcement looked into, which could be a list over 100 men. Page 91. EF's connections to the crime scene. Before I get into this section, I don't think EF's face or voice resembled Bridge Guy's, but his confessions to his two sisters are highly suspicious. The defense presented side-by-side photos that demonstrate EF was mimicking BH's Facebook posts. What else did Ferenczi, Click, and Murphy unearth in their investigation that would connect EF to the crime scene? The Odin report provides much of that connective tissue. I'm now part of a gang and have a brother. EF has two sisters who spoke with law enforcement about his confessions to them. To protect their privacy, I will refer to them as EF sister number 1 and sister number 2. On page 1 of the Odin report, EF sister number 1 told law enforcement that on February 14th, 2017, the day the girls were found, EF was rambling, hyper, and borderline incoherent. He was talking about having a brother, even though EF had no male siblings, and was now part of a gang. EF told sister number 1 he had been on a bridge with two girls that were killed. EF told her that someone named Abigail was a pain in the ass and a troublemaker. Sister number 1 said EF tried to give her a blue jacket, but she told him that she had her own jacket. This is really suspicious, but I would like to know what time of day this confession was. The missing girls had been on the Indiana TV news since the night of the 13th and the early morning broadcast on the 14th, so it was possible EF had seen a TV or internet story that Libby and Abigail were missing and last seen on the Monon High Bridge. I want to know how often his sister said that EF would ramble and be hyper and borderline incoherent. Was he drunk or on drugs or having a mental breakdown? An investigator said he had the mentality of a 7 or 8-year-old. Would his confession have been more believable if he had been calm and focused when he said it? Regarding the blue jacket, most of us agree there appears to be something in Bridge Guy's jacket that makes it bulge out more than a large stomach. I just thought about a new scenario. When Abby and Libby and the killer or killers arrived at the crime scene, did Bridge Guy pull out the items from his jacket and place them on the ground, then remove his blue jacket and put that on the ground away from where the girls were stabbed, so the killer's jacket did not end up getting any blood on it? I thought of this because I wondered if EF truly had Bridge Guy's bloody jacket. He would have had to wash it, and then why would he give it to his sister? Maybe if EF truly was at the crime scene, another suspect gave him Bridge Guy's blue jacket and asked him to get rid of it, but why wouldn't Bridge Guy or EF just throw it away instead of offering a man's jacket to EF's sister? Does his sister remember if it resembled the jacket from the Bridge Guy video? Page 91. After EF made these statements to sister number 1, she became aware of the Delphi murders and put 2 and 2 together. 2 to 3 weeks later, she and her husband drove to Delphi and told law enforcement what EF told her. But, quote, due to the mass amount of tips that were generated, her information may have been overlooked, end quote. Footnote 115, intake CJIS-4466. This unredacted intake sheet with, quote, Delphi double homicide, end quote, written at the top of the page is Exhibit 90. This is another concerning failure by law enforcement to properly investigate tips, like Rick's 74th tip. I acknowledge this case and Delphi were an overload of attention and law enforcement trying to figure out how to coordinate up to 200 officers from over 25 agencies, so I don't want to act like they messed up something that was simple, but if a woman walks into the Delphi police station and says her brother confessed to being involved, you would think that the officer would call one of the main investigators to come to the police station. The defense has requested the prosecutor to locate the tip sheet that contains accurate details as to exactly when EF's sister number 1 visited officials in Delphi and what was communicated during this visit. Unfortunately, this is yet another piece of evidence that the defense has not received. I agree it's unacceptable the defense does not have it 10 months after they took on the case for a piece of evidence they gathered within the first few weeks. Page 92. If my spit is found on the girls, but I can explain it away, would I still be in trouble? On this page, the defense wrote December 2018, but it's another error since EF's sister went to Delphi in March 2017, so she followed up in December 2017, not December 2018. In December 2018, but 2017 is correct, EF's sister number 1 enlisted the help of an old acquaintance since law enforcement had not followed up from earlier in the year. She was still concerned EF was involved in the murders, but nothing was being done about it. Her acquaintance worked for Homeland Security and passed this information on to law enforcement. In January 2018, sister number 1 was interviewed, and on February 1st, 2018, state police gave her a polygraph to determine whether she was being truthful about what EF told her. She passed the polygraph. Law enforcement interviewed EF on February 27, 2018. This interview was videotaped, but the defense team just received this video on September 8, 2023. I understand there were a ton of law enforcement interviews and evidence, but I don't understand how it takes 10 months for the prosecution to hand over interviews from 2018. I talked in another section about the prosecutor's office looking for assistance, and I understand there were many hard drives that had been turned over, and the prosecutor relies on law enforcement to hand over the evidence first to them, but it's apparent there was a lack of organization in law enforcement collecting evidence. Page 92. Holman conducted this interview of EF, and Trooper Kevin Murphy was there. EF agreed to take a mouth swab that would be used for DNA and compared to any DNA from the crime scene. At the conclusion of the interview, Murphy dropped EF off at his trailer, and after EF exited the vehicle and walked toward his trailer, turned around and walked back to Murphy's vehicle and asked, what would happen if his spit is found on one of the girls? But he has an explanation. Would he still be in trouble? EF then walked back to his trailer. Footnote 117. Unfortunately, this spit comment made by EF to Murphy was not recorded, but EF did admit at a later interview that he somewhat remembered this comment concerning the spit. EF's second interview was June 2018. These spit confessions to law enforcement and his sister are suspicious, but EF's DNA obviously did not match DNA at the crime scene, or he would have been arrested in 2018. Liggett most likely knew that, so in 2023, he felt like EF was a dead-end lead from 5 years ago in his deposition answer. What possible explanation could there be for how spit from a man who lived 2 hours away ended up on one of the girls? I don't know what the deal is with this EF guy. Page 93. Murphy immediately called Unified Command and communicated with Detective Jay Harper. August 22, 2018, EF's other sister, number 2, was interviewed by Murphy and Ferenczi. On 2 previous occasions, she denied EF made incriminating statements to her, but in this third interview, she reluctantly recounted statements EF made to her in the fall of 2017 when EF moved in with her. He said, I am in a lot of trouble. I am going away for a long time. I was on that trail and that bridge with those girls when they were murdered. There were 2 other people there with me when it happened. I spit on one of the girls after they were killed. Not only did EF make the incriminating statement about going away for a long time and being on the trail where the girls were murdered, but EF also confirmed he spit on one of the girls. Although EF reassured Murphy that he would be able to explain the spit, it is unknown if EF provided that explanation. Why did sister number 2 lie to police twice before revealing EF's supposed comments? That's troubling. Did the DNA results come back as matching the crime scene? If so, wouldn't he have been arrested? Did the sister ask more questions about who EF was with, why they would have killed Abby and Libby, and how EF made it 2 hours away to Delphi when he said he did not have a car? Page 94. Just a reminder for this presentation, when I reference RA, it's not Rick Allen. It's one of these guys from Rushville, Indiana. EF lied to police, claiming he did not know JM, even though JM said he not only knew EF, but that EF was interested in joining JM's and BH's Vinlander crew. In his June 2018 interview, EF unequivocally denied knowing the recruiter JM. This denial is important as it is evidence that EF knew that a connection with JM would connect him to BH. In his October 23, 2018 interview, JM tells a different story and stated EF lived with JM's uncle and JM would take firewood to his uncle's home during the winter that EF was living there. Most importantly, JM mentions that EF's boss and self-described father figure, NS and EF's roommate RA, all were interested in joining JM's Vinlander club. BH was also affiliated with that club. However, JM claims the Vinlanders would not be interested in the likes of EF, RA, and NS. The importance of EF lying to police about knowing JM cannot be understated. EF had to know that if he was connected to JM, then he would eventually be connected to BH. Also, NS pursued an attorney for EF and wanted to sit in on EF's October 2018 interview with police. Footnote 124. June 28, 2018. EF's attorney informed Trooper Harper EF would not be taking a polygraph. Harper told the attorney if EF refused to take the polygraph, that EF could not be excluded as a witness or person of interest. Harper ended the report, "No further sick at this time will be conducted regarding EF." In other words, Harper was talking out of both sides of his mouth, telling the attorney EF would be a suspect, but stating there was nothing further to do. NS was able to learn what type of questions were being asked of EF and provided NS the ability to end the interview if EF started saying anything incriminating to EF, NS, or RA. 4 months before this interview, law enforcement had EF's DNA, so they knew whether or not it was a match. Page 95. EF's purported alibi. RA lied about where he and EF were on February 13, 2017, and RA's false alibi conflicted with the alibi EF provided to police. June 20th, 2018, EF told Ferenczi and Murphy he was home in Rushville on February 13th, 2017. It is quite a remarkable feat for someone with EF's mental capacity to remember a specific day 492 days earlier. Some people, like actress Mary Lou Henner, are blessed with something called autobiographical memory, which allows that person to remember specific days in their lives even years and years later. As previously noted by Murphy, in his opinion, EF had the mentality of a 7 or 8-year-old. Still, rather than admit that he had no idea where he was the day of the murders, EF claimed he specifically remembers not leaving Rushville. Footnote 126. In his first interview, EF told police that he had proof of witness that he did not leave Rushville. Page 95. The RA problem. August 29, 2018, Ferenczi and Murphy interviewed RA. When asked where he and EF were on February 13, 2017, RA said that he, EF, and NS were in Muncie, Indiana, visiting a sick friend at the hospital. Autobiographical memory must be in the water in Rushville, as RA was able to remember exactly where he was 562 days earlier. RA stated both he and EF had their phones with them. Page 96. When told law enforcement would check cell phone records to see if RA was at the hospital, RA said, quote, "Hospitals cut cell reception on phones because they interfere with hospital equipment," end quote. So their phones probably would not show that they were at the hospital in Muncie. Nice try, RA. Cell phones have airplane mode, not hospital mode. Supplement 542 is an interview with EF's sister number 2. Handwritten notes, presumably of law enforcement, state the following, quote, "EF, NS, RA, not in Muncie on February 13, 2017 at hospital," end quote. This was the conclusion of law enforcement, and obviously RA's ridiculous statement that their phone records would not confirm their phones were at the hospital because of hospital equipment is common sense evidence that RA was lying as well. Muncie is a little bit less than an hour north of Rushville. Delphi is northwest from Muncie, and it takes a few minutes under 2 hours. The phone problem. On February 13, 2017, phone records show EF's phone stayed in the same place in Rushville from approximately 10:30 a.m. until approximately 7:30 p.m. Footnote 129. The defense has not received any phone records, but are relying on page 1 of the Odin report. Phone records show EF did not use his phone whatsoever for roughly 9 hours, 10:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. EF told law enforcement he usually kept his phone on him, and RA stated EF took his phone to Muncie to visit the mystery friend at the hospital. However, phone records show that EF's phone was in Rushville during that time frame. That's suspicious. The defense previously questioned how these guys could remember what they did several hundred days prior, so why isn't the defense allowing for their memories to be wrong about which day they went to visit a friend in Muncie? Did phone records show NS or RA driving to EF's trailer to pick him up and take him 2 hours to Delphi? Where was EF's phone from 6:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m., and was he using it? Where was it after 7:30 p.m.? The defense said EF could be the man a homeowner saw near the mailboxes around 8:30 in Delphi, so EF would have had to leave Rushville by 6:15 a.m. to get dropped off by someone by that time, since Delphi was 2 hours away. Was there activity on EF's phone between 6:30 and 8:30 a.m.? If so, and EF left his phone at home while he was in a car on the way to Delphi, who entered his home, and what kind of actions were taken on his phone between 6:30 and 8:30 a.m. when the defense is insinuating he was in a car driving to Delphi? If there was activity on his cell phone after 6:30 a.m. in Rushville, then it seems like a good alibi for EF not being the guy at the mailbox. If law enforcement used phone records to confirm these 3 guys, EF, NS, and RA, were not in Muncie at a hospital, did phone records show they were in Delphi? Page 97. The takeaway for any curious investigator would also be at a minimum twofold. 1. RA lied about being in Muncie, but EF forgot to stick with that lie. 2. EF went to Delphi, but was told to leave his phone behind so that phone data would not show that he was in Delphi. It is unknown if RA or NS's phone records were ever recovered. EF described forming horns out of sticks and placing them on Abby's head, and crime scene photos confirm EF's statement. Perhaps the most damaging piece of evidence that links EF to the crime scene was found in the results of Sister Number 1's polygraph. In her pre-examination interview, she stated, quote, EF told her Abigail is a little troublemaker, that he placed leaves on her and used sticks to give her horns, end quote. Horns and antlers are common symbols in pagan rituals, and BH displayed the Odinite fascination with horns on Facebook. Exhibit 97. From BH's Facebook, photograph of a person with small, stick-like antlers on their head. Attached is a close-up photo of Abby's head, and it is obvious someone intentionally placed small sticks on top of Abby's hair to resemble horns or antlers. The horns formed from sticks on Abby's head look similar to the image found on BH's Facebook, Exhibit 97. EF had shown interest in these symbols prior to the murders, so it is possible he could have made it up to his sister, but it's odd that anyone would even admit to doing that to Abby, especially if he had nothing to do with the murders. He said he placed leaves on Abby, but from what I've heard, most of the leaves were on Libby, not Abby, but I'm not sure about that. Page 98. The defense has not viewed one single report that discusses the sticks placed atop Abby's hair being compared with EF's statement to his sister. The presumption is law enforcement never figured this out. Trooper Purdy was at the polygraph but was not able to watch, and therefore would not know about EF's words to his sister about using sticks to form horns on Abby. Rather than now being curious in 2023 as to how EF knew such a thing, and then using this new info as a basis to secure a search or arrest warrant on EF, sadly, it is expected that law enforcement will do the exact opposite of being curious. It is expected law enforcement will claim the photo does not prove anything, or the defense is exaggerating. It would be refreshing if law enforcement could stop worrying about how the public will view their incompetence, admit to mistakes, and then perform the type of police work that should have been performed 6 years ago. The defense told Holman in his deposition, the unfortunate expectation is that Holman and Liggett will try to figure out how to solve that problem rather than to solve the case of who murdered those girls. EF's insider knowledge of the crime scene may be a place for Holman to start. Page 99. Part of the Franks analysis involves the court reviewing the behavior of law enforcement to determine whether Liggett intentionally concealed and falsified evidence in his affidavit for search warrant. Liggett and Holman and the rest of law enforcement's reaction to the information contained in EF's sister's polygraph examination concerning sticks formed into horns on Abby's head may very well reveal whether Liggett is interested in the truth or in burying the truth, which again is part of the Franks analysis. EF's sister's polygraph was February 1st, 2018, and law enforcement's reaction was for Holman to interview EF on February 27th, 2018, and get his DNA, so law enforcement did take action. The next section is PW's connection to the crime scene. Much of what connects PW to the crime scene has been discussed in the section detailing what connected BH to the crime scene. To shorten this section, the defense will numerically lay out both the evidence previously discussed as well as other evidence that ties PW to the crime scene. Number 1. BH and PW were friends at least until January 21st, 2017, as proven by a Facebook photo. 2. According to BH's ex-wife and law enforcement monitoring Facebook posts between BH and PW, a fight between them occurred in February 2017 concerning a ritual gone bad in the woods near a creek. Before they referred to it as a river. 3. In the Odin report, BH told his ex-wife that the person that murdered the girls was PW and his crew. 4. BH told his ex-wife that PW is dangerous and has powerful friends that will protect him and that she needs to back off or BH will not be able to protect her. Page 100. Number 5. The defense wrote, BH told police PW has post-traumatic distress disorder, and they wrote PTSD, which they didn't realize that it's PTSD, not PTDD. The defense made yet another error and wrote distress instead of stress. Number 6. The video of the ritual in Fort Wayne shows BH videotaping PW using his fingers to mark a tree in the ceremony at about the same height the F tree was marked with Libby's blood, leaving the question of whether PW marked the F tree the same way that he marked the tree in the Fort Wayne ceremony video. I already talked about PW reaching over 7 feet high on the tree, which totally conflicts with the defense admitting in this manifesto the blood on the F tree was about 4 feet. Number 7. PW lives within a 7-minute drive of where the girls were murdered. 8. JM and BH commonly hung out at the Monon High Bridge and in the woods around the Monon High Bridge. 9. PW admitted he knew the woods around the Monon Trail very well. 10. A PW Facebook post from 2 months before the murders shows PW cutting tree limbs into runes by slicing the tree limb with an electric saw, creating clean, smooth edges to the tree limb. 11. On that Facebook post, BH commented, "Cutting runes." PW was using a tool plugged into a wall. Also, they were cutting circular pieces of wood to put runes on, not cutting just the end of a branch. 12. One of the tree limbs on Abby had its end sliced cleanly and smoothly, similarly to PW's sliced tree limbs. 13. PW's alibi? He was home with his son. 14. There is no evidence law enforcement knocked on doors to determine if PW was at home at that time, nor any evidence law enforcement walked around the neighborhood to see if any Ring door cameras or any other type of cameras caught PW leaving the house. Law enforcement just believed PW. 15. PW was a pastor for a religion, Asatru, which is a warrior type of religion with many gods including Odin and Thor. Page 101, number 16. PW and BH were both affiliated with Vinlander's club or gang, along with JM. Number 17. On March 2, 2017, Hammond indicated there was no further need to investigate PW. PW is connected to the crime scene in multiple ways. It is unknown if BH threw PW under the bus to BH's ex-wife in order to take the stink off of himself, or if BH knows PW murdered those girls and then marked the tree like he did in the Fort Wayne ceremony. Either way, it cannot be understated that one single solitary softball interview between law enforcement and PW is disgraceful considering everything that links PW to the crimes. It appears PW was interviewed once, on February 19, 2017, and on March 2nd, he was eliminated as a suspect. The defense is unaware of any search warrants requested on PW to determine whether this Asatru pastor had taken clothes of Abby or Libby as ceremonial keepsakes, or even if he saved Abby's blood. By looking at the 5-paragraph report generated from the only interview of PW, it looks like law enforcement did nothing but lob giant softballs, questions, at PW, rather than conduct an intense interrogation. Page 102. JM's connection to the crime and crime scene. JM was close with BH and PW and knew EF, NS, and RA. JM was a recruiter for Vinlander, and NS, RA, and EF all hoped to join the Vinlander Club. Around Valentine's 2017, which was February 14th, the same day Abby and Libby were found, JM went, quote, up there, end quote, to Delphi to hang out with his Vinlander buddies. PW claimed to be at home in Delphi on February 13th, and BH claimed to be in Logansport. Therefore, if JM was going up there to visit his Vinlander buddies, he was going to Delphi to spend time with PW, who was like JM's brother or possibly to Logansport to visit BH. When JM came back from being in Delphi around Valentine's Day, the vehicle he drove to Delphi had blood along the side of the vehicle, and he had no explanation for the blood's existence, and his girlfriend had to go to the car wash multiple times to clean off the vehicle. Evidence shows the recruiter, JM, was the connective tissue between the Delphi crew and the Rushville crew. Law enforcement overlooked these connections, and furthermore, Liggett failed to inform Judge Diener of these connections to the murder scene. That second paragraph was selective omission by the defense, because on page 18, they wrote about JM's ex-girlfriend, quote, she also told police that she had allowed JM to borrow her car on or around Valentine's Day 2017, and that JM drove her car, quote-unquote, up there to hang with his Vinlander friends, end quote. The up there is presumed to be Delphi. I don't know if JM's ex-girlfriend clarified if up there meant Delphi. Why not just say Delphi? So JM could have left for Delphi on or around February 14th, which could have been on February 14th, which was the day after the murders, or around February 13th or earlier, or February 15th or after. In this second reference on page 102, the defense omitted the word on February 14th because it goes against the idea that JM drove EF or anyone else to Delphi in his girlfriend's car on February 13th, the day of the murders. which is concealing important evidence in this manifesto, which is the same thing that they're accusing Liggett of doing. Page 103, RA's connection to the crime scene. RA told police a lie about his whereabouts on February 13th, and EF's alibi conflicted with RA's alibi. Here are a few evidentiary nuggets picked up from RA's February 27, 2018 interview that the prosecution just provided to the defense on September 8, 2023. For the 100th time, it is unacceptable it took 10 months to give evidence to the defense. Footnote 143. The defense has had very little time to review the voluminous amount of discovery dumped on September 8, 2023, including hours upon hours of videos. Therefore, the defense will do its best to detail the important aspects of the RA video interview. Number 1. EF had been working for NS since 2005, but then stopped working for him in 2017. Number 2. RA said EF was communicating with a 12-year-old girl on the internet and discussing inappropriate things. Number 3. EF used Facebook to communicate to girls aged 13 to 15. Number 4. When law enforcement asked RA, quote, "Has EF ever talked about doing anything to a couple of girls?" End quote, there is a long pause, and RA finally said, quote, "No." End quote. The officer asked, "Are you sure?" And RA responded, quote, "He's never, he has, end quote. The law enforcement officer says, "You kind of hesitated when I asked you that." I don't know why the defense did not include what the rest of that questioning was. Number 5. When RA was asked if NS and EF will also say they all were in Muncie on February 13th, RA does not answer the question, but after another long pause, tells a long rambling story about how NS doesn't always remember things. Number 6. Law enforcement asked RA if they can look at his phone to see any text between him and EF. He refused, claiming EF no longer has his phone number after RA changed phones. Number 7. According to JM, RA, along with EF and NS, were all interested in joining JM's and BH's Vinlander Club. Page 104. Conclusion of Part 2. The court should be able to see that Liggett knew about the obvious connection between Odinism and the murders, and specifically the connection to BH, PW, JM, EF, and RA. The fact that a mystery Purdue professor purportedly led law enforcement off the scent of Odinites is preposterous. According to Click's affidavit, the FBI cold case unit determined Odinites were involved in the murders, but law enforcement did nothing to investigate the Odinites. Law enforcement seemingly rebuffed the Rushville investigators, Ferenczi, Murphy, and Click, who believed, based upon a large collection of evidence, that 5 Odinists were all involved. Liggett's concealment of this Odinite information from Judge Diener was intentional or reckless, or both. Page 105. I will be referring to the driver on 300 North as Muddy Witness. For a long time, she has been known as Muddy Bloody Witness, but as I'll review, there are a few conflicting details about what she said and what Liggett wrote in the affidavit. Part 3. Liggett concealed and falsified evidence in his affidavit for search warrant. The concealed and falsified evidence blows Liggett's timeline apart, which explains why he concealed and falsified information. For Liggett's timeline to work and place Rick on the bridge at 2:13, Liggett desperately needed Witness 4 to describe a man on the bridge that looked like Rick, and perhaps more importantly, needed Witness 4 to describe a car that she observed parked at CPS at approximately 2:15 p.m. as looking like Rick's black Ford Focus. Witness 4's description of the vehicle at CPS looked nothing like a black Ford Focus. Liggett concealed these statements from Judge Diener. For good measure, Liggett also lied about what Muddy Witness observed at 3:57 p.m. that also blew up his timeline. I'm going to summarize this next section about the sketches and save my questions and observations about it until the end of this section of the document. Witness 4's first description of the man on the bridge was memorialized in sketch number 2, illustrated on February 17, 2017, 3 days after the girls were found, but not released to the public until the April 22, 2019 press conference. On February 17, 2017, Witness 4 met with a state police sketch artist and provided a description of the man she observed from 50 feet away on the bridge, the same man Liggett claimed in his affidavit was the killer. Witness 4 told the sketch artist the man was a white male, age 20, had brown curly hair, and medium build. Page 106. Exhibit 103. The facial identification reference sheet containing the description Witness 4 provided to the sketch artist. Exhibit 104 is the sketch. Upon looking at the sketch, Witness 4 told the artist the illustration was a 10 out of 10 for accuracy, but law enforcement did not release it for over 2 years. Instead, they released the Muddy Witness sketch. Who was the person Muddy Witness described in her sketch? According to Liggett's affidavit, at approximately 3:57 p.m., Muddy Witness observed a man walking westbound on County Road 300 North. Muddy Witness was driving east while simultaneously observing this man walking on the road toward her on the opposite side of the road. This is the same man that Muddy Witness described for the sketch artist on June 19, 2017. On March 7, 2019, Witness 4 met with Liggett because she was frustrated her sketch of the younger guy had not been released to the public, and she felt the older guy's sketch did not match the man that she saw on the bridge. She even commented that sketch number 1 was wrong. Page 107. Certainly, it was odd the Muddy Witness sketch was released over the Witness 4 sketch for the following reasons. Witness 4 provided her description to the sketch artist only 4 days after seeing the man on the bridge, compared to 126 days after for Muddy Witness. Witness 4 had a good look at the man's face while stationary from only 50 feet away. Muddy Witness was traveling down the road, operating her vehicle while trying to observe the man. The defense wrote, during her March 7, 2017 interview, but in the footnote they state 2019, Witness 4 told Liggett the man she observed fit the following description: slender and youthful looking, more boyish looking, 20s to early 30s, his hair seemed poofy just as the sketch portrayed. He had no facial hair that she can remember. On April 22, 2019, law enforcement released Witness 4's sketch, and Doug Carter said the man in sketch 2 was, quote, responsible for the murders, end quote, and the older man's sketch had now become secondary to the investigation. Footnote 152. The fact that Muddy Witness's older sketch had become secondary to the investigation is confusing, considering Liggett's and Holman's claim that sketch 1 and sketch 2 are the same person. I'm going to spend quite a bit of time exploring these sketches. That's why this is called a deep dive video. There are a lot of unanswered questions and conflicting descriptions that need to be reviewed. Just a reminder, both Witness 4 and Muddy Witness were shown the screenshot of Bridge Guy from Libby's video, and they both said that was the man they saw on Platform 1 and on 300 North. I made this slide. This is not in the defense manifesto. The young and old sketches. After years of wondering about the old and young sketches, it seems this is what happened. If anybody thinks I got something wrong, just let me know in the comments below. February 17, 2017, Witness 4 worked with an artist and said the male was 20. Law enforcement didn't seem to believe her based on the video and audio, which sounds like a man in his 30s to 50s, and the juveniles on the trail, who were only feet from Bridge Guy, said he had gray hair. June 19, 2017, Muddy Witness worked with an FBI artist on the older sketch. The juvenile witness or witnesses and Libby's video may have also contributed to the drawing. July 17, 2017, the older sketch was released. March 7, 2019, Witness 4 was frustrated that law enforcement never released the sketch of the young man and the case was still unsolved. So April 22, 2019, the young sketch was released, confused everyone, but still never resulted in an arrest of a 20-year-old male. Law enforcement made conflicting statements about whether the men in the sketches were the same person or not. It seems some law enforcement thought if the juveniles described a man in his 40s to 50s headed to Highbridge and the timing matched up with the 20s to 30s man Witness 4 saw, it could very well be the same man, just different recollections by witnesses at different distances. Due to this case, I have tried to test how good I would be at remembering the faces of someone I saw. Most people don't stare at the face of a stranger because it's awkward. Even a few seconds after passing someone, I could not really describe their eye color, eyebrow shape, style of hair, nose shape, lip shape, or type of fabric their clothes were made of. For viewers, try to remember someone you saw from 50 feet away 4 days ago. Could you produce an accurate sketch? This photo was an edit I made of Bridge Guy from the Bridge Guy video, and I placed him near bench 1, but the juvenile girls likely passed him more towards the top of this photo. Before I deep dive into the witness descriptions, I want to talk about the possible discrepancy of Rick saying he passed 3 juveniles near the start of the trail, and the PCA stating Rick passed 4 juveniles around 1:30. Obviously, this depends on whether Rick is telling the truth about his arrival time. I want to try and give some clarification about the 3 juvenile girls mentioned in the PCA. Witness 4 correctly identified 4 of them walking on the overpass back towards town from Freedom Bridge around 1:45 p.m. Only 3 were referenced in the initial PCA, and the reason might be because I've seen the supposed photo taken of 2 sisters on bench 1 at 1:26, and the younger sister might be around 10 years old, and maybe her parents didn't want her to be interviewed by the police, and maybe she did not even get a good look at the man who passed them. I've heard rumors that possibly the older sister posted the 126 selfie photo to Snapchat and sent a text to her mom, so the 2 other juveniles plus the younger sister may have started walking towards Freedom Bridge as the older sister slowly walked behind while looking at her phone. As you can see, the trail is very narrow. So my speculation about Rick, if he truly was on the trail starting at 1:30 instead of noon, and he said he only saw 3 girls, maybe when the 3 girls walking up front saw a man walking towards them, the shorter 10-year-old girl moved behind the older 2 girls so the man would have room to pass. The PCA included Rick's 2017 tip narrative, quote, "While at the Freedom Bridge, he saw 3 females. He noted one was taller and had brown or black hair. He did not remember description, nor did he speak with them," end quote. Rick also said he had a head covering and hoodie on. In this photo of Bridge Guy, I would say he is not wearing a hoodie, just a head covering. So if Rick had a head covering and hoodie on when he started on the trail, and he saw these girls and he did not want to be recognized, while he walked, he looked down, so his hood could have blocked out the 10-year-old as he passed the 2 taller teenagers. And then he saw the older sister lagging behind and thought he only saw 3 total. If the 10-year-old was hidden behind the 2 taller girls, she would not have gotten a good look at the man, so she did not have a description to provide to law enforcement. I'm not sure how much the juveniles near bench 1 contributed to the older sketch. They were the closest to Bridge Guy, while Witness 4 was 50 feet away, and Muddy Witness was driving, possibly going 10 to 30 miles per hour, depending how much she slowed down as a courtesy to the pedestrian she saw walking in her direction on 300. The older man sketch that Muddy Witness gave 126 days later did end up matching Rick in age and with a goatee. There's an exhibit dated June 7, 2017, as a video interview of Muddy Witness. There have been rumors that it took her a while to come forward to police. Maybe the reason was she remembered a man with a jacket lighter than the screenshot of Bridge Guy from Libby's video and did not think it was relevant to the case. However, it was stated that she did see the Bridge Guy video and said that was the man she saw. I think the juveniles would have given the best description, but maybe since one of them said his mouth was covered with a scarf and his head was covered with a hat and a hood, she did not have a great number of details. But if his goatee and head were covered, where did she see gray and brown hair? Before deep diving into the individual witness descriptions, I made this spreadsheet to kind of compare them. So column A is witness 4, 4 days after the murders. Column B is the same woman 2 years later. Column C are from the juvenile witnesses who passed Bridge Guy within a few feet, near bench 1. And column D is Muddy Witness, who was driving on 300 North, and she worked with a sketch artist on June 19th, 2017. So at first, witness 4 said he was 20. 2 years later, she said he could have been 20s to 30s. And the juveniles said he was 40s to 50s. We don't know the age that Muddy Witness said. All of these witnesses said the man they saw matched the man from Libby's video. Witness 4 said the man on platform 1 had a medium build. 2 years later, she described him as slender. And the juvenile witnesses said he had a bigger build, but that could have been due to his puffy jacket. Witness 4 initially said he had brown, curly hair. 2 years later, she said his hair seemed poofy, just as the sketch portrayed. The juvenile witnesses said he had gray hair, maybe a little brown. 2 years later, witness 4 said he was youthful and boyish looking. One of the juvenile witnesses said he had a mouth covering. 2 years later, witness 4 could not remember any facial hair. The juvenile witnesses said hi to him, but he did not reply. It's unknown how fast Muddy Witness was driving. She could have been going anywhere between 10 to 30 miles per hour. The yellow highlights are what I'm unsure of. It has not been revealed if witness 4 said he had his hood off. The juvenile said he had his hood on with hands in his pockets. We don't know what Muddy Witness said about a head covering. Witness 4 said he had jeans and a blue jacket like Bridge Guy. One of the juvenile witnesses said he had jeans and a blue jacket like Bridge Guy, although there was a discrepancy with some of the other juvenile witnesses saying he had black jeans and a black jacket. However, I think that could have been due to the shade of the trees on the trail. Muddy Witness apparently said he had a tan or lighter colored coat. That was in 2017. It's unknown if she later changed her description. She could have been anywhere between 4 and 10 feet away as she passed on the road. The juveniles could have been about 3 feet away, and Witness 4 was about 50 feet away. I want to talk about Witness 4. So this is the end of the trail before it got redone, and you can't even really see if someone's on platform 1 until you get closer. So if you're a woman alone on the trail and you get to this point, how far past here would you walk if you saw a man alone on platform 1? So Witness 4 approached the end of the trail and saw a man on platform 1. If she was just there exercising, did she walk around the post and look at the creek, the bridge, and then stare at the man? I'm not certain, but I believe Witness 4 may have been in her 40s or 50s in 2017. How long did she look at Bridge Guy? Was he looking directly at her? As an investigator, wouldn't you trust the eyewitness testimony of someone who walked 2 to 3 feet from a man and saw gray hair compared to a woman who saw a 20-year-old man from 50 feet away? I'm not criticizing her, but I'm curious to know, and I think it's important, what was her eyesight? Did she wear contacts? Did she ever have LASIK surgery? Was she wearing prescription glasses? Was she wearing sunglasses? This is the position of the sun at 2:13 as Bridge Guy approaches. 20 minutes prior is when Witness 4 saw a male on platform 1. So the direction of the sun would have been even more in her eyes than at 2:13. Was part of the reason she thought he was 20 because a 5'4" person does not look like a man. No offense to any Kentucky Derby horse racing jockeys who might be watching this. I'm not criticizing Witness 4, but details and changing descriptions are important. In 2 years, she changed the age from 20 to as old as early 30s, and from medium build to slender. The body description difference isn't major, but I'm concerned about law enforcement telling people they should be looking for a 20-year-old versus a 32-year-old. Rick said he was wearing a hoodie and possibly a head covering. If Witness 4 didn't have prescription glasses or contacts on and only looked at Bridge Guy for 1 or 2 seconds, could she have mistaken a head covering for brown poofy hair? I googled the phrase poofy hair male, and this photo of record producer Phil Spector came up. He was convicted of murder. He's dead now. No, this photo was not taken when he was sitting in the electric chair. I don't know why the defense did not dispute this line. Witness 4 was shown a picture of the individual on the Monon High Bridge, and she said that is the same individual she witnessed on the trails and on the bridge. Why does it say she witnessed on the trails and the bridge? Maybe because she was at the end of the trail and he was on the bridge. Did she agree it was the same way the male was dressed, but disagreed with the age, face, and hair descriptions? Was Witness 4 shown photos of any other suspects? What does Witness 4 say now that Rick has been arrested? Could he have been the man she saw? If Witness 4 saw a young guy with poofy hair and no hood, then how did 20 minutes later that same man get captured on Libby's video with some kind of head covering and sounding more like an older man? The man approaching Abby and Libby had a head covering and a blue jacket with jeans, which is the way Rick described what he wore that day. Next, I'm going to talk about the Muddy Witness on 300 North. Why did it take 4 months for Muddy Witness to help with the sketch? Did she think she had nothing to offer law enforcement since the man in the photo from Libby's video was wearing a blue jacket and Muddy Witness saw a man with a tan jacket? I'm not sure where on 300 she passed him. So this is the crime scene down here. Here's the cemetery. People have speculated, did Bridge Guy walk out here? This is the Mears parking lot, and here is Hoosier Harvestar camera. So how could Bridge Guy walk all this way? But as far as we know, he was not captured walking in front of Hoosier Harvestar, unless that video camera is motion activated and only captures cars. Here's the old CPS building up here in the top left. So I don't know where in this area this driver passed this man. We know there were a few people parked at the Mears parking lot. So how did this man get to that position where he was seen by the driver, but not seen by people parked at Mears or on the trail? It seems unlikely no one else saw him walking in the woods or crossing this path at the Mears intersection. I just can't figure this part out. If there was another man other than Bridge Guy walking on 300 at 3:57 p.m., why did he never come forward? And how far could he have lived from the area where he was just walking in this area? I made one last section about witness testimony. How well did Rick describe what he witnessed on February 13th? He said he parked at the old Farm Bureau building instead of CPS, or maybe the conservation officer incorrectly described it. He said he saw 3 juveniles near the start of the trail. If he is lying about being there from noon to 1:30, he isn't good at counting people a few feet away from him unless he was looking down and his hood blocked out the youngest girl standing behind taller girls. Or did he see a totally different group of 3 girls at 12 o'clock? If so, why hasn't law enforcement ever found those girls? Rick noted one was taller and had brown or black hair. He did not remember description, nor did he speak with them. One girl said hi to the man they passed around 1:30, but he just glared at them. Rick said there were vehicles parked at the High Bridge trailhead, however he did not pay attention to them. He didn't say he saw Witness 4 while he was on Platform 1. He could be lying, or maybe he wasn't on Platform 1 after 1:30. Or if that was him, maybe his head was sideways looking at fish, and he didn't see Witness 4 appear from behind the posts. If so, how did Witness 4 give a good description if she only saw one side of his face? Rick could not remember whether he was wearing a blue or black jacket that day, and that he might have also had a head covering in addition to his hood. That's enough for this section on sketches. I'm over it. Let's keep moving. We're down to the last 28 pages. Page 108. On March 7th, 2019, Liggett heard Witness 4's description of a much younger man, but chose to conceal this information from Judge Diener. Her description of a youthful, boyish-looking person in his 20s, maybe early 30s, with brown, poofy hair, obviously does not at all describe Rick. In order for Liggett to have provided Judge Diener with honest and accurate information, he would have had to state the following in his affidavit. This is just one of the many examples of the incompetent authors of this manifesto writing Liggett's last name. Baldwin and Rosie were the only 2 people who signed this document. On page 108, the defense wrote Tony Liggett's last name 6 times. His last name ends with 2 T's. 3 times they wrote it with 2 T's, and 3 times they wrote it incorrectly with only 1 T. On the screen, I removed all the other words, just to show how incredibly incompetent somebody could be to make these repeated mistakes and think it's acceptable. That's incompetence. Rick deserves better public defenders. Rick's life is on the line, and Baldwin and Rosie submit this document with mistakes that a 2nd grader would make. Continuing with page 108, and the latest creative writing attempt at fake quotes by the defense. In order for Liggett to have provided Judge Diener with honest and accurate information, he would have had to state the following in his affidavit. I, Tony Liggett, believe that Richard Allen is the man that murdered the girls for reasons stated herein. I also believe that the man that Witness 4 observed on the bridge is Richard Allen, and therefore the killer. However, I must also inform the court that the man that Witness 4 observed on the bridge really looks nothing like Richard Allen, whereas Richard Allen was a man in his mid-40s with short or even shaved grayish hair. The man that Witness 4 described was youthful, boyish-looking, and had brown, poofy hair. Also, Your Honor, Witness 4 told the sketch artist that the man she saw on the bridge was just 20 years old. This description came only 4 days after she observed the man on the bridge. 2 years later, Witness 4 still maintains that the man was in his 20s or maybe early 30s. Also, Witness 4 told the sketch artist back in 2017 that the resemblance of the boyish sketch to the man that she observed on the bridge was a 10 out of 10. I also must tell you, Judge, that this 10 out of 10 sketch looks absolutely nothing like Richard Allen. Exhibit 111 was a transcript of the October 13th, 2022 statement of Rick's wife. When asked what length Rick's hair would have been in 2017, she said Rick has always had short hair and shaved it since being in the National Guard. The defense tried to make Liggett look bad for excluding Witness 4's description of Bridge Guy as 20 years old in the affidavit, but the defense left out that the juveniles were a lot closer to Bridge Guy and said he was in his 40s to 50s with gray hair, which matches Rick. The juveniles and Witness 4 both said they saw a man dressed like the man in Libby's video. Page 109. Liggett had a legal obligation to inform Judge Diener of the vast differences between Witness 4's description of the man and Rick. He did not. That fact alone should be sufficient to merit tossing the warrant and suppressing the fruits of an illegal search. However, there is more. In order for Liggett's timeline to work, he needed Rick's black Ford Focus to be parked at the CPS lot from 1:30 p.m. until 4:30 p.m. Witness 4 sees one car at the CPS lot at 2:15 p.m., and it is not Rick's car. Rick voluntarily was interviewed on October 13th, 2022. Watching the videotaped interview, it is apparent he thought he was being asked questions to help assist the police in solving the crime. In trying to provide Liggett and Mullen a timeline of when he was at the trail, he stated he arrived at the trail around noon and that he probably left the trail around 1:30 p.m. In his affidavit, Liggett states Rick parked his black Ford Focus at CPS and then cut over to the trail where he walked to the high bridge, ultimately following Abby and Libby across the bridge before abducting them. After murdering the girls, Liggett stated muddy witness observed a man Liggett claims is Rick walking along 300 North at approximately 3:57 p.m. towards CPS. The implication being that Rick was walking back to his car after abducting and murdering the girls. Page 110. For Liggett's timeline to work, Rick's black Ford Focus would have had to remain parked at CPS from roughly 1:30 p.m. when Liggett claims Rick arrived until roughly 4 p.m. after, as Liggett claims Rick abducted and murdered the girls. If Rick's black Ford Focus was not at CPS between those hours, 1:30 p.m. and 4 p.m., then Liggett's timeline would be blown. In his deposition, Liggett was asked a series of questions by the defense, and Liggett answered those questions as follows. The defense obnoxiously asked Liggett the same question 14 times in a row. Whoever wrote this copied and pasted each sentence and spelled Richard Allen's last name with only one L 12 times. Do you want someone representing you who cannot consistently spell the last name of the defendant, the lead investigator, the Westville warden, and the prosecutor? 12 times they misspelled Rick's last name. 16 times they misspelled McClelland's last name. 7 times they misspelled Liggett's last name. They wrote the last name of the Westville warden twice and weren't even close to spelling it right either time. Rick deserves better. Anyway, the defense asked Liggett, is it your contention that Rick's black Ford Focus was parked at the old CPS building at 1:29, roughly, p.m. on February 13th, 2017? Liggett answered yes. The defense then asked the same question for 1:45, 2, 2:14, 2:15, 2:30, 2:45, 3, 3:15, 3:30, 3:45, 4, and 4:30. Liggett answered yes for each question except 4:30 p.m. Page 111. Question: what time do you contend that Rick's black Ford Focus was no longer parked at the old CPS building? Answer: around 4. Liggett recognized that for his timeline to work, Rick's black Ford Focus would have to be parked at CPS from 1:30 to 4 p.m. in order to give Rick time to abduct and murder the girls and return to his vehicle. Therefore, if there was any evidence that Rick's black Ford Focus was not parked at CPS between those times, that is something Liggett would be required to share with Judge Diener. Rather than tell the truth, Liggett concealed the evidence that Rick's black Ford Focus had left the CPS parking lot probably at 1:30 p.m., but certainly before 2:15 p.m., when Witness 4 saw a completely different car, and therefore Rick could not have been on the bridge at 2 p.m. or committed the murder soon thereafter. Why does the defense completely exclude the 2 male drivers' observations of a car at CPS? One was only 4 minutes before Witness 4, and the other was 15 minutes after Witness 4, and neither of them described an old car from the 1960s. No offense to people born in the 1960s. Witness 4 and at least one of the drivers drew diagrams of the car backed in near the building instead of near the start of the trail. Witness 4 said it was odd that it was backed in near the building because cars often use the south edge of the parking lot so they are closer to the trail to get to Freedom Bridge. This edited photo I made is getting overloaded with all these car descriptions. I added a Comet from the 1960s, which looks nothing like the other cars. This is what Witness 4 said she saw. The 2:28 p.m. driver said it was a smaller, dark-colored car, or possibly a smart car, which would have been produced about 50 years after a Mercury Comet and have a much more compact design. Both male drivers at 2:10 and 2:28 p.m. described dark-colored cars with interesting shapes, which to me could match up to Rick's black Ford Focus, which has a different shape than a traditional sedan. A very smart subscriber of mine from Africa made a good point. Was a 1965 Mercury Comet captured on the Hoosier Harvest Store camera? Which of these cars were spotted on cameras near Delphi and CPS that day? Was only Rick's car going in the direction of CPS around 1:27 p.m., which lines up with the 4 juveniles passing a man that highly resembled Rick's height, clothing, and gray hair just a few minutes later? Once again, the defense is accusing Liggett of concealing the evidence of one witness's car description to make his point to get a search warrant, but the defense concealed the evidence of 2 witnesses' car descriptions to make their point. I agree with the defense that Liggett selectively left out the 1960s car description and see how they are applying it to get the search warrant thrown out, but is the defense even less ethical than Liggett for selectively leaving out evidence from 2 witnesses that is bad for Rick? And was the reason for Liggett not including the 1960s car description because there were twice as many descriptions that could match Rick's uniquely shaped car? I think the totality of the three drivers' descriptions from color, shape, and the way it was parked, plus the 1:27 p.m. Hoosier Harbor Store camera capturing a car resembling Rick's headed to CPS, was enough reason for Liggett to think Rick was parked there starting around 1:28, giving enough probable cause to get a search warrant. Let's do a deep dive of the descriptions of the car at CPS. Witness 4 said there was only one car there around 2:15 p.m. In 18 minutes, three drivers, presumably going between 25 to 65 miles per hour on 300 North and Hoosier Heartland Highway, described a car at CPS. At 2:10, it was described as a purple PT Cruiser or a small SUV type vehicle. The Hoosier Heartland Highway speed limit is 60 miles per hour. Around 2:15, Witness 4 stated the color and model were not mentioned in the PCA, but Witness 4 said it was similar to a 1965 Mercury Comet and not black. 300 North has a speed limit of 35 miles per hour. At 2:28, the car was described as smaller, dark-colored, possibly a smart car. How are two people describing the same car, but with an approximately 50-year difference when they were made? A smart car and a car from the 1960s. Did Rick truly leave at 1:30, then someone else parked a car from the 1960s and left soon after Witness 4 saw it, and within 13 minutes a smart car parked there? Or was somebody tripping? If Witness 4's car description was wildly different from the other two witnesses' car descriptions, and her description of the male on the bridge was wildly different from the juveniles, maybe law enforcement did not trust her memory skills. I'm not attacking this woman at all, but these descriptions are probably one of the reasons many people say witness testimony is notoriously unreliable. Which of the 5 Odinist suspects have access to a 1965 Mercury Comet? I'm sure law enforcement can do a search about who owns that car in Indiana. Then, as if that is not confusing enough, like everything else in this case, there was a man who did a phone interview with the legendary YouTube teddy bear Gray Hughes in July 2021 about a car on the side of 300. These are just a few important points from this interview. His job was pest control and had to work at the building across from CPS. It's not the Hoosier Harbor Store. He drove by CPS at 8:45 a.m. and saw an older model car parked 2 to 3 feet off the CPS side of the road of 300, halfway between CPS and the curve in 300 North, which would have been in this area here. So here's the old CPS. He worked over here, and he said it's like halfway between here and here. He returned at 2:07, and the car was still there, but he did not see a car backed in at CPS. He described the car on the road as something driven by a guy catfishing on a Sunday morning. No, I do not have anything to say about that. He suggested that car turned around because it was not caught on the Hoosier Harbor Store camera, and his friend saw a similar car from 3:30 to 4 p.m. on the other side of Hoosier Heartland Highway at the Freedom Bridge parking lot. Here's the Hoosier Heartland Highway, and this is the parking lot that a lot of people park at. He described the car and sent pictures to law enforcement. I don't think he took pictures of the actual car. I think later he went online, found some pictures that kind of matched what he saw, and sent that to law enforcement. Moving on to page 112, where the defense tries to repeatedly expand upon the exclusion of the 1960s car, but I think they fail because of what I just pointed out. Page 112. In his October 13th, 2022 interview, Rick stated he arrived at the trails around noon and left around 1:30 p.m. Liggett failed to inform Judge Diener that Rick stated he left at 1:30. He should have, especially if there was evidence a different vehicle was parked at CPS after 1:30 p.m., but before 4 p.m., which would then support Rick's statement that he left CPS around 1:30 p.m. Liggett must have written most of the affidavit for search warrant before they knocked on Rick's door on October 13th, 2022. Then, after they interviewed Rick and his wife, a few references to those statements were then added. Liggett could have put Rick's noon to 1:30 statement in the affidavit, but law enforcement has video of Rick's car headed to CPS at 1:27 p.m., which is the opposite way of where his car should have been headed, which probably made law enforcement think that he was lying, and therefore they needed to search his house and his car. Why didn't the defense refute the 1:27 p.m. Hoosier Harbor Store camera capturing Rick's car headed to CPS from mirrors when Rick said he left the trails at 1:30 p.m.? I searched this entire 136 pages for the time 1:27 p.m. The defense never once brought it up. Gee, I wonder why. Why didn't the defense say they have reviewed video surveillance that shows Rick's car in Delphi around noon heading to the trail, and soon after 1:30 leaving? Does law enforcement have video showing Rick's car going to the trail and leaving between 12 and 1:30? Which way did Rick say that he arrived and left? Do they have more video of Rick around town on February 13th that confirms or conflicts his alibi? What evidence does the defense have that Rick was on the trails from noon to 1:30 and then went directly home? What do other witnesses who were on the trails between noon and 1:30 have to say about seeing Rick or not seeing him? This is going to sound stupid, which is something that's natural for me, but I really want to know when and where Rick ate lunch. If he was on the trails from noon to 1:30, did he eat at home before he left? Or did he buy something on the way there or on the way home? Did he use his credit card at any point that day? If Rick has receipts, that would be great exculpatory evidence for him. Like Whitney Houston said to Diane Sawyer, I want to see the receipts. At what time did he decide to go to the trail that day? Why didn't he park at Mears or the Freedom Bridge parking lot? Are there phone records from Rick's house that show a landline phone call was placed between 1:30 and 4 p.m. If Rick's wife was at work and his daughter may not have been at home, then it would show that Rick was at home. How else can Rick prove that he was home or not near the trail between 1:30 and 4? I'm asking viewers, put your comments below. As a member of the jury, I would not be convinced by the defense's argument that this 1960s car description proves that Rick left at 1:30. Rick's defense team issued a press release on December 1st, 2022. They started it off by stating, quote, "We do not want to try this case in the media, and we intend to adhere to the Indiana rules of professional conduct that provide guidance on pretrial publicity." The first 3 points on page 1 were 1. Rick has never been accused of a crime, is innocent, and confused why he was arrested for Delphi. 2. Rick contacted police to let them know he walked on the trail that day, as he often did. Number 3. Rick tried to assist the investigation and said he saw 3 younger girls. Points 5 through 7 were insinuating Rick was arrested because Tony Liggett wanted to win the sheriff election. Is that really more important than claiming that Rick was only on the trails between noon and 1:30? I would think one of the first things Rick said to his new attorneys would be that he cannot be guilty because he left the trail by 1:30, but there is no mention of that. Also, Rick did not mention that or say he was innocent in his letter to the court begging for mercy and an attorney. Page 112. So the next question to ask is, did anyone see a vehicle parked at CPS between 1:30 p.m. and 4 p.m. that did not resemble Rick's black Ford Focus, thus supporting the timeline that Rick provided, but which Liggett concealed from Judge Diener? The answer is yes. Witness 4. Witness 4 arrived at 1:46 p.m. and parked at the Mears lot. When she left, she headed west on 300 North and was spotted on the Hoosier Harvest Store camera heading toward CPS at 2:14 p.m. The CPS lot is a 36-second drive from the Hoosier Harvest Store camera. Liggett admitted under oath that at 2:15 p.m., Rick's black Ford Focus would be parked at CPS while Rick was abducting and murdering the girls. Page 113. However, at 2:15, when Witness 4 passed CPS, she observed one car that resembled a 1965 Ford Comet that her father once owned. Footnote 162. Defense recognizes that in 1965, Ford did not make a Comet, Mercury did. But these were the words of Witness 4, who knew what the Comet looked like, but erroneously thought Ford produced the Comet. The shape had quote-unquote sharper angles. Footnote 164. Witness 4 provided a sketch of the side profile of the car, featuring the angles the car possessed, which looks nothing like the side profile of Rick's Ford Focus. Liggett was fully aware the car Witness 4 described as being backed into a spot at CPS looked nothing like Rick's black Ford Focus, but Liggett concealed that information from Judge Diener. If Rick left at 1:30 p.m., then the person Witness 4 observed on the bridge at roughly 2 p.m. was not Rick. This would explain why the person Witness 4 observed looked nothing like Rick, because it wasn't Rick. It was a 20-year-old kid with brown poofy hair. Concealing Witness 4's description of the vehicle at CPS from Judge Diener may have temporarily plugged a hole in the dam of Liggett's problematic timeline when Diener reviewed the affidavit on October 13, 2022. But Liggett's concealment has now been exposed, and it gets even worse. Again, the defense is selectively picking details to include. They said Bridge Guy was a 20-year-old kid Yet witness 4 later said he could be early 30s, and the defense left that out. And the juveniles near bench 1 said a man matching Rick was headed to the bridge. Page 114. When asked to describe the color of the car, witness 4 told Liggett it was not black, which is the color Liggett needed the vehicle to be in order to fit the description of Rick's black Ford Focus. What the hell does not black mean? What color is the car? Not black. This is another suspicious omission by the defense. Did witness 4 say it was a color close to black, or was it red, white, or yellow? Because of witness 4's description of the car's CPS, evidence supports Rick left at 1:30 p.m. and then an older, angular-looking car that resembled a 1965 Comet and was not black arrived and backed into the CPS parking lot. At roughly 2:15 p.m., witness 4 observed this car that reminded her of a car her dad had growing up. All of this adds up to this fact. Evidence concealed by Liggett supports that Rick was not at the crime scene, as he left at 1:30 p.m. and was home by the time witness 4 observed the 1965 Ford Comet-looking non-black vehicle. I can't. And Liggett knew it, which explains why the person on the bridge looks nothing like Rick, because it wasn't Rick. Yeah, I'm not really buying the defense's explanation. The two male drivers' descriptions were close enough that it could resemble Rick's car, plus that Rick backed in like he does at work. This is Rick's car backed in at work in August 2022, 2 months before he was arrested. He likes to back that thing up. And witness 4 even said the car was backed in the same way the male witness described it 5 minutes before she saw it, but he did not describe a car from the 1960s. So how could the 210 witness state a purple PT Cruiser or small SUV was backed up to CPS, but then 5 minutes later, witness 4 said a 1965 Comet was backed into the same spot? The newer car model, a PT Cruiser or small SUV, was described as being there first. I don't know what to think because these descriptions are drastically different, but a 1965 Comet is a very unique car, and two other witnesses around the same time did not describe seeing anything resembling a 52-year-old car. I wonder if the evidence shows any steps law enforcement took to identify a 1965 Comet. In the list of 126 exhibits, I did not see the sketch of the vehicle described by the man driving on Hoosier Heartland Highway. They included witness 4's sketch of the car because that went with the defense's narrative. After the April 2019 press conference, when Doug Carter asked the public for help in identifying the driver of a car parked at CPS from noon to 5, Rick Allen did not come forward even though he was parked there for the first 90 minutes of the time frame they were asking for help. Rick worked 1 block from the Carroll County Sheriff's Department. It's not very helpful to the local community and the families of Abby and Libby to not make police aware he was parked there. I understand he told the conservation officer in front of a grocery store in 2017, but that April 2019 press conference was huge. I find it suspicious that Rick did not take a few minutes during a lunch break to walk over to Carroll County Sheriff's Department or to talk to officers who came into the CVS he works at. Also, guess who else apparently did not come forward after the 2019 press conference? The owner of a purple PT Cruiser, a small SUV, a smart car, or a car from the 1960s. Thank you to someone on Reddit who apparently has nothing better to do than watch my old videos. I'm kidding. I really appreciate them reminding me about the satellite photos I found when I did my first Delphi video back in 2021. I don't want to share the screen name of the person on Reddit, but I do want to give them credit. But you should never tell anyone you know who I am or you watch my videos. I have a horrible reputation. Anyway, after Rick was arrested, it was stated he was on the trails from 1:30 to 3:30, so I thought the satellite photos of Delphi were useless because they were taken at 12:58 p.m., and frankly, they're still useless because the resolution is so low. But I went back to look at the 2 images that I was able to guilt the CEO of Planet Labs company, which does these satellite photos, to get him to send them to me for free back in 2021. A few weeks later, I learned that Gray Hughes and someone else had already purchased them for $400. So I'm not acting like I was the only one who had this idea. Don't want to ruffle anyone's feathers. I'm pretty sure he said in a live chat or something that he sent them to law enforcement and they said, we already have them. So I don't know if they have a better quality than this or not. I doubt it, to be honest. In the affidavit for search warrant for Rick, it said, quote, he stated he parked his car on the side of an old building, end quote. So how close to the CPS building did the 210 and 215 witnesses draw the car in their diagrams for police? Is this where Rick parked here? And how far did he back up? Some people online said that people would just pull in here and just park here because the trail goes right here to Freedom Bridge. So why would Rick or anybody else come all the way over here and back that thing up? Why would he back up onto the grass not knowing if there were sharp objects in the grass area next to an abandoned building? Would the owner of a classic car from the 1960s back it up not knowing if there are sharp objects on the ground that would possibly puncture their tires that are expensive? This is a screenshot from a drone footage on February 14th, the day after the murders. It shows some bushes and weeds that are high enough to partially hide a car. Is that why Rick backed in? These two satellite images show different areas of Delphi, but both of them included the CPS building, and I believe they were taken 1 second apart because the file names reference 175803 and 175804, which translates to 12:58 p.m. Eastern Time. The problem is the resolution stinks, and they are essentially worthless trying to figure out if Rick's car was there. Hopefully, law enforcement has been able to contact government agencies to see if they have a higher resolution satellite that captured Delphi between noon and 3:30 to see if Rick's car was there noon to 1:30 or 1:30 to 4. But I just wanted to show them again in this video for people who never saw them. I made this collage of 4 different images. I know it's blurry and ridiculous, but give me a minute to talk about it. In the top left is the February 14th drone footage that shows the area Rick likely backed into. How far back, I don't know. But police do because 2 of the witnesses who drove by drew diagrams that were somewhat similar, at least the location where the car parked. These dark brown bushes here line up with this dark brown area here from Google Maps dated April 2017, a few months after the murders. So to compare this one and this one to the 2 satellite images at 12:58, is Rick's black car backed in close to CPS? If it is, then that is great exculpatory evidence that could help him get freed if there is a higher resolution image. Just to be clear, this is the highest resolution Planet Labs had. Each photo file that they sent me was a 28 megabyte TIFF file. I zoomed out a little bit to make it easier to see. So in the top right and bottom left, it's just a 1 second difference in time. Both are 12:58 p.m. when Rick said his car was parked here. So is this dark area here and this dark area here Rick's black Ford Focus? Or is it just the dark bushes and Rick's car is not here? It's too blurry to tell. I've always thought there was kind of like a white dot down here. And that other driver said he saw in the morning and the early afternoon that there was an abandoned car somewhere in this area, but I do not see anything on the side of the road. So this is the Hoosier Heartland Highway. Over here is the parking lot where apparently most people park if they're going to walk on the trails. Here is CPS. Here is the Hoosier Harbor Store camera, and here's the Mears parking lot. So this is what the full file looks like that I got. I guess as the satellite goes in orbit, it kind of takes these strips of photos. So Delphi is in the bottom right here. So here's CPS up here, and down here, we're gonna zoom in on Rick's house at 12:58 p.m. to see if he's parked there or not. He said he was not at home. And just like earlier, it's way too blurry. I think there's like a white dot here and not a black car, but it's just too blurry to tell. This is Rick's house, so he has a paved driveway here, and it's gravel here. I made this combination of photos from Google Maps, and this is the satellite at 12:58 p.m. Again, yes, it's ridiculously blurry. I don't see a black car in the driveway. So did that mean Rick was truly at the trails or not? In 2017, Rick had a 2016 car, and I believe his wife's car was a 2006. So which car would you pull into your garage? A 1-year-old car or an 11-year-old car? If you want the answers, just ask the nosy neighbors. Since the image quality is so bad, I'm not going to continue speculating about that. So back to the manifesto, talking about Liggett concealing witness 4's description of the older car at CPS. Page 115. This is simply outrageous and abusive behavior on the part of Liggett. Abusive in that Liggett used his power as a law enforcement officer to conceal evidence to secure a search warrant 26 days before an election in which he was running for sheriff. And at the brunt end of Liggett's abusive behavior is Rick, who has been sitting and suffering in hell for over 10 months. I've seen the defense bring up the November 2022 sheriff election, but no one has specifically said what Liggett's evil plan was. At which point did Liggett hatch this plan? On what date and year did Liggett become aware that Rick was interviewed in 2017 and on the trails that afternoon? Are people insinuating that Liggett arrested Rick so voters would think Liggett is a great detective and therefore should get their vote? If I was a Carroll County voter Rick's arrest would have been a reminder to me that Liggett failed to find the killer for 5.5 years, and I would not have voted for Liggett. If Liggett planned to arrest anyone or a patsy to get elected to look like he was a good candidate for sheriff, then what did he think would happen when the case falls apart at trial and he comes up for re-election after being exposed as a fraud? Is he really that evil and dumb to think he could arrest Rick, not knowing whether there would be evidence found on Rick's phone or car showing he was home by 1:40 p.m.? That's a huge risk. I looked up salary information for Carroll County, and in 2022, I believe Liggett was getting $55,393 per year as chief deputy, and in 2022, the sheriff's salary was $95,000, which I think got increased to $97,000 in 2023, which would increase his salary almost $42,000, which is obviously a large incentive for someone to want to win that job. But to accuse Liggett of being so evil that he would arrest an innocent man and also give false hope to the families of Abby and Libby, and to think that other exculpatory evidence for Rick would never come out at a trial, does not add up to me that Liggett had a plan to win the election that included the false arrest of Rick. Lastly, referring to Rick sitting and suffering in hell for over 10 months, he was in his cell and called his wife and mother and admitted he killed Abby and Libby. Some people would think that confession meant the search warrant for Rick's home and car were justified, since he admitted several times to the people he loves the most in life that he murdered 2 8th-grade girls in the woods. Is that confession the reason why the defense is trying to get the search warrant thrown out, so the arrest warrant can then be thrown out, and his confession gets thrown out? Page 115 continued. Liggett doesn't even have the excuse that witness 4 provided the description to a different detective, and he could not have known of her description. No, Liggett heard the description straight from witness 4, yet chose to conceal this timeline-destroying evidence from Judge Diener. If Judge Diener knew evidence showed Rick was home by 2:13 p.m., Diener would never have signed the search warrant. But that's not all. It gets even worse. Liggett flat out lied when he told Judge Diener that in 2017, Muddy Witness described a man as wearing, quote, muddy and bloody, end quote, clothing, and was also wearing a blue jacket. The defense consistently disputes the non-blue jacket as being described in 2017, but they never reference if Muddy Witness changed her story after 2017. The paragraph in the affidavit does reference her interview in 2017 in the first sentence, but law enforcement may have interviews from 2018 and beyond where maybe she said it could have been blue or darker, and therefore Liggett did not lie in the affidavit. For Liggett's timeline to work, not only did he need Rick's car to be parked at CPS between 1:30 and 4, he also needed Muddy Witness's statement concerning the man she claimed she saw walking westbound on 300 North at 3:57 to match Witness 4's description of a man wearing a blue jacket. It would also help if the man had blood on his clothing to further tie him into the murder. Page 115 continued. In his affidavit, Liggett wrote, an interview was done of Muddy Witness in 2017. She states that she was traveling east on 300 North and observed a male subject walking west on the north side of 300 North, away from Monon High Bridge. She stated that he was wearing a blue-colored jacket and blue jeans and was muddy and bloody. She further stated that it appeared he had gotten into a fight. Investigators determined from the video that she was on 300 North at 3:57 p.m. The blue jacket described by Muddy Witness would need to match the color of the jacket described by Witness 4 to help with Liggett's timeline. The blood on the clothing would be an added bonus in that it would tie the man that Muddy Witness observed in with the murders and therefore assist Judge Diener in making the decision to sign the warrant. Page 116. The problem is that in 2017, Muddy Witness told Liggett the man she observed walking west on 300 North was wearing a tan-colored coat, a lighter-colored coat, not a blue jacket. This is a problem because the color of this man's coat did not match the coat of the 20-year-old boyish-looking man with poofy brown hair Witness 4 observed on the bridge around 2 p.m. According to Liggett, both of these men were Rick. Another way to put that is that Liggett asserted sketches 1 and 2 are the exact same man, Rick. Footnote 169. Liggett testified that only Rick committed these crimes. Therefore, if Witness 4 observed one man, while Muddy Witness observed an entirely different man, then this would cut against Liggett's preposterous contention that only one man committed this crime. Perhaps neither the young man witness 4 observed nor the muddy man had anything to do with the murders. Meanwhile, as witness 4 and muddy witness were observing these two different men, Rick was at home and a 1965 Comet-looking, non-black vehicle was parked at CPS. Muddy witness and witness 4 observing two different men created a problem for Liggett's timeline. Instead of being honest, Liggett chose to represent to Judge Diener that muddy witness observed a man wearing a blue jacket, when in her 2017 interview, muddy witness said it was tan. But that's not all. I agree that is totally unacceptable. Liggett should not have written blue. That is a lie. If muddy witness has only stated between 2017 and October 13th, 2022, that the man wore a light color jacket and she never changed her description to a darker color. Despite that, it is possible Bridge Guy or Rick prepared by having another jacket or light colored clothing under the blue jacket. This crime seems somewhat planned if Bridge Guy did have items stuffed in his jacket as he approached Abby and Libby. So maybe he was prepared to leave the scene without his blue jacket on the outside, which then leads to questions about what happened to the blue jacket. Liggett's affidavit for search warrant included this quote, "Muddy witness then observes a man walking down 300 North with a blue jacket and jeans and that he is muddy and bloody, as if he had just been in a fight. She is shown a picture of the man on the bridge and she said, that is the same man she observed walking on 300 North, end quote. I don't know how that driver could say that and that his jacket was tan or light, but we'll have to wait for the trial to hear her explanation. I disagree with the defense saying the young man maybe was not involved. It's nearly impossible for the man on Platform 1, who witness 4 said matched Bridge Guy, to not have anything to do with the crime. Abby and Libby arrived at the bridge approximately 3 minutes after witness 4 left. Page 117. The so-called Muddy Bloody Lady is actually just the Muddy Lady, as she only used the word muddy to describe the man she observed on 300 North in her 2017 interview. It certainly would help Judge Diener in making his decision if the man walking down the street was wearing a blue jacket and also wearing bloody clothing, as if he had just murdered somebody. However, Liggett lied since Muddy Witness never mentioned a blue coat or blood in her 2017 interview. Judge Diener would have realized that Witness 4 and Muddy Bloody Witness did not see the same man. Instead of lying, had Liggett told Judge Diener that the man walking down 300 North only had on muddy clothing, then Judge Diener would not have associated that man with murder. If Judge Diener had been told the truth, he would not have, nor should he have, signed the search warrant. Conclusion of Part 3. There is a reason that in his sworn affidavit, Liggett concealed key information and lied. Had Diener known the hidden and falsified facts, then Diener would never have signed the search warrant, which was already insufficient in linking Rick to the murders, even before Liggett's lies and deceptions. Why hasn't the man in the tan or light-colored jacket been identified or come forward? What did law enforcement do to try and identify him? Muddy Witness said he appeared he had gotten into a fight, so I don't think it's a lie or wrong for Liggett to assume a characteristic of someone who was in a fight would be blood on their clothing. She said he had muddy pants, so I would like to hear her reasoning for saying he looked like he was in a fight. Were his pants similar to the faded jeans of Bridge Guy? What was her contribution to the sketch? That the man had a goatee like Rick? Did this pedestrian have a hood or hat on? Was he carrying a bag or anything else? Did he look like he had items stuffed into his jacket? I know a lot of these details are nearly impossible to remember as she's driving, but she could have looked at him for a few seconds as she approached. Now that she knows what Rick looks like, does she remember the pedestrian enough to state whether his face was similar to Rick? Page 118. Liggett's concealed and falsified evidence would have told a completely different story. Rick told Liggett he left CPS by 1:30 p.m., but Liggett opted to not let Judge Diener know what Rick said. Witness 4 saw one man, perhaps the same man the juveniles saw on the trail. I don't know why the defense is stating Witness 4's 20 to early 30s boy/man could be the same man the juveniles described as being over 40 with gray hair. Muddy Witness observed a completely different man, and while all these witnesses were observing two different men, Rick was at home where he had been since leaving the Monon Trail on or before 1:30 p.m. That is the difference the concealed and falsified evidence would have made for Judge Diener. For viewers who are not good with technology, If you have a long document like this 136-page monstrosity, on your computer keyboard, if you have a Windows PC, you can hold down the Control button, which is abbreviated CTRL, and then push the key for the letter F. It will open the Find or Search feature, and you can enter a keyword to jump to each instance of that specific word throughout a really long document. If you have a Mac computer, it's Command plus F. So I'm on a Mac, so on the top right, I'm going to write 130. And it says found on 28 pages. I searched this entire document for 1:30 p.m. when Rick supposedly left, and it returned results for 31 instances in this document where the defense wrote 1:30 p.m. How many times in 136 pages did the defense write 1:27 p.m.? 0. That's because that is the time Rick's car was supposedly captured on video at Hoosier Harvest Store, heading from Mears to CPS. So how is Rick home soon after 1:30 if his car was traveling from the long route from his home to CPS at 1:27 p.m.? Does Rick's October 13th, 2022 interview include questions and answers about which route he drove to and from CPS? Google Maps shows there are 2 routes from Rick's house to CPS that are 6 minutes and 7 minutes. So here's his house down here. He could have gone here through town and then got to CPS. Or the other short way that takes 7 minutes is to go down here and then take Hoosier Heartland Highway up to CPS. Here's Hoosier Harvest Store camera. So if Rick's car is headed this way at 1:27 p.m. when he said he left at 1:30, what's going on? In order for that to happen, Rick would have had to gone all this way, up here, through here, here to here, which took 10 minutes compared to 6 or 7 minutes. Or did he not come straight from home? If not, where was he before he went to the trails? I look forward to hearing him answer at his trial. Page 119, Part 4, Odinists in Westville. After his arrest, Rick was forced to be housed in Westville Correctional Facility based upon a safekeeping order. On April 3, 2023, 2 of the transport guards walking Rick to and from his visit prominently displayed multiple patches on their Department of Corrections uniform. Footnote 170. On April 3rd, the defense was fully aware of the Odinite involvement in the murders, but law enforcement would likely not have known the defense was aware of the Odinite involvement, which could explain why they felt comfortable wearing the patches. How would Holman and Liggett know what guards inside Westville were wearing on any particular day? How would 2 guards at a prison know that other Odinists were at one time secretly investigated by police for Abby and Libby's murders? Delphi is 1.5 hours from Westville, and Rushville is over 3 hours away. The defense never explains the direct connection between the Westville guards and the Odinists other than they all follow Odinism. If the defense was aware of the Odinite investigations, why did they not tell Rick about it until August when they had known for months? He is their client. They work for him. They just let him sit there and think there weren't alternative suspects? They said they did it to protect him, but I don't buy that. I asked one of my YouTube subscribers, who is a defense lawyer, why attorneys would withhold this information, and he said the following. Thank you to my YouTube subscriber, DNA King, who provided this defense attorney's perspective. As a lawyer, you never want to say anything to a client that would suggest to them what defense the client ought to think about. You don't want the client to try to come up with facts to support the theory of defense. You want the client to always tell the truth, as much as they will. By withholding the results of your independent investigation, you are, in effect, giving your client more time to tell you more about what they know. Here's the problem. You don't know whether the client is guilty or innocent, and what the client tells you is not always helpful for a lawyer to make a decision about that, and then how to act accordingly. If I were his lawyers, I would have held back that info for a while so I can continue to drag information from him without his being influenced by what I've learned. At some point, you make a decision that your investigation is going to be presented at a trial, and then you disclose the results of the investigation to the client and discuss options. If I don't tell the client what I learn, and I catch the client in a lot of lies, I can then confront the client about the lies to assess if the client is guilty. I don't care if the client is guilty. I just never want to go to trial presenting information that I know can be dismissed easily. So I need to push the client to be as honest as possible. If they think I have found a good defense, then they may not tell me the facts that I need to know in order to take those facts into account for the trial. It's a delicate dance. To me, it's not odd at all Rick's defense lawyers waited to tell him. All right, Tom was wrong as always. Now back to the manifesto, page 119, talking about the guards at Westville and their patches. The top patch, "In Odin We Trust," was displayed under their embroidered name tags on the right side of their Department of Corrections uniform shirt. On the left side of their uniform shirts were two patches. One, a partial American flag and interlocking triangles, a common symbol for those involved in the pagan Odinite religion, and two, above this was a patch, "I hate people." Footnote 171. An undercover state trooper who is familiar with hate groups, runes, and Odinism stated that interlocking triangles are associated with the Odinist belief systems. I said earlier in this video that other people use it for non-Odinist beliefs. From November 2022 through April 3rd, 2023, Rick's defense team had been able to bring in their phones when visiting Rick. After Rick's defense team showed photographs of a decrepit Rick at Westville, Warden Gallipo apparently issued an order that Rick's defense were no longer allowed to bring in phones. The defense was not able to take photographs or video of these patches after April 3rd, 2023. Therefore, the defense is providing affidavits from members of Rick's defense that viewed these patches on multiple occasions after April 3rd, 2023. The images of the patches were found on the website Etsy and were displayed on page 120 of this document. I showed earlier that the Westville uniform rules might allow for some religious modifications, but regarding the "I hate people" patch, I don't think that's appropriate to wear as a guard at a prison working with inmates. However, I do think that the "I hate people" patch should be mandatory for baristas working at Starbucks. Also, the correct spelling of the last name of Westville's warden is Gallipeau. On page 119, the defense spelled it Gallipo, and on page 125, they spelled it Gallipo. That's embarrassing. It takes 20 seconds to Google his name for clarification. But let's drive to Georgia and back to get a picture. Page 121. In this next section, I will refer to the guards as Sergeant 1 and Sergeant 2. The first time Rick's defense noticed Sergeant 1 and Sergeant 2 and the patches on their uniforms was on April 3rd, 2023. This also coincides with the time frame that Rick's mental health began a steep decline. From that point forward, these two guards seemed inseparable from Rick. Odinite Correction Officers 1 and 2 would walk Rick to and from his attorney's visits, as well as on one occasion when Rick visited with his wife, always wearing these embroidered patches. For a period, Sergeants 1 and 2 were also videotaping Rick and his interactions with his attorneys. This ended only upon complaint by Rick's attorneys after several visits. Sergeants 1 and 2 were always close enough to Rick to be assured that Rick did not feel comfortable talking to his attorneys or his wife without knowing that these Odinite guards were within earshot of anything he would tell his lawyers or wife. Apparently, camcorders without microphones are used as a security measure to prevent attorneys from bringing in contraband to their clients and to have video evidence in case an inmate attacks their attorneys, since there was not a stationary camera in the meeting room. I don't understand how a large prison like Westville does not have designated meeting rooms for attorney-client visits with video cameras pre-installed on the wall, but it seems like at least some of Rick's attorney meetings were held elsewhere. Page 122. In this section, I will protect the names of the defense's intern and private investigator. The intern and private investigator have both been a part of Rick's defense team since December 2022 and have met with Rick on several occasions. Paragraph 10 of the intern's affidavit, marked as Exhibit 115, provides insight into some of what was going on at Westville with Odinist guards 1 and 2. Here is part of his statement. During one memorable visit on May 4th, 2023, myself, Baldwin, and Rosie met Rick, who was in a mental and physical state of deterioration and was nearly non-communicative. Rick repeatedly asked whether or not his wife was okay and if his family was okay. He claimed on a couple of occasions that, quote, they were going to kill him, end quote. When asked who he was referring to as they, Rick responded by saying the guys with the Odin patches. Up to this point, Rick's defense had never mentioned Odinites or Odinism to Rick either directly or indirectly. The first time I'm aware of any mention of Odinite involvement to Rick was August 25th, 2023, when Rick's wife attended and a discussion occurred between attorney and client regarding ties to the crime scene. Why didn't the defense include any follow-up questions to Rick, like, Did they tell you they were going to kill you? Or why do you think they're going to kill you? The defense just insinuated there was some kind of fear instilled in Rick by actions or words the guard said, but offer no proof. I said on page 22, it seems as though on May 4th, Rick asked if his wife and family were okay because he confessed to them on April 3rd and his wife hung up and stopped communicating. That's why he had to ask his attorneys if she was okay, because there was no communication after he confessed. The Westville warden also said that Rick made statements that he would harm himself, so he was put on suicide watch. Page 122. At an August 10th, 2023 deposition, the defense finally revealed to Holman they knew the evidence exposed the high likelihood Odinites committed these murders. Up until that time, the defense had strategically played dumb about possessing any knowledge of the Odinite involvement. 1 week later, during their first attorney visit since that August 10th deposition, Sergeant 2 dropped Rick off at the attorney meeting. Sergeant 1 was absent on this visit. However, something else was also different. Notably missing from Sergeant 2's uniform were the Odinite patches that Rick's defense had taken note of on every attorney visit since April 3rd. Perhaps not so coincidentally, after Holman became aware of the defense team's knowledge of the Odinite involvement in the murders, magically those patches were removed from Sergeant 2's uniform. Page 123. Liggett was the only person that refused the transport of Rick out of Westville and cited as his sole reason that he would have difficulty transporting Rick to Delphi from Logansport, which is where the Cass County Jail is, for hearings and trial, which is less than 20 miles. Certainly, state police were available to assist in transport if Carroll County could not, yet Liggett refused to agree to the transport, leaving Rick in Westville guarded by Odinites. When factoring everything contained in this memorandum, Liggett's objection to moving Rick to Cass County over transportation concerns is troubling, especially when the guard's patches were removed after the depositions. Also filed with the Frank's motion is the defense's emergency request to transport Rick to Cass County Jail, despite Liggett's objection, as the defense has legitimate concerns of Rick's safety once this motion and memorandum are filed. Well, maybe the defense should not have publicly named and accused the prison guards of being a danger to Rick because they believe in Odinism. Are those two guards going to start beating Rick? He's in solitary confinement 23 hours a day, 5 days a week, and 24 hours a day, 2 days a week, with his and the guards' every move captured on video. How will Rick's safety be affected? I say just move Rick to Cass County, but if the defense is so concerned about his mental state, I think Westville said they have mental and medical professionals available all the time, whereas county jails might only have them come in once a week. Westville has had Rick under constant watch due to his statements about being suicidal, but I don't know what resources Cass County has to pay for guards to watch Rick all day. Rick now has to deal with another delay of possibly a year or more because he has 2 new public defenders, so I'm sure his mental health has declined because of that. Do people really want him in a county jail cell that is smaller than Westville, where he doesn't ever get to leave his cell because he's on suicide watch, and if he has a mental breakdown, there are not professionals there to help him? And I don't know why some people seem to ignore maybe Rick's mental health is because he's upset that he finally got caught, and he's realizing the consequences that he's going to be in this jail cell for the next 30 years until he dies, and he has totally let down his wife, his mom, and his daughter, and everybody knows that he's a double murderer of children. Page 124. Beyond Sergeant 1 and Sergeant 2, wearing In Odin We Trust patches, what else links them to Odinism? Sergeant 1 and Sergeant 2's relationship with Odinism went beyond the patches they each proudly displayed while transporting Rick to and from his attorney's visits. This section is about Sergeant 2. On his Facebook, Sergeant 2 does not hide his devotion to Odinism. On June 25, 2023, Sergeant 2 posted a photo of what the defense would call an altar featuring horns, antlers, and Thor's hammer and a dish sitting atop some type of animal fur with various runes decorating the outer edges of the dish. All these items were placed on what appears to be a circular wooden platter. It appears that Sergeant 1 liked Sergeant 2's Odin altar post. Sergeant 2's altar to Odin is similar to an altar to Odin posted by BH. As stated by the defense's intern, Sergeant 2 was involved in transporting Rick to most, if not all, of his attorney's visits and always wore his Odin patches. However, that changed following Holman's August 10th deposition when Holman was called out by the defense for law enforcement's incompetent handling of the Odin aspect of the investigation. Nowhere in that deposition did the defense reveal to Holman they were aware that Sergeants 1 and 2 were wearing the In Odin We Trust patches. Rosie and the intern visited Rick on August 17th. Page 125. At this August 17th visitation, Sergeant 2 no longer was wearing the patch. The defense team has no direct knowledge whether Holman or anyone from law enforcement contacted Sergeant 2 or anyone from Westville to alert them Rick's defense team was aware evidence supported Odinists being involved in the murders. However, it is certainly a curiosity that deserves attention and consideration. Sergeant 2 was always within a few feet of Rick during Rick's meeting with his wife. The 2 visits Rick had with his wife were without other inmates in the room. While Warden Gallipo may claim Westville was doing Rick a favor by allowing him privacy with his wife, the defense views it differently. With no other inmates in the room was completely quiet. Sergeant 2 could hear everything Rick told his wife. Certainly, Sergeants 1 and 2 stood close enough to Rick to intimidate Rick from talking openly and honestly to his wife about what was going on at Westville. I disagree with the defense on this point. Can you imagine if Rick walked into the visitation room when 10 other inmates were meeting with their families? All eyes and ears would be on Rick, and who knows what some of those people would do or say. I get the defense's point, but if guards have to make sure that no contraband is being exchanged between visitors and inmates, and to prevent physical assaults, then they have to do their job and stand nearby. If Rick had a problem with Westville, he could have easily told his wife on his daily phone calls with her. Page 125 continued. In their combined 50-plus years of practicing criminal defense, Baldwin and Rosie have never had confidential attorney visits videotaped with a handheld camcorder. Beginning April 3rd, Sergeants 1 and 2 began videotaping Rick's interactions with his attorneys. Particularly outrageous was the fact that Rick was required to face the camcorder from about 10 feet away through a glass. This means that Rick's mouth was being videotaped, and he was not able to talk freely to his attorneys and say things like, quote, "They are stating that if I don't tell my wife that I am guilty, then they said they are going to harm my wife," end quote. End of yet another fake quote. If Rick were to say anything like that, it would be on video. Remember, Rick continuously asked his defense team if his wife was okay and if his family was okay. I agree with the defense that Rick should not be forced to face the camera, but even if Rick turned his back to the camera and switched places with his attorneys, then the attorneys would be complaining that the words they were saying were being filmed. I don't know why Westville does not have built-in wall cameras in all of these attorney-client meeting rooms to prevent this concern. I disagree with the defense for a second time, completely fabricating a fake quote that Rick never said about guards threatening Rick to confess or the guards will harm his wife. I already discussed this on page 22 when the defense presented another fake quote by Rick as a way to make an excuse for why he confessed to his wife. It falls flat again 104 pages later, like my voice. If it was true that Westville Odinist guards threatened to kill Rick's wife if he did not call her and confess, wouldn't Rick want that statement to be on video as evidence? Wouldn't Rick and his attorneys have filed a formal complaint with the Westville warden containing a real quote that Rick or the guards said? Why is the defense equating Rick asking if his wife is okay to be precipitated by guards threatening to hurt his wife? Maybe Rick wanted to know how she was mentally handling his shocking confession since there was no communication between them for at least 17 days after the April 3rd call when Rick's wife abruptly hung up the phone after her husband told her he was a child killer. I do have some doubts about Rick's guilt, and I'm open to him being innocent, but he did confess to his wife, and the defense's attempts to find excuses for that are so unbelievable they are losing credibility. Why didn't the defense include the full text of the April 3rd confession phone call to Rick's wife, plus any confession he made to his mother, plus any confession he made to Westville's warden? Instead, the defense merely made up imaginary versions. Page 126. The defense has obtained video from the prison, and one shows the aftermath of something that happened to Rick. Find attached a still shot, photo from a video, of Rick taken between May 26th to May 30th. The defense is not sure exactly what happened to Rick that caused him to look the way depicted in the still shot. Whether it was self-harm or something else, the fact that Rick is being watched by Odinites and the evidence strongly supports Odinite involvement in the murders causes great concern for the defense in terms of Rick's safety. In the defense's private investigator's affidavit, You will find that at the last hearing on June 15, 2023, Rick was constantly pleading with the guards not to shock him. Quote, "Please don't shock me. Please don't shock me. Please don't shock me." End quote. The PI indicated Rick made that comment in front of multiple guards and members of Rick's defense team. I don't understand why every time Rick goes to court, he has to be in shackles around his ankles and his wrists, plus a vest that could shock him. He's 5'4". He's surrounded by a bunch of guards. It's not like he's really going to do something crazy. So I don't know why they just don't put him in handcuffs. It was stated that Rick had to be tased twice, so it could be possible that because of these prior incidents where Rick did not follow the rules, they are forcing him to be in shackles. Regarding this screenshot from late May, where the defense said it looked like Rick may have harmed himself, why didn't the defense show Rick the photo and ask him what happened in May? I don't know what the point of that paragraph was, other than to get Rick moved to Cass County Jail, which was right across the street from Rosie's office. Page 127. This section is about Sergeant 1. Sergeant 1's Facebook reveals his ties to Odinism. Exhibit 122. You can see the interlocking triangles that appear on Sergeant 1's patch also appear in this photo. You will also notice a rune in the lower left-hand corner of the photo. It is hard to see because it is in black. Also remember that Sergeant 1 liked Sergeant 2's altar to Odin. The defense would request the court review the intern's affidavit to learn of Sergeant 1's involvement in guarding Rick. It is nearly identical to Sergeant 2's involvement. Conclusion of Part 4. They don't teach you in law school what to do when your client, who is accused of murder, is being guarded by members of a religious cult whose members evidence strongly supports were the actual murderers. Footnote 183. Again, the defense is not claiming that Sergeant 1 and Sergeant 2 are involved in the murders, just that they are Odinites, members of the same religious cult that evidence strongly supports were involved in the murders of Abby and Libby. Yet, that is where we are. At some point in time, coincidences cease to be coincidences. The fact that Liggett did not want Rick to be removed from Westville, purportedly over quote-unquote transportation issues, is curious. The fact that Odinites are guarding Rick is very concerning, or at the very least, curious considering the evidence discussed in this memorandum. The fact that Sergeant 2 stopped wearing his "In Odin We Trust" patches within days of Holman and law enforcement learning the defense was aware of the evidence linking Odinists to the crime scene, and that law enforcement had avoided investigating Odinists is curious. That's not true that law enforcement avoided investigating Odinists. Also, the defense stated, quote, "At some point, coincidences cease to be coincidences," end quote. I created a few slides with reasons debating why Rick may be guilty or innocent, and some of the coincidences that I cannot ignore when trying to figure out if Rick truly was at the trails from noon to 1:30 and is 100% innocent. So if you did not see that part of the video, look in the description below and click the timestamp to the right of the chapter titled Rick, Guilty or Innocent. Page 128. The court must determine whether Liggett acted intentionally or recklessly when he omitted or lied about information when he drafted the affidavit for search warrant. The defense would ask the court to consider that Liggett objecting to Rick's transfer to Cass County over transportation issues is evidence of intentionality in that Liggett wanted Allen to remain in Westville, guarded by Sergeants 1 and 2, and any other Odinite whom the defense has not learned works at Westville. Page 129. Part 5. Rick has no ties to Odinism or any religious cult and has no ties to the crime scene. Liggett testified there is no DNA linking Rick to the crime scene, and he is unaware of anything that links Rick to the crime through his phone, computers, or electronics. Liggett testified he is unaware of any evidence that links Rick to any weird religious cult group. Holman testified there is no DNA linking Rick to the crime scene. No data extracted from Rick's phone connects him to the murders. No data extracted from Libby's phone connected Rick to the murders. There is no evidence that Rick is or was connected to any other suspects in the case. There is no evidence found on social media that connects Rick to the murders. There is no evidence extracted from Rick's computers that connects him to the murders. There is no fingerprint evidence that connects Rick to the murders. I wonder what happened to the unknown hairs and fibers at the scene mentioned in Ron Logan's search warrant. What about evidence from Rick's car's computer showing when he arrived at and left CPS on February 13th? Was that data too far back to be retrieved? What potential evidence did the defense not include in this list? Was Abby and Libby's DNA found in Rick's car or at his house? It said there's no DNA linking Rick to the crime scene. Was Abby or Libby's DNA linked inside of Rick's car? And I don't understand how Rick said he was on a stock ticker, but law enforcement did not find anything that could help prove what time Rick was on the trails. Page 130. This section is very short, thank God, because there is simply no evidence linking Rick to the murders. However, in his affidavit for search warrant, Liggett attempted to drum up as much connectivity as he could muster between Rick and the murders to convince Judge Diener that it was more likely than not that evidence of the murders would be found in Rick's house and vehicles. Here, essentially, is what Liggett swore and affirmed linked Rick to the crime. Number 1, Rick was on the trail sometime between 1:30 and 3:30. 2, Rick owns a blue coat. 3, Rick owns guns. Number 4, Rick owns knives. Number 5, Liggett's claim, while withholding key evidence, a black Ford Focus was parked at CPS between 1:30 and 4 p.m. Number 6, Liggett's claim, while withholding key evidence, witness 4 observed a man on a bridge that Liggett claimed was Rick. Number 7, Liggett's claim, while withholding key evidence, muddy witness observed a man walking down the road that Liggett claims 1 was Rick and also 2, the same man that witness 4 viewed on the bridge. That's it. That's all. With all of the evidence linking BH, PW, EF, JM, and RA to the murders, Liggett did not seek a single search warrant for any of those high-level suspects. None. However, 26 days before the election, Liggett made a choice to seek a search warrant for Rick's house based upon the items 1 through 7 above. Page 131. Let's run through this list one by one. Number 1. Rick was on the trails between 1:30 and 3. The source for this is Dan Doolin from the Department of Natural Resources, also known as DNR. In order to confidently trust that Rick actually said that he was on the trail between 1:30 and 3:30, Doolin's work product would also have to be trusted. Words matter when talking to someone. For example, if the exchange between Doolin and Rick was this, quote, Rick, we think the girls were abducted between 1:30 and 3:30. Were you on the trail at any point in time between 1:30 and 3:30 p.m. on February 17th? Which the defense messed up again, obviously it's supposed to be February 13th. And Rick answered yes. That does not mean that Rick was actually on the trail the entire time between 1:30 and 3:30 p.m. However, Doolin could memorialize that exchange as Rick claiming he was on the trail the entire 2-hour time span. If so, Doolin's report would be inaccurate. Therefore, Doolin's accuracy in writing reports may need to be considered and scrutinized. I agree that this could be a possibility that Doolin was told to go find people who were on the trail from 1:30 to 3:30. And it is important that it is clarified whether that is why Doolin wrote 1:30 to 3:30 on his 2017 report. Why didn't the defense include Rick clarifying whether he was asked if he was there between 1:30 and 3:30, or if Doolin asked him when he got there and when he left? The defense writes these hypothetical quotes when they can just ask their client what happened. Why doesn't the defense communicate with Rick during their meetings with him and then share the helpful facts that Rick reveals? Page 132. The defense does not have to go very far in scrutinizing Doolin's accuracy in report writing. It can start with the report Doolin wrote about his interaction with Rick. The conversation came about when Rick called the tip line to provide the limited information that he may have had from his time on the trail that day. Doolin and Rick met at a grocery store in Delphi. At the conclusion of the interview, Doolin prepared his report. However, Doolin screwed up the most basic of tasks, getting the name right. Doolin was so sloppy in drafting this report that he put Rick's name into the system as Rick Allen Whiteman. Footnote 194. When Liggett was asked if Doolin made any mistakes in the report he drafted following his interview, Liggett responded, quote, none that I'm aware of, no, end quote. But Holman had a different answer, quote, there was an error. I don't know if it was processing or whatever you want to call it, but at some point it got lost in the shuffle and entered incorrectly, end quote. Before being forced to sell their house and move away from the community they loved because of the horrific allegations that Rick brutally murdered 2 young girls, Rick lived for many years on Whiteman Drive. This is probably the source of Doolin's mistake. Exhibit 123, Doolin's report affiliated with DIN-C 000074. Well, since we can't necessarily trust Doolin's accuracy in writing reports, at least there would be a tape recording that would be able to provide the precise words used by Rick, right? Wrong. Find attached Exhibit 124, which is a report from DNR Dan concerning his interview of Rick. Quote, I checked my audio recordings and cannot find one for him. I will keep looking because I am sure I recorded every interaction I had related to my assigned leads. End quote. This is messed up on a variety of levels. I don't know if Doolin used a tape recorder, but if he used his cell phone, can't they use law enforcement software like Celebrate to inspect Doolin's phone to retrieve all deleted audio recordings? I don't know how Doolin entering the wrong last name would have any effect on law enforcement failing to follow up to interview the man who the tip said was on the trail and bridge in the time frame the murders happened. The only follow-up on that tip was, quote, who were the 3 girls walking in the area of Freedom Bridge, end quote. This is important to know what law enforcement found because they should have had some kind of list of people on the trails, and if the tip said to find a group of 3 girls on the trails at 1:30, did law enforcement also identify a separate group of 3 girls Rick said he passed around noon in the same similar spot that 4 juvenile girls at 1:30 passed someone dressed like Rick and Bridge Guy? I would think the answer is there was not a separate group of 3 girls who passed Rick around noon, and that is one of the reasons he was arrested. I just had another thought that goes against that. In 2019, why did Doug Carter ask for help identifying a vehicle at CPS from noon to 5? What evidence did law enforcement have the killer may have been on the trails at noon and 5 o'clock? Was there another group of 3 juvenile girls who told police they passed a man matching Bridge Guy around noon near the start of the trail, and it truly was Rick? So police thought Bridge Guy may have entered the trail at noon. Only law enforcement knows the answer to that, and it should have been in the evidence that the defense had access to. So I'm not sure why Baldwin and Rosie did not include that in this manifesto with reasons why Rick cannot be Bridge Guy. Also, it's beyond hypocritical of the defense to criticize Doolin's accuracy in report writing when this document is a train wreck full of errors. Page 132. Of course, another source of information of what time Rick was on the trails that day is Rick himself. As discussed previously in this memorandum, Rick told Liggett he arrived on the trails around noon and left around 1:30 p.m. This was information Liggett concealed from Judge Diener. Rick's black Ford Focus was not parked at the CPS building at 2:15, according to Witness 4. This was also information that Liggett concealed from Judge Diener. I don't know what to think about this. Is it possible that Rick truly was on the trails from noon to 1:30, that Doolin asked if he was there from 1:30 to 3:30, and Rick said yes because technically he was there at the beginning of that time frame, and Rick called police because he had nothing to hide and was trying to be helpful? At this point, I don't know for sure. I am not convinced that 1 out of the 3 vehicle descriptions by witnesses said the car at CPS was from the 1960s. The other 2 witness descriptions of the car could match Rick's at 2:10 and 2:28. What about law enforcement stating Rick's car was headed to CPS at 1:27 when he swears that he probably was walking back to his car at that time to leave at 1:30? What about the juveniles describing a man that looked like Rick and he admitted passing juveniles in nearly the same spot? What about Rick confessing to his family? There are still too many things that make you go, with Rick. Page 133. Liggett also failed to inform Judge Diener that Doolin cannot be trusted to perform the most basic of tasks when conducting an investigation: get the name right. Liggett's swearing under oath that Rick was on the trails between 1:30 and 3:30 based upon Doolin's lost and unrecorded interview may not be the best benchmark for Judge Diener to rely on. Unfortunately, Judge Diener would not know the unreliability of Doolin's report because Liggett never let him know. The defense made some good points there. 2. Rick owns a blue coat, as do millions of other men. I would like to see the material and style of coat taken from Rick's home to see if it matches Bridge Guy's, as well as hear from people who knew Rick, asking if he had a jacket like Bridge Guy's. 3. Rick owns guns, as do millions of other men. Yeah, but millions of men have not had Indiana State Police run tests that match an unspent round found next to Abby and Libby. Yes, I know some people say it is subjective and junk science, and even I have previously said, even if it is 80% reliable, that means that 20% of men whose guns matched would be falsely sent to prison for the rest of their lives, and that's not okay, including Rick. I don't think Rick should be found guilty just because the Indiana State Police report stated that there was a potential match between Rick's gun and the unspent round found next to the girls. 4. Rick own knives. The defense forgot the S, not me. It's supposed to say Rick owns knives, as do millions of other men. Number 5. His black Ford Focus was parked at CPS between 1:30 p.m. and 4 p.m. At 2:15 p.m., witness 4 observed a vehicle parked at CPS that resembled a 1965 non-black Comet with an angular design. This was not Rick's vehicle. More importantly, Tony Liggett concealed this fact from Judge Diener. Number 6. Witness 4 observed a man on a bridge that Liggett claimed was Rick. The man witness 4 observed was a 20-year-old kid with brown poofy hair that did not resemble Rick. This is not surprising considering Rick left at 1:30 and therefore was not on the high bridge when witness 4 observed the 20-year-old kid. Rick's black Ford Focus was not on the CPS lot at 2:15, which is further evidence Rick was not on that bridge as he already left. Again, Liggett concealed that witness 4 identified a young man on the bridge and not Rick Allen. Again, the defense selectively left out that witness 4 later stated the man was as old as early 30s, which is not a 20-year-old kid. Do they think Judge Gull is stupid enough to not recognize this? Also, witness 4 said the man she saw matched the man in Libby's video, which Rick said he was wearing the same thing. And Rick admitted he was standing on platform 1, and witness 4 just happened to see a man standing on platform 1. Page 134, number 7. Muddy witness observed a man walking down the road that Liggett claims 1 was Rick, and also 2, the same man that witness 4 viewed on the bridge. Muddy witness observed a man wearing a tan coat and muddy pants. This man does not meet the description of the man witness 4 observed on the bridge, which according to Liggett is the same man that Muddy witness observed on 300 North. And because Rick's black Ford Focus was not at the CPS lot at 2:15 p.m., when witness 4 passed by and saw a 1965 Comet-looking car at the CPS lot, Rick could not have been the man walking down 300 North. Liggett lied to Judge Diener when he claimed that in 2017, Muddy witness observed a man with a blue coat and muddy and bloody clothing. Conclusion of Part 5. Rick is not connected to these horrific murders in any way. Liggett attempted to convince Judge Diener that evidence of the murders would be found in Rick's home over 5 years after the girls were slain, based upon the 7 enumerated reasons identified above. If Liggett had been honest, then Judge Diener would not have signed the warrant. Liggett wasn't honest, though. Rick's lack of any connection whatsoever to the crime scene, combined with Liggett's lies and concealments, merit a Franks hearing. The defense messed up yet again. The correct spelling is Franks hearing with no apostrophe, since it is referencing Jerome Franks versus Delaware. Page 135. Conclusion of the Memorandum.
Hallelujah, hallelujah.
To prevail on its request for the court to set this matter for a Franks hearing, the defense must make a substantial preliminary showing that omitted or false statements were made knowingly or intentionally or with reckless disregard. If the trial court concludes that omitted facts or false statements were necessary for the finding of probable cause, the trial court should set a hearing on defendant's request. Indiana's Girth Court actually provided a simple way to assess whether a Franks hearing is justified. Is the concealed and false information contained in the brief the type of information that any reasonable person would have known, quote, was the kind of thing the judge would wish to know, end quote. The defense provided a very long and detailed analysis of the facts because the court must determine whether evidence exists that Liggett acted intentionally or that Liggett acted with reckless disregard. The defense believes that the very long and detailed analysis of the facts was necessary to provide a very strong foundation from which this court could conclude that Liggett acted intentionally or with reckless disregard. Or, more simply put, the very detailed analysis of the facts allows the court to conclude that, quote, yes, the omitted information and false information identified in the memorandum is the type of information that Judge Diener would have wanted to know before signing the warrant, end quote. We finally made it to the last page, 136. Wherefore, Rick, by and through his attorneys, Andrew J. Baldwin and Bradley A. Rosie, request that this court set this case for a Franks hearing, at which time the defense will be asking for the search warrant to be deemed illegal and the fruits of the illegal warrant to be suppressed. Respectfully submitted, Andrew Baldwin and Bradley Rosie. This Franks hearing memorandum was more of a Hail Mary than a Hail Odin. The defense seemed desperate to find ways to take attention away from Rick's April 3rd confessions to his wife and his mother. Did the defense think that Judge Gull would read these 136 pages, plus 126 exhibits, and 784 pages of depositions and not be annoyed? Not only by the ridiculous style of writing, but that the defense didn't get to the main section for the Franks hearing until page 105. They also revealed brutal crime scene details and accused multiple men of being involved in the killings after police investigated them years ago and did not find enough evidence to arrest them. I'm not familiar with the legal system. Maybe it was the responsibility of the court to redact the names before making it available online, but the court did later seal this memo. Was this memorandum a violation of the gag order? From what I've read, no. A gag order only applies to statements made outside of court filings. But Judge Gull was upset with this memorandum, according to an October 25th motion to disqualify Judge Gull from the case filed by Brad Rosie. Since this memo was filed on September 18th, it's been absolute craziness between Judge Gull and Baldwin and Rosie. On October 25th, 2023, Rosie filed a motion to disqualify Judge Gull as being the judge in this case. This October 25th filing included some of the reasons why she did not want them representing Rick any further, and letter D stated, "The court alleged that Mr. Baldwin put improper statements in his Franks memorandum, not false or misleading statements, just improper in her opinion." By her, they're referring to Judge Gull. Below that, it says Allen's response, which I guess is Brad Rosie. The court had disdain for the defense for not filing it under seal, which means confidential, even though there was no order to do so. That memorandum was demanded by the prosecution before there could be a Franks hearing. It is an impressive piece of legal writing and has been lauded by expert defense counsel across the nation. It, again, was required by applicable guidelines. I did not hear one single person compliment the writing in this memo. Most people complained that it was horribly written. Rosie referenced the Franks hearing twice, and he incorrectly used an apostrophe both times. If I was the judge and saw that Rick's public defender can't properly spell Franks hearing, the hearing that they're requesting, I would be concerned that Rick is in need of a more competent public defender. Rick deserves better. I want Rick to have the best attorneys available, and I have not been impressed by Baldwin and Rosie. I don't know what Gull thought was improper, possibly that it was not filed confidentially, but the release of the memo resulted in negative impacts for the men who were accused. I know of at least 2 of them who said their jobs were at risk. Baldwin's office failing to safeguard crime scene photos allowed a man to share the photos, and someone may have committed suicide after he shared them and was interviewed by police about it. My mind is not totally made up about who is guilty, Rick, the Odinists, or somebody else. So what do I need law enforcement to do to make me stop being concerned about the Odinism theory? Just to be clear, in no way do I think law enforcement owes me anything. I'm just saying in general. Re-investigate and get DNA from the 5 men accused by the defense, prove their alibis, search their homes, electronics, phones, and car computer records to show where they were February 13th, 2017. Speak with the sisters of EF, BH's ex-wife, and JM's ex-girlfriend to discuss the Odinist actions and statements, and also speak with Odinist friends of these men to hear if they were planning the sacrifice or talked about it after. Is there a possibility that Rick staged the crime scene to appear it was done by Odinists? Did law enforcement take books from Rick's house? Were they related to Odinism or symbols found at the crime scene? The defense seemed to insinuate nothing was taken from Rick's house that implicates him in the murders. If there were books related to Odinism, can law enforcement show Rick's fingerprint on a page showing a symbol left at the crime scene? I know that's pushing it into some kind of conspiracy theory. I've been hanging around you true crime people way too long. Rick could have been aware of the Odinism symbols he left at the scene, so when he saw the guards had Odinist patches, he decided to try and shift blame on them. A month and a half ago, when this thing first came out, on September 18th, I thought I could maybe do a deep dive fairly quickly, but apparently not after working on it every day for a few hours. So I was going to do a section of this video with some updates about court filings after the Franks memo was filed on September 18th, but then all hell broke loose with a bunch of filings, so I'm not going to get into most of them because it's just way too time consuming, and I don't know how long this video is, and I'm assuming it's like 99 hours. So on September 25th, 2023, state's response to defendant's motion for broadcasting order. I'm only including this one part because it references the Franks memo. So Prosecutor McClelland wrote this, number 7, that the defense has filed its 136-page memorandum in support of the Franks hearing, in which only 13 pages refers to any allegations relevant to the question of a Franks inquiry. The remaining 90% of the memorandum outlines its fanciful defense for social media to devour. Also on September 25th, 2023, the state's second objection to defendant's motion to suppress. Here are just a few items I took from it. Number 7, that once again, while the memorandum is colorful, dramatic, and highly unprofessional, it is not completely true. Number 8, that the state believes the allegations outlined by the defense are not supported by evidence that they have collected. Number 9, that Sheriff Tony Liggett did not intentionally or recklessly omit evidence or lie about evidence in the probable cause affidavit to support the search warrant. Finally, on October 10th, 2023, state's response to defendant's motion for discovery deadline. The defense gave a deadline of November 1st for the prosecution to hand over all of their evidence. Number 11, the prosecutor said, there was never any evidence intentionally withheld from the defense at any time. Number 12, that the state does not believe it is in possession of any exculpatory evidence for the defense, which seems to mean that law enforcement does not think they have any evidence that proves Rick did not do this and somebody else did. Here are my final thoughts. If law enforcement messed up and followed the wrong path by arresting Rick, they need to admit it. If it means they are not good at law enforcement and need to find a new job, then admit it. Abby, Libby, and their families who have been suffering for nearly 7 years deserve the truth, not lies or hiding law enforcement mistakes. The thought of the families being told that Rick was wrongly accused and arrested is hard to think how devastating that would be for them and for Rick and his family. But if these other 5 Odinist suspects are involved, then getting to the truth eventually is what matters. If Rick is falsely convicted, then Abby and Libby don't get justice, and the real killer or killers got away lucky, and no one should want that. Is it possible that Bridge Guy is not Rick and not any of the Odinists, and law enforcement is still totally clueless about who this man is on the screen? I hope not. At this point, I do have doubts about Rick's innocence, but I have an open mind and I think it is possible he is innocent. Some things point to his innocence, but others to his guilt. Honestly, I'm confused, especially after he confessed to his family. We have to wait at least another year for the trial to start to hear the prosecution's complete evidence, or maybe after looking into the accused Odinists again, other people will be arrested and Rick will be freed. That's the end of my video about the Franks hearing memorandum. Hopefully, at least one person found it helpful. I have one last section after this, not related to this memorandum or the Delphi case, that I wanted to share for people who do like my deep dive videos. This video was my last deep dive for true crime. Over the past 7 weeks since this memorandum was released, I've worked on this for many hours every single day to summarize, research various things, trying to make sense of it and Rick's guilt or innocence based on new information, and then spending a week to record and edit it. The company I work at is getting acquired, and I've been informed I'm losing my job on December 1st, so I have to focus my time doing things that help pay my bills. Some people seem to think that people who do YouTube and true crime get a ton of money, but that ain't true. With YouTube commercials revenue, I end up making about $1 per hour that I spend making deep dive videos. Plus, I've spent a few $1,000s over the past 2.5 years since I started looking into Delphi and true crime to get equipment and software to produce videos and host live chats and make a website because people ask me to share my case files. I will still do live chats and possibly shorter true crime videos, but I'm going to need to focus my time on other ways to make money. So I just wanted to let people know, since some people continue to ask me to do deep dives on other cases, but I'm sorry, I just don't have the time to do it. Over the past 2 years, people have suggested I offer merchandise so they can support my channel and thank me for the time I've spent producing content, but I've procrastinated creating an online store and products. I know some people freak out that YouTubers are making money off of murdered children, so I've hesitated to even try to offer products, but I've had ideas for t-shirts and mugs and other things with humorous sayings even before I got into true crime. So I will start offering a couple of products. For people who may want to criticize me for grifting off of dead kids, the majority of the merchandise will be humorous and not true crime. On YouTube, I have about 17,000 subscribers. About 12,000 of them are maybe for true crime. On TikTok, I have over 20,000 people who follow me only for comedy videos, So the products that I'm going to offer are mostly for them, not true crime subscribers, so slow your roll. That should be a t-shirt. Since most true crime followers are nosy like me, I will share this in case people think I'm lying about YouTube not paying a lot for my true crime content. In the top right here, it says Saturday, November 4th, 2023. It took me over 300 hours over 2.5 months to research and make this video, which I only made and uploaded to try and be helpful to people. If I click on the left menu, Analytics, estimated revenue, $318.78 for 156,000 views on a 2-hour and 11-minute video. There's a bit of difference between the percentage that YouTube takes for ad revenue compared to if people donate through YouTube. YouTube takes 30% of all donations, and then I have to pay about 30% in taxes on that. So if someone donates $3 through YouTube, I end up getting about $1. I saw Gray Hughes made almost $700 in donations during one 4-hour live chat. Once I did a 3-hour live chat, and when I ended the live stream, YouTube had a screen that said I earned $3.28 in donations. Maybe I need to start wearing a golf visor. No, I'm not complaining. Like I said, I earn about less than $1 per hour for every deep dive video I make, which all of them have taken a few hundred hours each. So I just can't continue spending hundreds of hours on deep dive videos that, frankly, are just not going to give me enough money to pay my bills. I'm not complaining about anything. I'm not complaining about people not giving me money. I'm just explaining why I'm not doing deep dive videos anymore. I've probably spent over 2,000 hours looking into the Delphi case in the past 2.5 years, 1,000 hours looking into the Missy Beavers case, and hundreds of hours trying to help capture fugitives and also doing my making fun of the news videos. Other than once a month member live chats, the content that was a result of those thousands of hours has all been free for people to consume. I'm not trying to guilt anyone into giving me their hard-earned money, but when I make a statement online for the Delphi case or anything else, I try to back it up with facts. So I just wanted to explain why I won't have time to produce any more true crime deep dive videos. This last deep dive has consumed my life for the past 6 years, so I hope at least a few people found it helpful. Thank you, as always, for watching. Thank you for all the nice comments from people all around the world. Goodbye.